If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, thank you for that cue, Claire Marie. Top of the morning to all. Top of the morning to Jimmy. This is Road Gang Radio, and we are live from the Fast Sports Studios. Hello, sir.
Hello. It is actually a rainy day here in the city of New Orleans, which is, by the way, I am over the moon delighted about it.
Yes.
I'm delighted about it. It's been dry.
It hasn't rained in a couple of weeks.
It's been a couple of weeks. It's been dry. It was a nice, dark, kind of easy morning. My dad still got up, still went to his physical therapy, still doing his 82-year-old thing. 1 year older than D. Lawler, which means he can beat up Lindsay's dad. Remember that when you were a kid? My dad's a year older than your dad. He can beat him up. Because you still conceive of the world as 8-year-olds and 7-year-olds and 6-year-olds, where that actually is a big deal.
Yeah, because the one kid that was 1 year older than you or whatever the grade up, he could beat you up.
He was much bigger, too.
Exactly.
When he wasn't, you took a little delight in that, by the way. I got a nephew, by the way, who at like his age is bigger than most of the people the 2 grades above him.
Nice.
So it's kind of terrifying. I'm like, yeah.
Eat your Wheaties, buddy.
Speaking of people who eat their Wheaties, emergency responders in Utah came to the rescue of a senior dog. And when I say senior dog, I don't mean senior dog in the corporation. I mean an elderly dog found stranded in a deep and sticky mud pit. The St. George Police Department said on social media that animal service officers were called out to rescue a senior dog who found himself in a quote-unquote sticky situation. The department shared a video showing rescuers using a stretcher to create a makeshift bridge for rescuers to pluck the dirty dog out of the mud and carry him back to solid ground. This is what the post said. Even our seasoned furry friends have adventurous days. This time, he decided to explore, giving our first responders quite an adventure themselves in the process. The department said the dog and his rescuers emerged a little dirty, but perfectly okay. You actually said before we were talking about this, it sounds like a Pixar movie, doesn't it?
It sounds like a plot of a Pixar movie. It sounds like in the middle, whenever he's trying to go and save his friend, he gets stuck in that.
Sloppy Joe.
Sloppy Joe, just trying to save old Daniel.
Daniel got stuck in the mud, and so Sloppy Joe went looking to help him, and
he deceived him, and then he got out, and then he went and
then
got the golden bone.
Yeah, firefighter Fred came to the rescue. Hey, guys, leave your heart at iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Come on, man. Yak it up on YouTube, where our good friend Joe J actually is yakking it up. It says 54 degrees in Iowa right now. Make some FaceTime on the Book of Face. Live your best life on Live 365. Be a free-floating radical and a member of hashtag RGR at RadioNemo.com. Or, hey, man, maybe you're listening to us later on today and you're pondering the possibilities of all of it on your favorite podcast platform, because this is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with his blumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept minion, Grease Charlton, because this is the Thursday edition of the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. It is September the 25th, and you can be a part of the action. You can mix it up in the thick with Phone Master Dre, Madison with a T, and myself, and later on, Lindsay LaRue. Lindsay Lawler is going to be here when we go about the business of, making that life, as it were. Mix it up in the thick and join the gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Come and talk and make a live.
All broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios of the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. All right, let's do this perfunctory thing that we actually love doing. I love doing. I like a little cold read. I like this one the best. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Speaking of people, we've already booked them. The 4 finalists for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence, Chamber of Commerce, Fastport, our good friends at Kenworth with that T680 truck, Great Americans All. The lady Macy, who was one of the nominees, it took us the longest to get her book because, I don't know, she's a flatbedder. She was doing that flatbed thing. Macy, by the way, is a wrestling champion.
Oh.
State wrestling champion, I know.
High school?
Oh, yeah, national champion of the entire known universe. Actually, she's champion of Zebulon 5. She went up there and kicked some butt and took some names. She took on Grease Charlton.
Hey, she could have done college. Ooh, I would pay that. I'd pay to see that.
Watch her wrestle him.
Yep.
Little Grease Charlton wrestling match.
Yeah. Sounds like something at a club.
I know, at the club. Yeah. Okay, by the way, we also celebrate national days around here.
Okay.
And this awareness and celebration of national days brought to you by Truck Down. You got to get up and Truck Down because the quickest way back on the path to celebration is truckdown.com. Since 97, they've been, helping out truckers with maintenance issues, helping them find service providers through Truck Down. And these days, they do it in 50 states and 8 provinces. They do it in Hawaii, man.
Ooh.
They do it in Hawaii.
Okay, can I jump in real quick?
Aloha.
Will I throw you off if I just come in with a random fact?
Random fact.
Dude, yesterday I was driving. And I was going home, and I'm near the Keesler Air Force Base, so I see all types of vehicles, and I see the license plate Hawaii, and I sat there and thought, because I thought about this too, how do they get their cars from over there to here? And I looked it up. Dude, it is the coolest thing, or is a specialty, specialty boat to just in and out.
You got to change your plates, man. I'm not changing my plates. I'm from Hawaii. I'm keeping my plates.
Exactly, and I'm about to say, if you're stationed there, that's one of those things.
Why do you got these plates? I might have to catch the ferry.
And I have to go back, and that ferry is one of the coolest looking ferries. A ferry.
Ain't a ferry, man. Ain't a ferry. It's a barge. Dude.
Yeah,
it's
cargo.
a big deal. I'm kind of a big deal.
Cargo barge.
Cargo barge.
Continue.
These days, though, they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com. And once you get right with the Lord there, we got 2 national days to celebrate. One I won't be celebrating until a little bit later with Lindsay. But today is National Comic Book Day.
Ooh.
It soars into a community near you. It's September the 25th, which, by the way, is also the birthday of Donna Dew!
Donna!
And Lady Nemo!
Happy birthday, Cheryl!
Happy birthday, Cheryl. Happy birthday, Donna. We've had a little too much sugar this morning.
Yep.
The comic book genre has grown to include full-length books, graphic novels, and inspires countless movie adaptations. So much of popular culture right now is simply comic books. Maybe we should work on that. Maybe get back to a little Camus and some Nietzsche. I don't want to see movies about that, by the way. While they were first typically humorous in nature, it didn't take long for authors to apply the comic style to all genres of storytelling. The other thing is, too, and I'm going to dig in with Lindsay on this in more detail, today's also National One-Hit Wonder Day. Jenny, Jenny, who can I turn to? 8675309. 8675309. Yeah,
He said.
It's One-Hit Wonder Day. On September 25th, it was declared by music journalist Steve Rosen in 1990. And it's actually really there to remember artists who had their 5 minutes of fame, not even 15. And by the way, he's not here, so I didn't want to correct him on the air. Dave was talking about the Andy Warhol quote. Mm-hmm. Warhol didn't say everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame. What Warhol said was everybody going to get it. Mm-hmm. Everybody's going to actually get 15 minutes of fame.
Take on me, man.
Take on me.
I'm glad you caught that.
Take on me. It's to remember artists who had their 5 minutes of fame once upon a time and have since been wiped from our memories. That's pretty brutal. Whew. That's great,
We're just riding dirty, man.
I mean, the Bay City Rollers are coming to a theater near you. Gonna dance with my baby on a Saturday night.
I am going to see how many one-hit wonder lyrics or songs just in general that you can fit in today. I feel like you can do it. Just randomly. Just throw it on Lindsay. Don't even tell her it's that day. Just and I'm going to count them.
Well, Lindsay is a fine girl. What a good wife she would be.
Oh, man, that's considered one-hit wonder?
What's the other song?
Oh, Brandy. Oh, I thought that was who is that by? It's not Hall & Oates?
Exactly. No,
oh,
absolutely
okay.
not.
Brandy.
You're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. But my life, my love, and my lady is the... Okay.
God, can you imagine just living off one song?
You can't.
Yeah. Because I'm like,
By the
unless you
way,
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
You know what doesn't count as one-hit wonders, like the Honey Drippers' Sea of Love cover.
Oh,
You can't
yeah.
count- That's because it's Robert Plant, dude. I mean, it's like if there are other famous people like messing around in the song and longtime session players, that don't count. We're talking about, hey, man, we're going to be famous. Get the chicks, get the planes, you're done.
You're done.
You're done. Thank you, very. Even though you might forget when your best friend's birthday is, you will always be able to sing along to the chorus of Ice, Ice, Baby. It's a one-hit wonder, man. I mean, as a personality, he's had a career.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As an entity, he's had a career. But Vanilla Ice, dude, one-hit wonder. Name the other song.
And he took a beat. Oh, hey, dude. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go. That was a jam, man. That was a great movie, Ninja Turtles.
That's not a jam, dude. What are you talking about?
I still listen to it.
And by the way, that's the other thing awful. When the studio and the record label try to make one or two other songs a hit and they just don't work. And it's like you're playing that and it's wrong what's happening here. You've got to stop. Nobody likes that song.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm telling you.
It's not like Sir Mix-a-Lot. What was the other song that Sir Mix-a-Lot had?
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Not Sir Mix-a-Lot. What's his name? MC Hammer. He had the main one. What was the main one?
Oh,
Can't touch this. Can't touch this. But what was the second one? He had another one. Because I had that tape.
Can't touch this.
Dude, that second one, that was still a jam. And I had the baggy pants. All right, go on.
That's what hip hop actually did, by the way. All right, we got a hell of a lineup this morning. Atri on the air. Alex Leslie's going to be here. We'll also be talking with Revolution Road, the Journal of the American Revolution, which means all things liberty. Washington Trucking Week, as always, will be here this Thursday. We're moving beyond the bushwhackers. Talk about Jim Lane with our good friend Matthew Holbert. A new book out. Helena Haywood Henry, her new book is kind of a futuristic dystopian. Not kind of, it's futuristic dystopian. And then, of course, the Walton County Sheriff's Office has a program that provides CDL training to inmates so they can hit the ground running after release. Dean Bertram joins the show, meaning Trucking with OIDA, to explain how he's changing lives. Plus, Danny Raymond of Overhaul details how his company helped stop a suspected cargo theft ring in its tracks. All of that today with Scott and Ashley on Trucking with OIDA immediately after this show at 11 in the center, 12 in the east. You told me I got a phone call?
Oh, man. Got a little weasel.
The weasel.
Wheeze in the juice.
What's
up, dude?
What's going on?
Morning, fellers.
What's happening?
Hello, feller.
Just trying to escape from Oregon. Got another 30 or so miles, and I'll finally be out of here.
Do you feel the need to escape from Oregon? Is it a dreadful place, or is it just time to go? Hey, Weasel, time
It's
to
time
go.
to go.
Okay, time to go. Okay, I like that. It's time to go.
I spent 2 nights here.
That's enough.
That's long enough.
That's enough. Do you have a one-hit wonder or a comic book?
Yeah, and I'll address the license plate deal after that, but Doug Supernaw, I don't call him Daddy, and I don't remember who even sang this. This is how much of a one-hit wonder. Look what it took for me to finally bring you flowers.
Wow.
I'm even drawing a blank.
Who is it?
I have no idea. It was back early 2000s, late 90s.
All right, so do it again. I was half listening, sorry.
Look what it took for me to finally bring you flowers, or it's something pretty close to that.
What'd you say about Daddy?
Wait, hold on.
All right. Look how it...
And I'm heading into a canyon now.
Oh, okay. You going to be able to listen? Because we might find out. Or Jimmy probably has
Chris Young.
Chris Young? Oh, that's
Bruce,
Chris Young.
That's a country song.
Chris Young.
That's why I don't know it.
Look what it took for me to bring you flowers. It's called Flowers. That's all it's called. Flowers.
I wish we could play it.
No, we got. I'm glad we can't. I'm glad we can't. I do not want to play that. But 8675309. Name of that song, by the way, is Jenny. What is the other one? I don't want to use your love. Is Night Ranger a one-hit wonder?
Oh, that's a good question. Someone said a System of the Down is a one-hit wonder, and how dare you? Okay.
No, that's a little different, by the way.
Yeah,
I want to point this out. One-hit wonder is when you really didn't do anything else. One-hit wonder is not when you had a very big cult following and lots of songs and had a breakthrough hit. That's different.
Exactly.
Like Sisters of Mercy, Corrosion is a genuine mainstream hit, but they got a lot of songs that their fans really like. That's important. All right, Weasel, I got to go take a break here. Final thought.
License plate deal. If you're military, you can keep your residency in whatever state you're from. So a guy from Hawaii can keep his car licensed in Hawaii and have that plate in Louisiana.
I like what
other than that, we'll talk to you folks later.
Get in that tunnel.
Well done, Weasel, by the way. That's a really good get, by the way. I'm sorry I served. I get to keep my waka waka high like a honey ho. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, have a moment of contemplation about the greatness of this country and all of its wonderful freedoms, like freedom of speech and the freedom to go around and make sure you can enforce that freedom of speech, if you know what I'm saying. I'm talking about a little pack and something. What you got?
Ain't that right, Jody? Because we'll talk to him on the other side.
We'll talk to Jody on the other side of this. Pledge, national anthem, bracing cup of Java from our good friend Pastor J. What do you say? Take it away.
Thursday.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Good morning. I hope and pray that you're doing well. Hey, and if you feel like this has been a crazy morning for you, guess what? There's a lot of other people out there that feel the same way. So I want to share this with you this morning. It's found in 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 18. But grow in the grace and knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. To him be the glory both now and the day of eternity. Amen. You know what he just said? He just told us we just got to keep on driving. We got to keep on, because notice what he says, but grow in your grace and knowledge of the Lord. So there's something that God's trying to teach all of us as we do this great thing called life. So brothers and sisters, let's do it. Amen.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Let's do it indeed there, Pastor John. And we look like I dropped Doug, but Doug, give me a call, but we could take Jody if you're ready for that, Jody.
Almost ready for that. I just want to
Okay.
point out that Forrest Vaughn says, hey, man, Ghostbusters by Ray Parker Jr. Bustin' makes me feel good. Let me tell you something, man. That's a one-hit wonder, though, brother.
Yeah.
That is a one-hit wonder. You know, here's the thing, too. Remember, the one-hit wonders, it isn't like a tragic story.
No.
Some people are like, doing a little thing. You know who should have been a one-hit wonder but turned out to be just talented enough and had enough friends and enough Goombas that liked him?
Who?
Take me home tonight.
Oh.
Eddie Money, man.
Dude, I saw him, I think, 4 months before he passed away. I worked Jazz Fest, and he had this, would you call him little person? You wouldn't call him the M word.
Little person.
Yeah, okay. You wouldn't
Little
call
person.
him. All right, well, he had his right-hand man, and that dude was cool. And I rode them around on the golf cart to their trailer and brought them back. Eddie Money was a legit good guy.
You ever see the Geico commercial?
Oh, dude, yes.
The Geico commercial is just a piece of class coming out there, took us, dude.
Where he was what is it called?
It's a travel agency.
Yes, travel agency.
The travel agency. So we would like afford tickets for our family to go on vacation. He's like, I got 2 tickets to Paris.
That was actually
good. It is right up there with Survivor's Starbucks commercial.
Yes.
The Survivor Starbucks commercial, Glenn, where they do Eye of the Tiger. But they change the lyrics to make it all about working in essentially a cubicle.
Yeah.
Middle management is right in his grasp.
All right, come on, Eileen. Where are you going next?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Man. By the way, who wrote the song "Come On, Eileen"?
Ooh.
It's Dixie's Midnight Runners that do it. But who wrote the song?
I don't know.
Van Morrison.
What?
And once you know, you know. You can't unhear it. Do-ra, 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 yay.
So did he ever play it live?
No, of course not. He hated that song.
I've got it. That would be fun. That would be fun.
Oh, my God. Come on, Eileen. Oh, I swear what I mean. I'll punch you in the face.
Brown eye girl.
Don't you forget about me. Oh, Simple Minds. What are you talking about, dude? Trucker Bosun, come on, man. Simple Minds have got some great songs.
Yeah, they have I actually like a few of their songs.
I'm going to defend Trucker Bosun and us at the same time. They fall under the category of like Sisters of Mercy. There's plenty of songs by Simple Minds. It's like Big Country. Big Country's got Big Country and Look Away, which are their only 2 hits. The body of work is great. We're talking about people who like the Bay City Rollers after Saturday night, it all unraveled pretty quickly. We're talking about like... And we never heard from them again as a musician.
But then a lot of these people that are one-hit wonders, they become senators. They took that money and they invested in restaurants. Like there's
some people did it right.
But then some of them were also at the gas station trying to perform that song.
Yeah, some of them are Baron von Methenstein.
Jody, help us, Jody.
What is going on, man? You guys got a good topic going.
Florida man, yes,
Florida
sir.
Man. The Florida man with the plan is here. By the way, I always feel like Jody's out there looking out for us. I really do. It's like, always. You might want to back that truck up. No? Fine. Not my business.
Running into the ground.
Running into the ground. Hey, Jody, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. I'm about a half an hour away from Panama City, and like I wrote on your YouTube thing, it's like, I don't know how it happens, but it looks like I'm going to be too short on hours to leave. So, hey, might as well use some of my Wyndham points there and get a hotel room right there, and camp out until tomorrow morning when I can leave again. I hate it when that happens.
I love that you have Wyndham points, though, dude. I love that you have Wyndham points. I love that you're on top of stuff enough to actually keep your points going. I have over 150,000 points on Southwest, but I keep on accumulating points just for this year. I love points. Points to me it just means you're doing something. You know what I'm saying? It means you're out there making things happen. So.
Oh yeah, you and I have talked about this before. If I take a couple of days off, I'm not in the truck. I'll go get a hotel room and I just let those, points just build like you're doing. I just let them build and build and build. And a lot of times when I take time off during the holidays, I might be in a hotel for a week and a half. It doesn't cost me a dime.
Yeah.
I use their points. It just, it's a cheap vacation.
You know what
I'm saying?
That's exactly it, dude.
It's all here for us to use. And when I hear about these guys, I'm doing a 34 and I'm staying in the truck. Why? There's a hotel you can get to. I know there's got to be. If I can find them, you can find them. It's not difficult.
Yeah, part of the pre-trip is figuring that stuff out, dude. Like when I went over to Moonville, man, let me tell you something, brother. It was like, I want to go hang out someplace. It's like, is there a Hilton Honors program? Got it, good. By the way, that doesn't sound. It sounds so much more fancy pants than it actually is. It just means you got points to stay at about 4 or 5 different chains, but it's still cool. I always look for, if I can find a hotel with the morning buffet free breakfast, that's where I'm going, dude.
Every time.
Every time, man. Plate of sausage, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have my favorites where they have the biscuits and gravy in the morning, and it's like, we're there, free coffee, biscuits and gravy, and some sausage.
Biscuits and gravy.
Let me tell you something. You do not, Jody, I'm still having to this point to where I hear that and I cringe. Because I'm like, I got to drop them. I got to drop them. Like, different show.
You ain't got to drop nobody. This is Biscuits and Gravy Central happening over here.
You get why I'm saying that, right, Joe? Do you remember that?
By the way, I'm offering a bonus here. Anybody that gets dropped for saying Biscuits and Gravy anyplace else is welcome to call here instantly. You get points. We have the Biscuits and Gravy point system, by the way. That's
Golden
awesome.
ticket.
Golden ticket. Jody, what does the rest of the day look like?
I don't know. Dropped this one over here at the port. It took them an extra 13 hours to load it, which I don't care because I get paid detention, so I don't really care. I'm still going to be 2 hours early for my delivery. And like I said, I don't have to pick up anything else until noon tomorrow, 40 miles away. So since I'm going to be at Panama City, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to make you laugh.
I'm
going to make you laugh, Jody. I would love to have a cartoon of a truck driver sitting in a classroom at after-school detention and being like, anybody else getting paid to be here? Nope. Suckers. Jody, I got to get you out of here. I got one more phone call to take. Love you.
Hey, you guys too. One-hit wonder, Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island.
Oh, my God.
Nice.
How could I have forgotten Jay Ferguson? Although there are people who like another song by him. We'll talk about that later on, but you can make that case. Who do I got?
Oh, man, he hasn't talked to us in 7 years, but the first time on a new format. Steve, welcome back.
Steve-O. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Pretty good, man. What's happening with you?
So Hammer had Pray and the Addams Family off the second album, right?
Nicely
that
done.
was the
nice get.
That was the other hits we were talking about there. No.
Oh, there you are, Steve.
I'm here.
Okay, great. So so Hammer had Addams Family. Hammer had Addams Family.
And Pray off that second album, and then Night Ranger had Sister Christian, Don't Tell Me You Love Me,
and Sentimental Street.
There you go. So no, they're not. I wouldn't consider that one hit wonders. Then Night Ranger still tours.
Yeah,
right?
and by the way,
Night
Dre
Ranger still tours, and they're still all over the place, and they make a great they put on a great show.
Dre saw them, as a matter of fact. Dre saw them in Sturgis, right? They were. You saw the Night Ranger concert.
Oh no! So I didn't stay for that one. That was Chowder. Chowder goes to all those, but I almost did.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I think "Sentimental Street's" a better song than "Sister Christian." I'm right there with you, Steve. Good gets, by the way. Excellent.
And then you got to remember that Jack Blade, the singer, he was also the singer of Damn Yankees, and now Night Ranger plays Damn Yankees live too.
I got to tell you, Steve. You're the phone call of the day, of the week, of the month. I mean, this is quality stuff here. I love Sister Christian, by the way, and I love Night Ranger. I think it is such meathead bro music in the best way. I do. I think it's awesome.
Nothing like Ted Nugent with a big old shit-eating grin, right? I mean, if you watch the videos, that's exactly what you see Ted Nugent. Big old grin on his face, playing these ballads, high enough and stuff.
I mean,
that was great.
That's exactly. I think that they should just have a Ted Nugent genre. It's like like Night Rangers in the Ted Nugent genre. I mean, they're like this, like what I'm talking about? That I call it bromance music. It's just great.
Right. I mean, I Poison would fit into that category because that's like bromance music, I guess. So it's cross. I mean, I don't know. Guys bought those kind of albums for the ladies.
Listen, man, OPP,
they
you know me.
jamming the tunes themselves, just like Sammy Hagar era Van Halen.
Oh yeah,
that was bromance.
That's
all day.
Exactly it. By the way,
rock and roll with a smile.
I'm telling you, rock and roll with a smile, because like his song "Dreams," like a train on an open track, the suitcase left behind you, fall between the. I mean, actually, I have another word for it. I tell this to Lindsay all the time. Go ahead.
Falls into place. That's amazing.
Yeah. And I have another way I describe it. Tell me if you like this. I call it love songs from the land of the strong. That's what I think about.
Yeah, right.
I love it, dude.
That's good stuff.
I got to take a break, Steve. They're going to take my pound of flesh. But, dude, you call back anytime, man. I'll go into the weeds with you on this stuff, man. Bromance music.
Music? I could do it all day.
Thank you, Steve.
Same.
Great to hear your voice.
I can do it all day.
Great to hear your voice.
Good to hear you guys too. We'll see you later.
All right, man.
Call back.
Hey, man. So you're walking down on Sentimental Street. What you doing down there? Who you trying to meet? Well, we got Atrio on the air, but I got some news I got to do before then. Alex Leslie's coming up. Let's get it on.
Get it on.
As Mills Lane would say.
Now,
I'll chase you.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
By the way, our good friend Trucker Bosun points out on the chat. By the way, big day on the chat, a couple of big days. We now are monetized. You don't have to pay nothing. That's not what we're saying here. If you actually are looking at the YouTube chat, they're running commercial spots, and they actually are related to what we do. Now we got that thing going on, dude, which means we're growing RGR. Hashtag RGR. Road Gang Radio is growing. We got to really get those YouTube numbers up. Everything else is looking really good, but YouTube is like the toughest cookie.
Spread the word.
Our good friend Trucker Bosun, who I'm giving a shout out to because he actually, I don't know if you saw it. You saw it, Dre? He put it on his truck.
Yeah, oh, dude, that was fantastic. I was tagged in it.
And there are people like Paranormal Pieman who said, look, I work for a company. There's no way they put up with that nonsense from me. Let's figure out some ways to make that happen, guys. Any way you can help promote us by actually using those pins. If you're an official member of the reconstituted Road Gang, make that miracle happen. Trucker Boast had actually pointed out to me that Don't You Forget About Me is one of the great one-hit wonders of the 80s. Let me tell you where I disagree with that assessment. I know where they're coming from. That's a breakthrough song because I would actually encourage you, Trucker Boast, and would love your opinion because you got great taste in music. Have you ever heard Simple Minds' song Alive and Kickin'?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
There's some great music from them. Like I said, Big Country is another example of one real big hit, you know, with Big Country. In a big country, dreams made. You get the idea. There's other great songs by them, though. I mean, good songs. Like, not like Bay City Rollers, where if you listen to that album, it's Dance with Your Baby on a Saturday Night over and over and over again. Cowboy Mouse is a great example of a breakthrough hit. Like, he's got a big cult following, big audience that goes along with them. A lot of great songs, but everybody knows Jenny Said.
Yep.
But there's a lot of great music there. I mean, a
100%.
lot of great music. And by the way, speaking of Fred LeBlanc, you can actually hear the first episode of We Should Write is available on all major podcast platforms, and it's a great interview. It's a really deep and insightful one. The show yesterday, by the way, Dre, well done. You and Lindsay, well done.
Thank you.
Nice piece of production over in that new studio over in Franklin, Tennessee. This studio is the only studio younger than this studio is the one in Franklin, Tennessee.
Amen.
So, hey, man, if you're walking down on Sentimental Street, this is the show for you. Before we get to Alex, Leslie, Dre, we have to do a little bit of news here. So if you give me that news music now.
Breaking news!
Breaking news. Here we go. When it comes to compliance with regulations, truck drivers are often the focus, but what can a trucker do if a trucking company, broker, or ELD provider is failing to follow the rules? That's where the National Consumer Complaint Database comes in. This is according to a news story from our friend Mark Schwemmer, who is the senior editor over at Landline. And the good news is that the website, which is the National Consumer Complaint Database, has recently been updated with the intention of providing truckers a reliable platform to inform the FMCSA, you may have heard about them, about bad actors. The new NCCBDB provides commercial motor vehicle drivers the opportunity to file complaints against moving companies, trucking companies, bus companies, substance abuse professionals. By the way, some of those guys need to get squeezed, man. Some of those people are really messing around. Electronic login device providers, let's get those guys, and property brokers. This overdue tech upgrade is a win for drivers, carriers, and the driving public. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said in a news release, the modernized database will make it easier to file complaints, access digital tools, and empower individuals to speak up about unsafe practices. With your support, we will continue to take bad actors off the roads to keep the American people safe. And as we talked about before, the U.S. Department of Transportation is gearing up for 2 major pilot programs to study increased hours of service, HOS, flexibility for commercial vehicle drivers, and many truckers and trucking industry stakeholders are sharing their thoughts on how the regulations could be changed for the better. There is a report on some of those voices over in an article today from our friends at CDL Life. Voices, data, anecdotes, stories, information need to be collated. The reason we tell our stories is not just so we can get it off our chest, not just so we should write. Those are really good reasons. But we have to get that information out there, and we have to find places where we can store it, because if it gets stored, it gets basically organized and arranged. Enough of those voices provide not just anecdote, but provide data, provide information, and give our friends over at truckingresearch.org an opportunity to find out what is going on the highways and byways. We've been talking about this. We had a double feature of Education Station yesterday, and we were basically looking at 2 schools that are brand spanking new. One over in Clarksville, one over in Des Moines. The Des Moines one has been there for a while, but it just opened up its new CDL program. The one in Clarksville, the Dixon program, which we talked about yesterday, you can hear both of those on the tube of you, are onboarding a lot of new programs, teaching folks the ways of the road, teaching folks the trades and the skills they need. And we're going to need them, because Alex Leslie, friend of the show and ATRI Senior Research Associate, joins us this morning. He is talking about their latest release, addressing the shortage of qualified diesel technicians. And hey, man, good morning. Alex, welcome. How was your weekend?
Jimmy Mac, I'm doing well. Had a pretty good weekend. It was actually my birthday weekend, so had a nice dinner, spent a bunch of time outside, a little bit of all the good stuff.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. You live in the zoo. You look like a monkey. And you smell like one, too. I'm sorry. I had to take us all back to the days of one-hit wonders there. Sorry about that. Alex, this is a really important topic and one that is near and dear to my heart. Look, there is a massive debate about what it means to have a driver shortage. And there's a lot of people, and you're talking to one of them, who think the driver shortage is nonsense. I think it is a shortage of quality. I think it's a shortage of quality drivers being paid what they need to be paid. What we're talking about today is real. And you guys have a lot of information, and it's the beginning of what needs to be a longer conversation. So can you let's do the whole thing. Tell us about about how to address this shortage, what you guys have released, what you guys have put together, and where we can go from there. And that's your starter pistol. Go.
Well, maybe I'll just start by saying why this is a different kind of thing when we're talking about a shortage of qualified diesel techs. Part of the key factor here is the word qualified right from the start there, right? There's a lot of skill and there's a lot of training that has to go into a diesel tech being able to actually work and work well on a truck. And, beyond that, there's then the factor of, we looked at the data and we looked at, what's the turnover rate look like? It's about 16.5 right now for the trucking industry. That's not great, but it's not horrible. It tells me that we don't have a bunch of diesel techs who are leaving as soon as they get in the door because they're not being paid enough or because the conditions are just a total mess. On the other hand, we've got almost 19.5% of positions are currently open, are currently unstaffed. And then, we look at the correlation between pay rates and vacancy to see, are the shops that are paying less, are those the ones that are struggling? Are those the ones that aren't able to stay staffed? And as it turns out, there isn't really a strong correlation there. So all of this tells us together that we're looking at a shortage because it's a persistent struggle to get enough qualified techs into these positions that can't be explained by turnover or pay alone.
Alex, this is really fascinating. And like I said, I'm playing with numbers here, but that even number is not a good thing in the sense that you say the turnover, by the way, turnover, that you're right. That sounds pretty terrific. There's a 16% turnover, if I heard you correctly. What that means is there's not hemorrhaging jobs here. I'm sorry, not hemorrhaging people, meaning that the people who actually are in the field, some of the numbers seem to suggest that the people who actually are doing it for a living actually like what they're doing for a living and are sticking around. You don't have this kind of massive bleed off. It isn't like some of these trucking fleets where they have like a 95%, turnover where people are just walking away from them. The bad news is what you're telling me is that they're not onboarding at a pace to even keep up with that slow bleed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem, which means that you have both a PR problem here that enough people don't know about it, but there's also, and I want to find out from you, is the possibility that we're not getting people up to speed, that we're not letting people know these jobs exist, number one, and that number two, even if we did, we might not have the people qualified immediately to do them.
Yeah. In our report, we break it down into three categories, basically, where we see factors in each of these categories that contribute to the shortage. One is the recruitment side, right? Just getting people in the door. The other is training, right? And the training pipeline to actually get enough of those folks qualified before they get the job. And the third is, of course, retention. Even though those rates aren't terrible, retention is, of course, an area that is important for retaining those techs. And in addition to the things that the trucking industry does, we're also competing for talent, and it's a pretty hot competition, right? When we talk about drivers, they could drive a big truck, they could go drive a Sprinter van for someone else, so there's some direct competition there, but when you're looking at diesel techs, these techs have skills that they can transition into a lot of other fields. They could be a tech in construction, in agriculture, in public transportation like buses. To say nothing about, maybe retooling a little bit more and going to work on passenger vehicles. The other industries that are looking to hire techs from trucking and other ways, it's a long list. And that competition is another key part of it too. But yeah, to answer your question, we could really go into, those three directions of recruitment, training, and retention, because there are factors in each of those categories that are contributing.
It's really kind of, I can give you an actual anecdote. Let me tell you something. So my brother had a weatherization company, and of course, he and I are both, certified in, basically being able to read a house's level, to know how much leakage is going on in the house. The people that worked with us, some of the people that we would bring out, because we would have to be working insulating a house and weatherizing a house. There would be people who would come out to do work on the solar panels and on the boxes. To kind of make sure that the current was moving and the power was being stored. Some of those people were incredibly impressive. And I would look at them, and I look back on it now, Alex, and go, that guy, that gal could easily be in a mechanic shop, could easily be at a diagnostic board, figuring out what was wrong and what was going on. And in many ways, we are headed into an economy, and I keep on saying this, it's neither blue collar nor white collar, it's light blue collar, where we're looking for a group of people who can not only work well with their hands, but can write a work order, that can actually look at a customer and be able to explain to them in common English what is going on, while at the same time understanding the more complex technical aspects of it. Which means, from what you're saying too, that we not only have an issue of hot competition, and not only an issue of basically dealing with a whole bunch of other places, we have a bigger issue in that we're going to have to keep figuring out ways to not only recruit people to do these jobs, but recruit people to go to school to do these jobs. That's the other thing, right? I mean, we're talking about this is something that is, I guess, intrinsic at its most basic level. I mean, we're talking about even before you get the person in the job, a lot of these companies can't afford to train these people up from square one. Some of these people have to arrive ready to go, meaning that the training has to be focused on the specific job rather than the overall understanding of technology. Am I making sense?
Absolutely. Let me tell you three brisk things that come to mind based on your very smart comments there. The first is that it's expensive to train a tech if you're doing it yourself as a company. And the majority of techs do not have some form of prior training. 62% have no prior training. Now, if you are a trucking company and you're going to take one of those new techs, guy or gal, that's going to cost you about 360 hours and over $8,000 in trainee wages alone, to say nothing about whoever's training them. Right? So that's a huge, over $8,000, 360 hours. That's a pretty significant investment. And by the way, if they do end up leaving, that's money that's just out. The next thing I'll say is that absolutely the technology side is huge here. On the one hand, it can be an asset to us by reaching out to folks and saying, hey, this is a high-tech job. This is a job where you solve problems. You're thinking, like you say, it's not blue, it's not white, it's like a light blue collar. But the flip side of that is that we have to be able to train folks in that technology, right? A truck these days is an extremely high-piece, software-driven piece of equipment. And a lot of the schools that responded to our survey said that, it's sometimes hard for them to do training on one of these new safety technologies, for example, because they just don't have it. They don't have one in their, in their school. And so that's an area certainly where trucking companies can reach out to their training programs that they partner with and say, what do you guys need? What can we donate to you? Something from our old equipment maybe that can help you, train better. In again, this technology landscape is changing so quickly. I mean, it's night and day even just from 10 years ago. And then finally, one more thing on training programs is it's also a question of where is the training program located, right? Some states fund these programs really well and have a lot of good state-run public colleges in addition to the private colleges, private technical schools, I should say. And in some states, they've got maybe a local surplus. But then other states have a huge lack because they don't have the training programs. So we've got a map on that in the report that digs into that a little bit more as well. So as you can see, that the training aspect here is really important and fast evolving, frankly.
It's interesting. I am very, very close to the folks over at Republic Services. We have, on many years, a lot of the years, we have done their rodeo, where, it's like a truck rodeo, but it's for their services, their kind of waste disposal and management services. They have a diagnostic thing. They have a forklift. They have a truck obstacle course and all that stuff. They actually bought an old airport and converted it into a tech training school. One of the things that they do is they will pay for everything, meaning they put you up. They have a hotel next to it where they put up their students. They pay their students tuition. They give them a stipend. They ask them to sign, I think it's a 2-year contract, Alex. And one of the things that they do that is fascinating is one of the people who was in charge of it told me, off the record, I won't use his name. I can actually, use the comment, it's background. And what he said was, though, he said, basically, we have 2 years to sell them on Republic. He said, so they're basically making a gamble. They're making this high investment gamble. They're spending that $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 a year to give these people a year's education on how to do all the kind of maintenance of the equipment of all the different stuff they do. And as you know, if you're in the waste disposal business these days, you're dealing with a lot of hazmat, which means they are getting people up to speed on a lot of complicated stuff in regards to waste disposal trucks, which, as people know, often, have to care about what goes on in the smaller communities in America where little kids cross the street. And they basically have a 2-year pitch that they're making. They say that if you want this training, you have to come work for us for 2 years. But as we know, you can't indenture servitude people. That stuff doesn't float in this country anymore. But you can ask for a 2-year commitment, just like the military. You can say we need a 2 to 4 year commitment. That's the gamble. We're basically asking people to make the same gamble these days that the military has been making since it went to an all-volunteer force, which is we are going to gamble Because if you go into the military, you come out 4 years later, if you pay attention and you're not a complete, dipstick, you actually come out with a great deal of training properly done right. And they're gambling that we're going to make you like this so much, or we're going to help you find your purpose so much that you stick around. And a lot of companies are going to have to figure out ways of onboarding people and giving them the training while making their company attractive enough so that the person who they've trained up doesn't walk out with $24,000 of training under their belt, and you have to start the whole thing all over again. So here's my question.
Yeah.
Like I said, you got me excited and thinking about that. That was my insight. Here's my question. How does ATRI figure this out? What is the methodology of construction of a study like this of the diesel shortage? How do you get to the results you get to? What numbers are allowing you to draw the conclusion that you're coming to? I mean, the 16, 19, and it could be 15, 18, doesn't make any difference. But how do you get to the kind of place where you can make the kind of conclusions you've drawn up here?
Yeah. So the way we went about this report is we developed 3 connected surveys, one for diesel techs, one for diesel shops, and one for training programs. And we overlapped a number of the questions in there so that we could directly compare, so that we could understand, okay, where is there a lack of communication? Where is the ball being dropped currently? So, for example, we went through 20 core skill areas in the technician curriculum. And we asked schools, how much time are you spending on these? And then we asked shops, what percent of your techs are coming in unqualified? And so we were able, by doing that, matching up those items to find, okay, these are the core skill areas where schools are doing really well. These are the core skill areas where, maybe just an additional hour of training can make the difference. So for example, something like, diesel engine cooling systems is a core skill area where, right now, techs, they're coming into the new job, even if they have training at a training program, and they're not up to snuff. But frankly, the schools, they're only spending a few hours on that core skill area currently. So if just a little bit more time could be spent in that area, we're going to see huge improvements. Now, there are some other areas, things like, for example, soft skills, customer service and communication, where schools are actually spending quite a bit of time, but it's not paying off. So that's a core skill area where we can say to the schools, this is an area where instead of just adding another hour, let's rethink the curriculum maybe. Let's see how we could go about this differently, because adding another hour of the current system probably isn't going to get us the big improvements that we're looking for. So that's just an example of how we're going about it in terms of figuring out what can be done to improve training. But we did something very similar as well on the retention side.
Okay. I want to stop before we get to the retention side here really quickly, because this is exciting. I want to point out to our friends that out there listening that you guys are talking about, because of the study and the research you've done, it's about targeting what is being taught and not just how companies can better recruit or construct better PR vehicles to woo people into their sector, as opposed to, all right, let me see if I'm getting you straight here. The competition is fierce because a lot of other places, whether it is home construction, alternative sources of powering your home, HVAC repair, working with buses and trucks and other sectors of the economy. We're also talking about the idea that we're going to go back even a step further to create programs that create more competent people, that don't wash people out, that actually create more. Rather than figuring out a way that the trucking industry can steal people back, we're talking about increasing the piece of pie here is the focus of what it seems the study is. That rather than being like, how do we steal away those who are being stolen away from us? How do we steal them back? If I'm hearing you correctly, we're saying, no. We want to increase the number of people qualified to do this, and here are the methodologies you can take in your own education system to improve that outcome. Is that what we're talking about here?
That's definitely part of it. Yes, absolutely. Because ultimately, all these industries need more qualified techs. But we do have a big piece of this report is, maybe not how to steal them back per se. I smile as I'm saying that, but
wink,
at
wink.
least how to better. That's exactly. But at least how to figure out who are the techs that we want to target. So let's just take a couple industries to compare here: trucking, construction, and automotive, let's say. These industries all need technicians, but their workplace conditions, their environment, the way the job works are really different. An individual who's really attracted to automotive might not be attracted to trucking. And so frankly, you don't want to hire that individual in trucking. You want to make sure that individual finds the job in automotive because they're just going to leave you anyhow, right? On the other hand, though, we want to make sure that the individuals who fit for trucking end up in trucking and don't end up wasting a bunch of their own time in construction or automotive. So the way we tried to break that down is we asked techs to rate their perception of these other industries, to say, is automotive better or worse at pay, at the variety of work, which, by the way, was one of the most important factors for trucking techs entering this industry. Pay incentives for additional training, a bunch of different items, about 10 of them. And then we were able to compare, okay, what do techs think about these different industries compared to trucking? So automotive, for example, they said automotive, maybe pays better. But automotive doesn't have, trucking pays better than automotive. But automotive offers some of these better incentives for additional training. It has cleaner shops. It has newer shop equipment. Okay, so if a tech is going to really prioritize those kind of shop conditions aspects of things, maybe trucking isn't their optimal endpoint. But if they're looking to make more money and willing to maybe have not the cleanest shop, maybe trucking is better for them. Or in construction, to give a second example, techs tended to say, well, construction has a better variety of work and more interesting work. And those are huge factors for techs. But they also said, well, trucking has better hours and the shops are safer. So, yeah, for a tech who's maybe thinking, look, yeah, variety of work is important, but look, I've got other things outside of work that, having a shift that works for me is important too. Those techs are going to be better in trucking than in construction. And so it's sort of a long explanation of how that looks. We've got it all out in a matrix in the report, but there's really two upsides here. The first is you want to retain the people that are suited to the industry, and also you want to do a better job of recruiting and publicity to say, look, these are our strengths, to really play to those strengths.
Alex Leslie has joined us. I cannot believe we're already out of time, man. That flew by. Faster than even I thought it was going to. Addressing the shortage of qualified diesel technicians. Truckingresearch.org. Alex Leslie is ATRI, Senior Research Associate. We always love having him here. Guys, please check out the link to the press release. Check it all out, by the way. Thank you, Alex. I can't wait to talk to you again. This was exciting stuff.
Always a blast, man. Take it easy.
You too as well, man. We'll be back on the other side with a little Revolution Road. I'll have a little bit of news before then. And the one-hit wonders, the conversation continues on that. Would love to hear from you. Come on, Eileen. Be my Sharona. Come on. Nothing compares to you.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
To talk to Lindsay about when she gets here, looking fine on the dime at 9 with Lindsay Lawler as we go about the business of making a life here. Although today's show really has a lot of lifestyle stuff, a lot of fun stuff. Thursdays and Fridays here tend to be a little more loosey-goosey. A big hello to everybody out there, Trucker Bosun, who really has kind of kept the one-hit wonder stuff rolling, rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling along. I do want to find out from Lindsay about one-hit wonders in the country and western sphere. By the way, I don't know that as well, by the way. So much of one-hit wonders is about, London, Paris, New York, Munich. Everybody talk about pop music and video killing the radio star. See where I'm going with there? There are also 99 Luftballons in the air as well. You're starting to get the idea. If you think of one, just give us a call, even if it's dropping in for a second with our next guest, to drop it in and tell Dre he can just, bring it into the conversation as well. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO!
Hey ho, Nemo. And also, we got to do one more piece of news here before we get to our next segment. Dre, if you'd be so kind as to, we got some news that we want to talk about here. So there you go. McLeod Software highlighted the emerging opportunities for artificial intelligence to streamline freight operations and outline the latest upgrades to its transportation management system at its 2025 user conference. The trucking software developer, marking its 40th year in the business at the event, showcased its own investments in AI along with its partnerships with a growing number of third-party AI technology vendors. You can read about that in Kieran Greenhall's story over in Transport Topics, another organization from which we get our news stories and keep you informed both on the tech side and the driving side and the lifestyle side. One of our favorite segments that made the move with us onto this new platform, go to allthingsliberty.com. All Things Liberty is the place where you should be because that is where you can find out about the Journal of the American Revolution and this segment, Revolution Road. Nancy Rubin Stewart, and by the way, if you just write that name out in full, Nancy Rubin Stewart, and that's spelled like you were from Scotland, STUART.com, is a place you should go because you'd find out about an amazing author and scholar whose books include Poor Richard's Women, Defiant Brides, The Muse of the Revolution, and the national bestseller American Empress. As a journalist, Nancy's writing has appeared in the New York Times, the Huffington Post, the Washington Post, the New England Quarterly, and other periodicals. She's the executive director of the Cape Cod Writers Center. I wonder if Lindsay's husband has ever crossed paths with her. They are Cape Cod people as well. She's a columnist for the Saturday Evening Post and president of the Mercy Otis Warren Society. And by the way, she would be perfect on this show in so many ways and not just Revolution Road. Nancy, good morning and welcome to Road Gang Radio, Revolution Road.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Women in the Revolution. I mean, it's one of those things too. We're not talking. We're not just talking about. And I'm gonna let you kind of hold court here. But we're not just talking about the ladies who kind of whispered in the ear of the important men. We're talking about people in the action. We're talking about people who actually got down and dirty and were part of basically tipping the scales in favor of the course of liberty and freedom and what would become the Constitution and what would become the United States. I'm not going to ask you how you got interested in this topic. It's a stupid question. The
No.
question is, who was the first person when you began to study this area that really stopped you in your tracks and said, I have got to learn more about her?
Well, the first person was Deborah Reed. That's Franklin's wife. And I was fascinated because, up until he became involved in the revolution, he was a public figure with all his newspaper work and all of his inventions. But once he became involved in the revolution, she really had to pick up the rein and take care of everything at home. And when people started to stampede and protest the Stamp Act and somehow mistakenly thought, Franklin was for that, they were about to, storm her house, and she defended the house actually with a shotgun. I mean, incredible. So, yeah, she was a really feisty character. And then when people would attack him, because he, of course, was in London, and he was trying to make peace with the Parliament. All these crazy rumors were coming back. She kept defending him. So that was the earliest of the women. But after that, the one who really got my attention even more was Mercy Otis Warren, who lived in Plymouth, Massachusetts. And she was a wealthy, highly educated, very unusual that she was highly educated, which was because her father favored her, so she could sit in on her brother's preparation for Harvard. So she was very highly educated, and she started to write these, well, they're like Saturday Night Live, but in print, farces about Governor Hutchison and all the terrible things that were going on here in Massachusetts, and all of the occupation by the British and all of the writs of assistance, and then, all of the various, things that happened, the occupation by soldiers in Boston. And she started to write these farces, which were published all over the place and put in pamphlets in all the newspapers. But of course, the women weren't supposed to be in politics. Women weren't supposed to be even thinking about politics. They're supposed to be hearth and home. And she couldn't have her byline on these things. So they really sparked the most incendiary of her satirical plays. Was right before the actual sort of breakout of the revolution of bloodshed at Lexington and Concord. So she really fascinated me. And she went on later. She was instrumental in many things women did. Women didn't just, whisper in the ears of their guys, or the guys whisper in the ears of their women about the revolution. Many women at that time deliberately boycotted British clothes, British tea. They made homespun, out of wool and flax here in this country. They drank the local sassafras tea or mint tea, whatever you could do. They weren't drinking English tea. They held spinning bees. They involved in a lot of boycotts, and they spread boycotts around to their friends. So even the ordinary woman was very much involved. And there's a wonderful story when the soldiers were going to Lexington and Concord and retreating, the British, I'm talking now, that the women were throwing on their rooftops, were throwing hot water and boiling oil on these soldiers. So they were pretty active. But Mercy Otis Warren in particular was, sort of a spokesperson for it. And then later, John Adams, who was a friend of hers and kept agitating that she write more, she eventually collected so many materials over a period of 25 years during the Revolution and after the Revolution. And she finally wrote a history of the Revolution. It's called The Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution. So, which didn't even come out until 1805 because, for various political reasons, she and John Adams, who was at one point president, had quarrels about the kind of government we should have here in America. So she was a really feisty, unusual character. And because she was a writer, and because she was literary, and because she could keep records, I mean, many women didn't even read, much, or certainly not write much. She was one of the first ones who did.
This is interesting because I have an insight that I'd like to bounce off of you, and then I have a legit question about Warren in a moment here. The first is, America, in many ways becomes we talk about the idea of the states these days being the great laboratories of democracy. In many ways, you could say, and Franklin is a great example, that the United States of America is maybe the first great mad scientist lab of the world. that you have groups of independent thinkers, men and women, in their workshops, in essentially what is the colonial equivalent of a garage, tinkering in ways to make the world anew. And this may be the first country, and you've just given us an example of it with Franklin's wife, with Elizabeth Reed, of the first country in human history not only to have its constitution for the people, but to actually have women on porches with shotguns. And I'm not being glib about that. There's something kind of magnificent about that it's like, look, we're out here in the wilderness. We are not part of the British Empire in the sense that we're not on the terra firma of Great Britain. We got to kind of make do. And I can't hold to kind of old Moors. If I've got to go into Boston and leave my wife on the farm, she better know how to use a gun, and she better know how to get people off the damn front porch. That I got to tell you, man, a woman on a porch with a shotgun is an empowering thing. That's a reality. And in many ways, the geography and the circumstances and the distance from the structure of the British Empire really allows people to experiment not just with machinery or forms of government, but their very identities. I mean, we're talking about colonial space where women can become. And I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts on that. Once you touch on that, can you, for our listeners, explain Warren's problems with Adams in regards to the type of government we should have? Because I think it really informs a lot of the different threads of thinking about what kind of country we would have while the revolution was going on. Did any of that make sense, by the way?
Yeah, and you've asked a couple of questions. I just want to say right in the beginning that the American idea of speaking for yourself and speaking up and not being cowed by old traditions, that's very American. I mean, that's what makes the frontier. That's what made pioneer women. That's what, eventually settled this whole country into becoming a continent. It's that, American ingenuity, American independence, American spirit. Again, we're far away from the old country and the old rituals that had even dominated the colonial era here in America. As far as Adams and Mercy Warren, let me just say it's the Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists. And that's still an argument that's going on today. I mean, states' rights versus, national, rights. So that argument continues, and that's the argument that actually split the early patriots, the Warrens and others, from John Adams. Of course, Jefferson comes in later. He returns much more to that concept. But it's an old argument, and it continues. That tension today, we see it in everything.
Okay, so let's talk about those tensions, by the way, because the politics of the revolution creates dissension inside of families themselves, to the point where we are now in a world where, over in England, it's like, well, I support the king. Well, I don't. That's not an argument people have in their homes in England. This is something kind of new as well, too. And women would fall on all sides of the issue here as well. I mean, some, being incredibly timid about wanting to hold on to what had been built and not jeopardize that. Some knowing that they couldn't hold on to that stuff if, in fact, they didn't start taking some chances. I mean, in many ways, the mentality of a small business owner is really what's at play all across the colonial landscape. So I was kind of curious about how inside of people's homes these arguments played out for women, how they were kind of going at both their husbands, their children, their fathers, their mothers. What kind of arguments were happening in the colonial homes, and what role did women play in that, in determining not only what the purpose of the revolution was, but should there be one at all?
Well, of course, we don't know, because, as I said to you earlier, very few women could do more than write in a very early, third, fourth grade manner. They never went beyond the dame schools, if they did that at all. So we don't have a lot of records. Let me just say about historians think somewhere around 35 to 40% of this country was not for the revolution. So, we think when we learn this stuff in school, everybody was for the revolution. No, not everybody was. So we never know. And also, women were supposed to be in hearth and home, and goodness, they had so much to do just to get through every single day. I mean, everything we do is automated today. We think about laundry and cooking and prepared meals and news and medicines. They didn't have that stuff. And the medicines, of course, were herbals. So, and a lot of it was folklore that was passed on. So everything was extremely difficult for a woman to maintain and care for her family. Therefore, women were supposed to be in hearth and home and not involved in the world of events. So, but I'm sure that there had to be some disagreement between people on this matter, although, again, women were really held back from that. So, but there were families that were, just as, by the way, later in the Civil War, families were divided by this. And I'm sure that there were people on either side. However, the Americans, the colonists, in rebelling against Britain, this soon became, a national, at least the 13 colonies all banded together and cooperated on everything. So finally, in one voice, even though there were 13 different voices and had 13 different, which is why it took more than 4 months in the summer of 1787 to create a constitution.
Let's
many differences there, between the regions. Yeah.
Let me talk about a couple of names here. I'm gonna throw two more names at you. We've talked a little bit about Mercy Otis Warren, and we've talked about Deborah Reed Franklin. Lucy Flucker Knox and Peggy Shippen Arnold. Can we kind of talk about both of them to give? And like I said, those are names that a lot of our listeners don't know. I'm familiar with them, but I would love you to kind of unpack both of them.
Sure. Well, Lucy Flucker she came from a wealthy Tory family. Her father was the provincial crown-appointed secretary of Massachusetts, wealthy family, and she fell in love with poor bookbinder Henry Knox, who was a patriot. He was a revolutionary, and she married him. The title of my book, Defiant Brides, is just about that. So she not only marries him, but when the revolution breaks out, she never sees her family again. She's married to him, and Lucy follows Henry Knox through many of the revolutionary war camps. She bears many children, and many of them die. Some of them because of diseases that broke out, smallpox and other things in the camps. And she's a faithful patriot. And the book is about two women. One, they're both defiant brides. Peggy Shippen's she's a belle of Philadelphia. She's from a wealthy family in Philadelphia. And both of these women defy their families and marry these men. They're both 18. And fortunately, we had writings from both of them. So, my question in my book was, one bride becomes a patriot, which is Lucy Flucker Knox, and the other one becomes a spy, which is Peggy Shippen, who marries, guess who? Benedict Arnold. And when she married Benedict Arnold, he was a war hero. He came to Philadelphia as a war hero. He was the commandant because he was crippled from an earlier battle in the Revolution. She marries him. He's a high position. And yet, soon afterwards, because he's disappointed he's not getting enough honors from Congress and from Washington, soon after that, he starts to communicate secretly with the British, and Peggy, who's madly in love with him, he's quite a bit older than she, cooperates, and she actually does pass a lot of papers and helps with his attempted revolution, or stopping the revolution, and helping aiding and abetting the British. And eventually she's found out, and she, like Benedict Arnold, when he escapes to the British, and eventually in New York, which is occupied by the British. She is banished with her young baby, finally, because she's found to be a spy. She's banished to New York, and then eventually, of course, after the Revolution, they go to England.
Yeah.
So you have examples of the split in loyalties, and to this day, people don't know. I mean, there have been many journal articles and so on. And the family, for many years earlier on in the 19th century, defended her in all of their writings about her subsequent to her death, that she really was just an innocent young woman who just did what her husband wanted her to. But in any case, and we don't know, but in any case, it shows the difference between these two women, one who follows her husband desperately through these army camps and she lives at Valley Forge. Things weren't easy. And the other one, becomes, a willing, or maybe just a subservient, to her husband, spy.
Let me ask you that too. Is the fact that it's like, I mean, like I said, once again we go back to the same old adage of not knowing more because we don't get kind of really kind of in-depth documents. Is it with her with Arnold? Is there a sense that's at play here that she would have gone whichever way he would have gone? I mean, we're not talking about a Mata Hari. We're not a Mata Hari here. It isn't like I'm working with the British and I'm going to sway my husband. I want to make that really clear that there is no Lady Macbeth is not lurking in the shadows here, despite the way she's framed by some people at some points in history. She literally, if he'd have been like, nope, we're going to stick with the revolution, we're going to dance with who we brung, she would have gone right down the line with that too, correct? From what we know.
I agree with you. I mean, she was 18 when she married him. She was madly in love with him. As I say, he was a lot older than she. He was a glamorous figure. He was then still a war hero and revered for his bravery in earlier battles, including in Saratoga. And so, of course, she would go with, and that was, by the way, a woman's duty at that time, was to follow her husband. And by the way, I just circle back for a second to Mercy Otis Warren. Mercy Otis Warren's husband, strangely enough, historians still sort of wonder at it. Her husband, unlike most husbands, encouraged her to be outspoken and to write and to publish. That was very unusual. Women followed generally their husbands.
And the other thing about, and to kind of circle back to Peggy Shippen for a second here, it's also important to point out, a lot of people don't understand this because people just think of Arnold as a traitor. Up until the moment, what's the great point, that Arnold had a point up to the point where he actually betrayed the country. That he actually was absolutely right to some degree, that if I was in love with somebody and they were getting the short end of the stick the way that Arnold was with a lot of situations, I would have supported him right down the line. And it's important to point this out, that if I love somebody and they were being treated the way that Benedict Arnold was being treated, not by Washington, but by people who were close to Washington, I might have been a little bit aggravated with the colonial army as well, too. Is that fair?
That's absolutely the truth. That's absolutely it. And, he was not made a full general. Younger people were, even though he'd been severely wounded, and he'd led many battles. He even financed many of the troops. And as I say, he was instrumental, very important in the Battle of Saratoga and others. He was a war hero. And Washington, it wasn't Washington per se, but whatever Congress was broke. Congress had didn't pay a lot of their soldiers. Congress couldn't. That's why we sent Franklin and others over to Europe to get funds from the French and the Dutch. But anyway, so Congress was broke, but for whatever reason, whatever politics went on, Arnold was being delayed and being fully honored. And the best that Washington could do for him was to make him the commandant. He was the civil sort of governor of Philadelphia, which was still up in sort of chaos because the British had occupied it for 9 months. And all of a sudden, it's a whiplash. First, the British were running the show there, and then suddenly the revolutionaries and the rebels, the patriots, came back. So it was a very confusing time. And Arnold was to make peace among these citizens. Again, there's another example of the dissension between, should we go with the revolution or should we stay with the mother country? So, there it is right there. And that's why he came, and that's why he was a war hero. But by then he was so disenchanted that slowly, when things didn't happen and he never was repaid for all the money he spent taking care of troops and furnishing them and organizing them and bringing them and so on to these battles, never made a general until much later. And then it wasn't even announced. It was just told to him, almost, I don't know, in a letter or whatever. So there were a lot of reasons why and then of course he had made political enemies in Philadelphia on top of it all. So that's when he started, soon after they were married, to communicate secretly with the British. And, again, the things aren't always what they seem. It looks like, and some historians and some novels and movies have made Peggy into this evil seductress who, during their honeymoon, convinced and changed Arnold's mind. That's not true.
It's not true. It's not true.
No.
I know
They made a
a
good movie.
a really good author who's written about this at length, by the way, who actually makes a really good argument for the counterpoint. Oh, she's with us right now, and I'm thrilled to have Nancy Rubin Stewart here. As a matter of fact, it's a great example, though. This is what's really important to remember: that contextualizing Peggy Shippen Arnold is so important. Look, I'm never going to be an 18-year-old woman madly in love with a British with an American colonial general. That being said, it is not a hard empathetic leap. We've all loved somebody desperately, and when we've watched them getting the short end of the stick, there's almost nothing we wouldn't do for somebody we cared about that much to make sure that they got the life that they deserve. And that's made really, really clear. On the flip side of this, like we'll go back to Mercy Otis Warren again, and there is evidence, you've suggested it, other people have, that he really empowered her. And by the way, I don't want that to sound like, oh, what a great thing for him to do. But it really was, to some degree, courageous, because the number of people who would go to people when a man had an outspoken wife in those days, it would be like, hey, can you control your wife? Nope, and you shouldn't do it either. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's something that plays through here, that a man who was willing to stand up for his wife and say, don't talk to my wife that way, and she can have her own mind, that is somebody who is a kind of a miracle of the times, correct?
Absolutely. And, again, people, historians and other writers have just kind of wondered at this man who did that. He just seemed to be, and if you see his portrait, which was done by Copley, as was Mercy Warren's, they are both in the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. He looks like first of all, he is the sheriff of Plymouth, so no easy job. This is not an easy person, highly thought of and brilliant. But of course, we also have to remember that her plays in the beginning were not bylined. Nobody knew who they were. So it was only a few friends and the Sons of Liberty and Adams, both Adams, Sam and John, and a few others, Abigail, a few other people knew that she was writing these things as a secret. So, that's why the book is actually called The Muse of the Revolution, The Secret Pen of Mercy Warren and the Founding of a Nation, because it was secret. Even as late as 1812, 1814, her name, there was no copyright. So other people put their name on these pamphlets and newspaper articles to get credit for them. The Boston Athenaeum had somebody else's name on her most important play. And shortly before her death, Mercy asked John, they finally made up, John Adams, would he please go to Boston and please go to the Athenaeum and please correct that plagiarism on there. They didn't use the word in those days. It's pre-copyright. So again, it was kept kind of quiet. That it wasn't until much later, although people certainly after the Revolution, after a while, because she spoke out and she demanded a Bill of Rights, by the way, after the Constitution, again, not with her byline. But soon afterwards, she finally published some things in her own name. And so by now, then people start to know. But it's after the Revolution, it's quite a ways later. So, they knew her as, quotes, the formidable Mrs. Warren. But again, as you mentioned, and it certainly has been said, highly unusual that her husband had supported her all those years to be able to do these writings.
NancyRubinStewart.com, by the way. But Nancy joins us this morning here on Revolution Road with the Journal of the American Revolution. You can find her on the Book of Face at Nancy Rubin Stewart. Same place over on LinkedIn. I'm going to find you on LinkedIn. And by the way, if you go to NancyRubinStewart.com, you're going to see all the marvelous books that she has a byline for. And we're thrilled to have her here this morning. Guys, please check out Poor Richard's Women, Defiant Brides, The Muse of the Revolution, and the national bestseller, American Empress. Nancy, you're welcome back anytime. It's good to have you. Thank you so much for your insight. And like I said, we need more women on portrait with shotguns telling men to stop doing stupid things. Thank you, Nancy.
My pleasure. Take care.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
All right. We're going to come back on the other side of this break, guys, with a little bit of Washington Trucking Week. Bryce Mungen is going to be on the scene. Another one of those beardos, those bearded weirdos from our friends over at OOIDA. Woo!
Good weirdos.
Good weirdos. Don't forget Trucking with OOIDA 2 is coming up as well. Lots of good stuff there from Ashley and Scott. Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, Prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with any PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Sapp app.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang, so join us on all those platforms. Jimmy Mack, how are you doing?
I'm Dan and Grandy. I'm alive and kicking, as it were. You know,
Kicking what?
Well, Simple Minds.
Nice.
You like that? Very
Nice.
much so. It's a one-hit wonder day, National One-Hit Wonder Day. When Lindsay LaRue gets here, that'll be at the top of the hour. We're going to be digging into maybe some possible country and western one-hit wonders. I'm not familiar with that genre, the one-hit wonder and country western. There were some folks that jumped in on the chat. Convoy being an example of a one-hit wonder. I mean, we don't have a body of work from that. You know what I'm saying? Although Convoy does start a good trend of pop songs in that genre becoming hits from movies. As it were, although Convoy was a song before it was a movie. Hey, there's this song, we should make a movie out of it. By the way, speaking of cowboy stuff, you know that Urban Cowboy with John Travolta was based on an article, I think either in Esquire or Vanity Fair, about the growing number of urban cowboys, people going to Mickey's. Mickey Gillies, of course, the famous bar that actually is at the center with this mechanical bull in Urban Cowboy. Let's do a little bit of news here really quickly before we bring on our friends from Washington Trucking Week, shall we? And this actually relates, by the way. Mark Schwemmer's got a story over in Landline today. When it comes to compliance with regulations, truck drivers are often the focus. But what can a trucker do if a trucking company, broker, or ELD provider is failing to follow the rules? There's good news. That's where the National Consumer Complaint Database comes in. The NCCD comes in. It's according to a new story from our friend Mark Schwemmer, the senior editor over there at Landline. And the good news is that the website has recently been updated with the intention of providing truckers a reliable platform to let people know who's giving them the business, who's out there sticking it to them. By the way, speaking of people who are standing up to the stick it to thems, we are actually welcoming Bryce Mungeon here. He is the Director of Legislative Affairs over at OOIDA. You can find them over on the Book of Face, the Tweets of Twit, the Tube of You, and the Gram of Insta, either at OIDA, straight up OOIDA, or on YouTube and Instagram at Truckers OIDA, one word, or OIDA, underline Truckers. Welcome, Bryce. Good to have you back, my friend. What's the good word?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. As you kind of already started saying here, we've been keeping very busy over the past few weeks.
Yeah, and by the way, there is a bill out there right now that I want to kind of talk about, because I really think that in many ways there's a lot of people who think this is the heart of the matter of one of the things that is really skewering the rates at which truckers get paid. Predatory lease purchase agreements. I don't think people, even people who are making a good living, realize how much their bottom lines are being affected by the undercutting that is going on because of what the lease purchase agreements, predatory ones at least, seem to kind of suggest. Can you dig into that for me, my friend?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to. So predatory truck leasing. We were talking to folks on Capitol Hill about this. We got to compare it to indentured servitude in a way, or kind of when you're trapped in a deal with the company store. We make clear we're not talking about your traditional owner-operator relationships where you own your truck, or you've got a loan through somewhere else and you're financing your truck. we're talking about these deals where you're working for a carrier and that same carrier owns a truck and you're paying that carrier to operate for the privilege of operating that truck. And Congress, we convinced them to look more closely into this issue as part of the last highway bill. There's a task force that examined these predatory lease agreements. And what they found is basically what we already knew, which is that these are never a good deal for truckers. They used some really strong language when talking about this. They called them, irredeemable tools of fraud, a threat to the safety, highway safety. So, we were very pleased to see those findings, and now we have some legislation that would implement the top recommendation of that legislation, which is to ban the use of these types of agreements.
I was explaining this, by the way, Bryce, to a friend of mine who works in the film industry. He's an associate producer on a television show, and he said, an associate producer on a television show means you're a writer. And I said, I want you to imagine that you got your dream gig that you've always wanted to write for a TV show, and when you got there, they paid you a salary, but then they said your salary goes to renting the office you work in. And that and that at some point you would own that office, but that they reserved the right at the end to take the office away from you right before you made the final payment. And when I explained it that way, he was like, "Oh," he said, "No, you're kidding." I said, "Go back and read what it is." And that's essentially what it is. You are being basically charged to like we're paying you, and then that money goes right back to us so we can pay for your office. That's it, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. It's just like that. And it is worse in some ways too, because not only, maybe you think, well, I'll just work harder, do more, and I'll make sure, they're not going to get me. I'll make those payments. But in these arrangements, when you're leased to a carrier, you're dependent on them for getting work and operating under their authority. So, very often the work has a way of drying up when you're coming up on the end of a lease agreement. So there's no way to earn enough money to pay those obligations. So the deck and these contracts are just completely stacked against drivers. So you're right. It is like that, but it's even worse. And it's crazy that, people are able to get away with this kind of stuff.
Oh, you made me think about the analogy can be taken even further. So you work for this show and you write scripts for this show, but right before you're ready to pay off for the show, the only time we pay you is when you write a script for this show. Oh, no, we don't need a script for this show this week, but how am I going to make my payment? Yep. Too bad, so sad. And what they're doing is, the other thing, the way to think about this, and I want people out there who think a lot of these men and women are suckers, because you hit the nail on the head. The idea that you get people who are like, I'll just get ahead. I'll just start asking for more work. They know exactly how much work they're giving you. They are dripping people out. What they're doing is they're creating an independent driver who is actually not independent, which means they're creating somebody who is not an employee, but essentially is giving them free. It's slavery. Let's be honest. Let's call it what it is. It's slavery. It is indentured servitude is what it is, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And it gets back to bringing it back to what you said at the beginning. This is just one of the factors that's driving down rates across the industry and driving down working conditions for all drivers, because it gets back to what's the cheapest labor, what's the cheapest butt we can get in a seat, and how can we keep it that way? And as long as there's people who can keep getting away with this kind of stuff, it's going to drive down rates and drive down the working conditions for everybody else.
All right, so let's talk about the particulars. So, like I said, bill would protect truckers from predatory lease purchase agreements. How does the bill work? That's what it comes down to. How is it structured? How is it written? And what is the enforcement mechanism?
Yes, and so what it would do is, and again, I think this is the important part, is it defines what's a predatory commercial vehicle lease purchase agreement. And so we're differentiating it from your typical lease agreement, so it defines predatory as where the carrier is controlling the work, and basically, the motor carrier has control of the operations, the finances, and so many other aspects of the operation that, as you touched on before, it's hard to differentiate how much independence does this driver really have. That's one component of it. The other important component is that it has to be a lease where the driver is leasing the truck from the motor carrier. So it's kind of two parts you need to look at. It's, is it one of these agreements where you're leasing a truck from a motor carrier, where you're basically giving that money right back to the same motor carrier? And is it one of these agreements where you really don't have a whole lot of control, if any at all, over the work you're doing, how you're going to structure your business, tax, finance practices, all that sort of stuff. So it's written in a way that it's very much based on the recommendations and findings from that truck leasing task force. And it's written in a way that we are making sure this is not going to ensnare anyone who's in a legitimate lease with a carrier. And it would require US DOT to put forward regulations that, again, prohibits the use of these agreements between motor carriers and owner-operators.
The other thing is, I want to make this really clear, is that a lot of these things are set up in a way, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Bryce, are set up in a way, let's just say that the person who's actually doing the gig comes into some money and suddenly is like, oh, okay, but I can pay this off right now. They figure out ways where you can't pay it off. They literally often figure out these routes in which they actually prevent you from being, well, no, your contract says it can't be done like that. I mean, they figure out ways where it becomes almost a Kobayashi Maru, a no-win scenario, as Star Trek calls it, where you literally are in a position where there is no way you solve the problem. That's another thing to look for when you're signing these things. Is there no way that you can ever just go into an office and say, hey, my great aunt died and left me enough money to buy this truck right now? They'd still find a way to tell you no, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's correct. It's that. And there's also some of the agreements that we've seen and have been shared with us is that these carriers will present it as, hey, we're going to do you a big favor, help you get set up and operating. We'll take care of all this paperwork. But when you read the fine print, then they also have control over your LLC, your registrations. And when you default, or when, like you described, they find some other way to basically yank the lease or yank the truck away from you, all of that other stuff can go away too. So whatever business you've allegedly set up or they've helped you set up can go away, which again hurts your credit, hurts your ability to do business in the future. So there's just so many bad provisions and ways they can put the screws to you, just like you said.
Okay, so I always ask this question to you guys because, as I've always found out from you guys, there's always more work to be done. Let's say that the bill, and by the way, the bill ain't going to pass tomorrow. I mean, we've all watched enough Schoolhouse Rock, at least, to know that's not how this works. But let's say the bill passes tomorrow. What work is to be? This isn't like hallelujah, praise the Lord. What work has to be done after this? Even if all the particulars of the bill, as it is, survive, or you guys get a couple of other things in there that really kind of strengthen and give this teeth. What remains to be done? I don't want people to think, hey, one and done. What's going on here?
Yeah, and so this is kind of a good, point to talk how some of this stuff usually works, where you're talking about changes. The bill itself directs the U.S. Department of Transportation to put together regulations to implement the requirements of this bill, and that's something that Congress often does. Instead of specifying every single last detail of what has to be done, they give a pretty good framework to the agencies and say, all right, put the regulations in place, get all the fine details together, put in place the enforcement mechanism. So if this were to be enacted, the bill requires U.S. DOT to issue these regulations within 1 year. So there would still be an opportunity for, comment, things like that, to refine some of the details of this. So you're right. It's not something that the day after it's enacted, this will go away. It would take a little bit more time for the department to put all the procedures in place. But that's very common for any time Congress wants to implement policy.
And it's one of those things, too, we talk about this on this segment all the time, the idea of the active citizen, the driver citizen. This is one of those things that if this bill people should start thinking about this now. People should read this bill now, really dive in deep, talk to you guys about what this bill represents, and then kind of gear themselves up for the comment period, for the specifics of all of this stuff. That's the real kind of game here. The game is to kind of figure out, if this bill passes, then there becomes a process by which there's a comment period and a lot of input from a lot of different parties, a lot of different stakeholders, maybe some bad actors as well, trying to get their voices in there to kind of, soften the blow that might hit them, and is to really kind of be ready to think about what you want it to do. And you've pointed this out as well, and I want to kind of come back to it. Even if you're not in a position where, you've been doing this a long time, you're an owner-operator, or you're somebody that works for a carrier and understands that, you're not going to fall prey to one of these things, it's still important because, as we've both pointed out, you need to be involved in this because the overall rates, if in fact we can end this scourge, you would see a genuine uptick in rates. because it would mean that less and less companies are out there really gutting rates from below with these lease purchase agreements, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as you absolutely, you're correct. And I think as you're talking about that, it made me think of something else because we've been thinking through our advocacy efforts on this. How do we get more lawmakers to co-sponsor this legislation? This is certainly an issue where we believe if there's someone who has been taken advantage of by one of these leases, that is a prime opportunity to talk to your representative and share your story and try and get them to sign on the bill. I think, compared to an issue like truck parking where every trucker's experienced this, it's kind of a very broad base of people who experienced it, but maybe not quite as bad. When you've been affected by this, you're going to be very negatively affected. So we think there's strong stories to share there. But as you just mentioned, anyone can talk about this because it is important for rates and for truckers across the industry because in some ways it's, what you're able to get for your work is only going to be as good or it's certainly going to be affected by whatever the lowest rate is out there. So even if you haven't been directly affected by this, being able to share with your representative that this is important for truckers across the board is a really powerful message too, because you can help connect those dots and, let them know that it's not just the folks not helping protect folks from getting taken advantage of, but it's going to help the industry and help truckers as a whole.
Talk to me a little bit about the people behind the bill. Talk to me about who, who's actually the driving force behind this bill, and who folks can get behind, and who folks can get behind who are not yet behind. Who you guys are hoping might jump in and be a part of what is moving now.
Yes, and so it's Congresswoman Julia Brownley, a Democrat from California, who has taken the lead on this, and very importantly, she serves on the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. So this is part of our broader effort to have this legislation included in the upcoming highway bill. So right now, Congress and especially the House Transportation or T&I Committee is putting together that bill. So we call this to kind of be a marker bill. So by having this introduced, we are trying to build support and show the committee that, hey, there is enough support for this legislation to include it in that larger legislative package. So right now, anybody who we can get on board is critically important. I would say especially if you're represented by a Republican member of Congress. We're working to get Republicans on the legislation. We absolutely don't think this is a partisan issue, and I think that's something that truckers understand. So presenting it in a way that is, nonpartisan, bipartisan, however you want to talk about it, is going to be really important. Because again, I think, this is speaking in generalities, but if you start talking about consumer protections or, trying to protect, people from bad contracts, things like that, at first glance, Republicans might not be as supportive, but it's really important to explain the whole message on this because it goes beyond kind of your typical consumer protection issue. These are really just tools of fraud. It's straight up fraud in a lot of cases here. So explaining to lawmakers, especially Republicans, that this is something important that they should be getting behind.
Well, and there's also, I think, the other what I would call pressure from both points, pressure from consumer protection advocates, but also pressure from the administration, because there's a lot of noise coming out of the DOT in regard to some of the things that Secretary Duffy has said recently that I would make the argument that emotionally and spiritually seem to lend themselves to this sort of stance as well, too. By the way, Julia Brownley, a Democrat of California, introduced the Predatory Truck Leasing Prevention Act of 2025. She did it on Wednesday the 17th. It's H.R. 5423, and it would prevent and prohibit motor carriers from using predatory commercial motor vehicle lease purchase programs. Full stop. And like I said, and like Bryce said, particularly if you have a Republican member of Congress who you actually have any sort of access to, just reach out and say, hey, now you don't want to put a little too much pressure on you, but take a hard look at HR 5423. You'd be helping out a lot of people in the industry and not just the ones directly affected by it. All right, let's have a little bit of fun here. Guilty by Association Truck Show. Give us a little preview of what people can expect. What's going on, Bryce?
Yes, well, we've got all sorts of great stuff going on there. It's just, registration, and the show just kicked off yesterday, so it runs through Saturday. One of the highlights and things we're excited about, I know maybe this isn't what everyone else shows up for, but tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., FMCSA will be hosting a town hall, a question and answer format event. So we're looking forward to the opportunity for truckers to engage directly with FMCSA. They've been to this event in the past, and I think I know you mentioned the Secretary before. I think the Department of Transportation and especially FMCSA has really been listening to truckers for once. It's a very welcome change. We're seeing a lot of different initiatives announced. So we're looking forward to that and looking forward to attendees having the opportunity to talk with FMCSA tomorrow. And throughout the rest of the weekend, there's concerts going on, truck parades, everything else. So I know I've been able to attend in previous years, not able to attend this year, but it was always it was a good opportunity to meet with truckers, talk with them, and hear directly from them. So I know that I've really enjoyed the opportunity to attend in the past.
Couple of quick things, by the way, and all of those are available, by the way, on podcast platforms. There have been a number of Trucking with OOIDA podcasts that have focused on this with Brian Bossman Martin of 4 State Trucks, who has actually gotten a lot of chances to talk with Ashley and Scott, has said things like, but the turnout, the enthusiasm, the quantity and caliber of trucks, the money raised for Special Olympics, just everybody's general desire to be here and mix it up with other truckers was fabulous. Not only is there a ton of fun to be had, but the industry rallies for Special Olympics as we execute our version of the world's largest convoy. And, we talk a lot about this with our friend Dean Croak, our friend Starduster, who is involved with a convoy that raises money. He, by the way, this trucker, owner-operator, actually raises about $12,000 every year for Special Olympics. It's an important issue. It's an important issue because it gives purpose, life, and meaning to a lot of people who, often don't have outlets, who often don't have the kind of access to the sort of fun, camaraderie, community, and triumph that goes with being an athlete. It's a great organization, right?
Yes, absolutely. I know that's something that we're very happy and excited to be able to support, and something that we're very proud of. Yes.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, because I'm going to actually have to call your friend and mine, Mr. Pugh, today about this. Like I said, there's all kinds of great stuff. There's both fun and information that OOIDA is cooking up these days. The Truck to Success, the registration ends on October 1st. Tell people why they should get registered, because I got a case to make as well, too. But go ahead.
Yeah, I made sure that I virtually zoomed into Truck to Success previously, because I wanted to see everything that we had to offer with this. And it really is incredible, just the breadth and depth of information that is covered during this. I've been with OOIDA now for a few years, so I have some more experience and understanding of the industry, not firsthand, but just attending that really gives you a good sense of everything that is out there before you jump into the world of being an owner-operator. I think one of the things that always stuck with me when folks from our foundation or Louis will talk about this is, some people at the end, they're ready to go. And some people at the end, the most valuable thing that they've learned is, I'm not ready for this, or maybe this isn't the right path for me to take. So, and that's not to say they're getting out of the industry or anything, but it's so helpful in, understanding all the parts that go into to starting up as an owner-operator, understanding where the pitfalls may be. So I think it's just an incredible opportunity. It's an incredibly well-run program, and just the information there. There's just so much that we have to offer on that.
And by the way, I told you I'd have a couple of comments. I actually, except for those moments I was on the air, got a chance to go last year and got a chance to see a lot of the events as well. And one of my takeaways, and Louis talked about this with me too, is I would say, and there's a lot of subsets under these 3 major groups. There's 3 reasons to go. First of all, you're thinking about it, and you're thinking about it long and hard, but you're not quite over the fence yet. And I'll get to that in a second with one of the comments that was made on our chat room. If you're thinking about it and don't know which way you're going to go, it's a good program. If you're actually going to make the leap, you've made the decision, and you need to know where the best place is to start, it's a great thing to do. The final group, which there were a number of people there who fell into this category, and I'm really encouraging people, is you're already there, and things are going okay, but you'd like to get a little better at the ins and the outs and the day-to-day of actually being your own boss. Really, genuinely, you want to, I call it people who want to seal the deal, that it is not dumbed down information. It's comprehensive. It is good for the beginner. It is good for the person who's setting one up, and it is great for somebody who is already there and looking to get expertise from people who know of what they speak. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm always just impressed by the offerings that we have at OOIDA, and just I think the thing that's important to understand too is that the people who work for us at our headquarters, they have trucking industry experience too. Obviously, Louis has over 20 years of experience, but the folks who work in our compliance department, and folks who work in our business services department, they have real life on the road experience or have family who's in the industry. So it's just an incredible wealth of knowledge. And like you said, it benefits everyone across the spectrum, whether you're just thinking about it or whether you think things are going well. There's something for everybody to learn there.
One of the other funny things that Louis actually made, I mean, I literally laughed out loud during one of his segments where somebody asked the question, when should you inform your previous employer that you're doing this? And Louis said, yeah, you should call them from the parking lot of the next place you're going to work. And literally the room fell over. And I got to tell you, there were some people who looked around. He goes, I know. He said, there are exceptions. There are people you work for who are good to you, who have been family to you. Yeah. You handle that the way you want to handle it. He said, but remember, the same people who will cut you loose in 2 seconds are only owed you driving into the lot of the next place you're going to work and saying, oh, hey, I've taken another job. Well, when are you going to start? Oh, I'm going to go get my orders right now. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. And something else I wanted to point out, too. We actually have somebody on the chat. Bruce Almighty said, I did the lease program with Prime when I first started out in 2020. I got away from that lease in about 4 months. I was too new in the business and felt I was not ready. This is a really good kind of distinction here. Do you notice, though, guys, that Bruce actually could walk away? That's the other thing, too, that Bruce actually has the ability to walk away. A lot of predatory lease agreements, let's make this really clear, trap you as well, don't they? That's the other thing we didn't talk about. Mm-hmm. You're trapped. You're in,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a really important point. And, that was one of the things that we'll see as the discussions on this bill go on. There's companies that use lease purchase programs, and they'll say, they're an important tool for them. One of the findings from Truck Leasing Task Force was no one came to them with any evidence that showed these ever worked out. With all that said, that's an important part of I mentioned that rulemaking process. There'll be input from both people, from businesses who maybe use lease purchase agreements and from folks who have been burned by them. And that's where you can kind of get into that nitty gritty and really make clear. On this point, for example, one of the things that makes it clear you're trapped in a predatory agreement is when you have no way out. So I think that's a good point to highlight, that there will be, there's going to be some fine tuning on this. Obviously, the devil is always going to be in the details, so we want to watch out for any of those agreements where it's really trapping folks. But, we expect more of those kind of questions and discussions to come up as this bill moves forward.
Am I having a Mandela effect here? I remember there was a story about this one woman who actually made one of these programs actually work for her, and then at the end basically said, yeah, it worked for me. Nobody else should do this. This is a nightmare. I think there was one story where she actually was able to she did it. She purchased it. And I think it's because she was a regal. I think she was the one customer that complained enough, like the person who gets enough claim denials from an insurance company and basically got it. But it's because they just thought this is going to be a nightmare if we don't get rid of this woman. And she basically got the truck, but she said no one should ever have to do this. This never works out. And I am the absolute exception. Remember that story?
It sounds right to me. Either that is true, or you've also just planted, retroactively planted that memory in my mind too. But I think that is true. That does sound right to me. Yes.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. Bryce, I got to tell you, it always goes by too fast. Thank you so much for making time for us, brother. It is good to have you, and we will talk with you soon. Thank you, man.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good to chat with you too.
Bryce Mungen, of course, is a regular contributor here. He's the Director of Legislative Affairs for OOIDA. Guys, go to OOIDA.com. Guys, look busy, because Double L, the brand that you can trust, is coming here uno momento on Road Gang Radio.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Let me just figure this out here.
Figure it out! I mean, you say that, but...
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Pick it up.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Well, good morning to you and yours. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. This is the second half of the show. You guys made a living, and now it's time to make a life. It makes sense that I wouldn't be a part of the making a living. I mean, I'm in entertainment. We don't make a living in entertainment. So I'll come on when we make a life and just screw everything up. That's how I feel. The wheels have fallen off, but we're still running now. I mean it in a great way. Good morning, Jimmy Mack, and morning, Andre Thibodeau, Phone Master Dre.
Hi. By the way, Lindsay, you make a living giving people a life. That's what you do. Now that I say it, I think about that. When people walk into a show, when people listen to a show, when people find things that entertain them and bring them joy, it's your job to do that. So your livelihood is giving people a life.
Well, I like that. And actually, that makes a lot of sense because I'll tell you what, I don't know if you and Dave Nemo's ears were burning, but I was a guest on a really cool show yesterday called Mastermind, MINED. And it's a couple of kind of CEO giants in the marketing world, whatever, but their give back is working in the mental health profession, et cetera. And so they had me on kind of to talk about We Should Write and just about my work as a songwriter in Nashville. But they had done their research on me and on trucking and on the RadioNemo platform and everything we have going on. So it was a really great, I felt like I was running for a political office for a little bit. And I'm telling you, Jim, you're going to listen back and be like, oh, we've got some trucking lobbying going on here. It was a really cool conversation, but it was neat to see somebody, this is what I've wanted forever. It was neat to see people not in trucking,
Right.
wanting to know about trucking and like what is going on and how. And for me, it was cool to tie in all my worlds, both, songwriting, Nashville, radio, and trucking pulled all together, and then talk about it from a mental health perspective and how writing, how connection, how entertainment brings us together. So I can't wait for you to hear it. I think that the show, and it was filmed in a really cool studio in Nashville. It'll come out, I think, the beginning of November. But it was a real good reflection moment for me to think about kind of exactly what you just said, actually. The idea of like, why is Lindsay Lawler on this trucking platform? Well, it's to do what I just said, to bring some outside perspective, both whether it be entertainment or just a person on four wheels out on the road. Because I've said forever, Jim, it's like we go to all these trucking conventions, we talk to all the people in the trucking industry, and are really great about telling each other how great this industry is, and it's the outsiders that need to be smacked across the face with it on a daily basis. So that was neat. I can't wait I'll make sure everybody knows about it when it comes out. But I wasn't even going to mention that, but what you said made me think about it. So I think it is a cool tie-in and a good reminder, especially this week after National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. I've got some cool trucking stories and something after we talk to Matthew Holbert I want to bring up and talk to you about in the 9:30 segment. But yeah, pretty cool. And so good morning.
Good morning, by the way. And I didn't get a chance to mention it when I was talking with Bryce just a moment ago. My friend who I was mentioning about trying to explain a predatory lease agreement to him. He was a guy I was talking to, but he worked for Eric Overmeyer, who is another friend of mine, who actually is the man who created Bosch, the show Bosch on Prime. He was one of the principal producers on the show The Wire. He was a longtime contributing writer to Law and Order SVU. Basically, look up Eric Overmeyer and you'll understand it. And it was with Eric Overmeyer and another friend of mine. We were actually shooting The Breeze talking about this. And when I explained to them what happens with a predatory lease agreement, they were horrified. Basically, it's like, imagine at the end of the night, Lindsay, you go to do a show and they pull out the money to pay you and then do the company store routine where they take more than 90% of your paycheck away.
Oh, I can imagine that because I've been there.
Yeah, we've all been there. And it's one of those things where when they said that's happening to truckers, and then I hit them with the real truth, which was, and it's lowering everybody else's rates out there, and this has to stop. And they had no idea. And, one of the things that we keep on pushing, there are people who say, truckers say to me, why can't we just have a show for us? I said, well, you can have a grievance hour. You can have a platform where you just call in the morning and complain, or you can help us build something that other people listen to, where you get a chance to come on and educate people who are not in the industry, because that's it. That's in some ways, that would be an amazing thing if we had lots of people who were not in trucking, who were listening to the show to be entertained by all the offerings we had, but then we had truckers and people in the industry dropping in and letting people out there know what it is these men and women go through on a daily basis, which I think you just said in a different way, and also on another podcast, which, by the way, thank you for that. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, very cool.
Well done.
Doing my part. The other way I'm doing my part is by talking to cool people on this show with you, Jimmy Mack. Like we'll have a bunch we'll dive in both at 9:30 and 10:30 again. We'll unpack that more, unpack a couple other things. But before we bring Matthew on, I want to say it is my mother-in-law's first heavenly birthday today. So I've got her picture here on the desk with me, and my daughter had to do a timeline project. And it involved both her grandparents who passed this year. So I want to unpack it because it pertains to loving on your people. So
wait a minute. So your mother-in-law's birthday is today?
Yes.
Which means it is Dave's wife's birthday and Donna's birthday and your mother-in-law's birthday today.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That is crazy. That's like the February 19th in my family. My dad and both his parents and two of my first cousins were all born February 19th, all of them the same day.
Wow.
My mom, my dad, and both his parents were all born the same day. By the way, Lindsay, you're right. Numbers sometimes do come back and have deep meaning. That's a great callback, by the way.
We'll dive into the numbers in a minute, but we're going to talk to it's time for Beyond the Bushwhackers. How's it already been another month, Jim?
I don't know, by the way. And every time he shows up, I am just excited. I keep on saying, well, who else are we going to talk about? And then he's got a great topic. Matthew Holbert, by the way, is an Elliott Associate Professor of History at Hampton Sydney College and the series editor of American Wars and Popular Culture at LSU Press, by the way. Go ahead, Dre, say it. Say it. LSU. Go Tigers! Go Tigers. His research revolves around 19th century America. He's got a special interest in the American Civil War, guerrilla warfare in the Western borderlands, memory, film, and the Western frontier. So nothing anybody that listens to this show or we are interested in at all. Right, Lindsay? Nothing.
I mean, I'm not interested in any of it. I'm just here for the color, but it's fine. But everyone else, yes.
It is our absolute pleasure to welcome back to the show and also to talk about moving beyond the bushwhackers with our good friend Matthew Holbert. Good morning to you, friend. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I've got to tell you two things. One, Dre is dead to me.
I knew.
The Florida LSU game a couple weeks ago. And two, I'll apologize in advance. I sound even more like Ben Stein than normal. The Holbert house is being ravaged by the back-to-school cold at the moment. So bear with my even more monotone than normal voice.
No. We call it sexy phlegm. This is your sexy radio voice, Matthew. So lean in. It's a good thing.
I'll go with that.
Go with that. Matthew, do you like that every time I basically tell you I don't know about anything you talk about, so I am your biggest challenge in life to make me smarter. This is why I appreciate this segment. So thank you for
Lindsay,
being here.
I don't know anything that I'm talking about either.
Perfect.
We can't figure out why you guys keep having me back.
Perfect.
Because it gives me a chance to look really smart and argue with you over movies that nobody has any idea what we're talking about either. By the way, Matthew, I'm going to open this up really, really on the nose by saying, is this one of the genuinely close to being a genuine good guy that we've ever had on the show? Because on paper, he looks like he's on the side of the angels, but it's much more complicated than that, right?
I would hesitate to call him a good guy. I would say he is a guy who does questionable things, who in the broad spectrum of the Civil War and slavery politics is on the moral side, or he is on the side that occupies the moral high ground. Whether his feet are planted there all the time might be that's more of a debate, I think.
Okay, well, back up, because we haven't even said who we're talking about yet. So give us before I dive in with my ding-dong questions, and Jim dives in with his smarty pants, McPantster questions. Give us first the overview. Who are we talking about? And give us the nutshell of what's going on here with our today's character.
We are talking about James Henry Lane, better known as Jim Lane, in the western borderlands, specifically along the Kansas-Missouri border. He's originally from Indiana. He serves a term in Congress, and he votes in favor of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which, of course, opens the Kansas territory up to popular sovereignty, meaning the people who actually live there are going to vote on whether or not this becomes a free state or a slave state at some point in the future. This really ticks off a lot of his constituents who are free state people, because they're thinking, dude, what have you done? You've opened up the possibility that Kansas could have slavery. But Lane wasn't the kind of guy, whatever he was not a paper tiger. After he votes for the Kansas-Nebraska Act, his term in Congress runs out, and he actually relocates himself to the Kansas territory, where he immediately throws himself into the free state cause. And by cause, I really mean a militant movement. He is very much part of this violence going back and forth across the border. He is probably one of, if not the most prominent Jayhawker commander that we see on the free state side fighting out of Kansas. If you've ever seen a picture of Lane, he very much looks the part of his nickname. They call him the Grim Chieftain along the border, and he's got this craggy, sort of raw-boned face. He has this strange shock of hair that it always looks like he's been electrocuted no matter what he's doing. His hair is always, he's got sort of a Cosmo Kramer thing going, much scarier than Kramer, but it's always sticking straight up. So he has this sort of almost Undertaker look to him. And what makes him so effective and why pro-Confederate Missourians hate him so much, it's not that he's physically imposing. It's not that he's the best shootist. It's not that he's got the quickest gun hand like some of the other figures we've talked about, but he's willing to just do anything. That's sort of become a cliche by any means necessary. We apply that to lots of people. Lane would literally roll in and burn your entire city down if he thought that you were aiding and abetting the Confederate or the pro-slavery cause. And we know that he will because he does on multiple occasions. So that's why the initial question, is he a good guy, is so difficult. He is clearly on the side that wants to get rid of slavery, which is always a good thing. But I don't know how, if you just polled sort of modern observers looking back and said he did this and this and this, and you took it in a vacuum, people might think some of his tactics were a little icky. So that is Jim Lane in a nutshell. We can get to his death in a little bit. He has. Is it bad to say he has one of the most entertaining deaths?
No, he's been gone long enough.
It's
not too soon.
It's
It's
not
not
too
too
soon.
soon.
It's not
No,
too
we're
soon.
good.
It's a very strange story.
By the way, he looks like Benedict Cumberbatch on an ill-advised keto diet, is what he looks like.
I do love the Kramer, because I was thinking Doc from Back to the Future, but
that's a
just
good one
with the
too.
hair, just the hair, the wiry hair.
That's-
Well, what you mentioned. Well, I want to dive in the good guy thing because I got a question about heroes here. But real quick, because you mentioned the Jayhawker side. When people say Jayhawker, what did that mean then versus how Kansans, is that it? How they use it now outside of the mascot at University of Kansas. But what is the difference between what it was used for then and how we use it now? Or is there?
Is there a difference? Is the big question.
He's not on the phone.
Yeah, we got him. We got him.
Okay, he's
back.
chatting with him. Yeah, because I'm curious about that, Jim. It's interesting. I always find it fascinating when definitions or labels arise and you think about it, the time period, what it meant at the time, and then we go about our life and you say it. Like, I'd be curious if half of the kids in school at Kansas right now, when they're cheering and they're saying, "Go Jayhawks," if they even have any idea what that means.
Well, no, and in some degree they don't. I mean, the whole debate over, it brings up a really good thing, like the Ole Miss Rebels. I don't know if you know the famous story about that, when they were actually thinking about changing, when they did change it, when they were changing the mascot there. Do you know that a group of students appealed to George Lucas to see if they could become the Fighting Akbars, to make them the rebels of the Rebel Alliance, from Star Wars, which I thought was really, really funny. And Lucas said yes. The administration said no. The administration was like, no, but they wanted to have Admiral Akbar from Star Wars, the big fish head guy, like General Radis, up there and do that. I don't think people do. I don't think people really kind of consider all the stuff that goes into it. And I think when they do, though, Lindsay, what's really cool about that, you get the case of the Florida Seminoles, where they actually work out a deal to really honor the Seminole Nation finally in having that mascot. Although by saying that, I'm really making Matthew angry.
I know you're making him mad, but we're talking about, Matthew, the idea of, because the question was, when people say Jayhawker, what did that mean then versus now, and how can people from Kansas use it now? But I said the idea of, I wonder how many kids at the University of Kansas now, even if they're out there at the games yelling "Go Jayhawks," and even have any idea what that means. And it actually makes me, sometime I'd love I went to Oklahoma and the Sooners. I mean, it's not a great thing. We're basically cheaters.
Let's steal land.
Exactly. We're cheaters. So I would love to dive into that sometime, the land rush out there with you sometime. But anyway, so back to the question. When people say Jayhawker, what is the difference between how it was used back then and now?
So a Jayhawk, well, other than, Kansas sports, which again,
right.
Go Gators.
Nobody cares about Kansas sports.
There is some debate over the original meaning of Jayhawker. There are certain jays, as in the bird, that are known as sort of thieving or like hoarding birds. I mean, Jayhawker in the 19th century, initially, it means a thief. It's someone who crosses the border and steals things, but it becomes sort of a badge of honor as it develops into a term for someone who specifically attacks and steals things from pro-slavery Missourians. So in the context of the borderlands and this fight that we have back and forth across the border, it sort of loses its pejorative if you are a Kansan or if you are a Jayhawker. A lot of people use the term today interchangeably with redlegs, and if you've seen Outlaw Josie Wales, right, you've seen Captain Redlegs, Captain Terrell with the stripe down his pants. That is actually a separate, much smaller, also pro-Kansas or pro-Free State militant group. So it's kind of like the bourbon and whiskey. all redlegs we could probably consider jayhawkers, but all jayhawkers we could not consider redlegs. And then bushwhackers, as we've discussed before, is just sort of this giant catch-all for all of the pro-Confederate guerrillas that are sort of crawling all over Missouri.
And a great drink.
Yes.
Yes.
We had to work that in there at some point.
Yep.
But the other thing I want to point out, too, and there's another analogy, of course, which is the Republican Party of 1856 and 1860, is that on one side of the on the aisle for the Republican Party are incredibly conservative business interests, and on the other side are absolutely rabid abolitionists, and, of course, in the middle are a bunch of free soilers, of people who just want to be left alone. There are big government people inside of that Republican Party. There are real libertarian energies inside of that party, and there are really progressive elements inside of that party. So you could make the case, I guess, Matthew, that when you say Jayhawker, it could be people who really were on the side of the Angels all the way down to murderous SOBs. Because the question I wanted to ask about Jim Lane is, I've often heard the expression, and I'm sure other people have too, when you're fighting a bunch of sons of bitches, as it were, sometimes you want to go out and get your own sons of bitches. And that's what, in many ways, Lane was, right? I mean, he was like the answer to a lot of the savage bushwhackers out there, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, how you kill Quantrill. You go find somebody like Ed Terrell. If you want to counteract some of this ruffianism that you have coming across the border, you go find somebody like Jim Lane. Now, he's got an interesting resume in the sense that he is, when Kansas becomes a state, he is elected as one of their first two senators. Very shortly after that, he is given a commission as a brigadier general, and everyone assumes that he's going to resign his seat in Congress because you can't be a sitting senator and a field officer at the same time. But Jim Lane does Jim Lane things. So he just says, no, I can't do both, actually. He refuses to resign the commission. It is taken away from him temporarily, and the Lincoln administration very quietly says, why don't you give that back to him, actually, because this is at a time when the Lincoln administration, it just needs guys who fight. We can't have McClellans waiting for his horses to rest. We can't have people who run away. Jim Lane fights, and when he fights tooth and nail to the last knife. So while it's unseemly, especially to Eastern observers, he's Luca Brasi. You have to have a Luca on your side because you don't want him coming for you. And that's part of why Kansans are willing to overlook some of the, the less than savory methods that he employs.
By the way, he actually has a friendship. He has a friendship with Abraham Lincoln, doesn't he?
It's how strong the bond is or what their relationship looked like really depends on who is sort of doing the memory making. A lot of Lincoln scholars, I think, would tell you that they were acquaintances and that Lane was useful to Lincoln, and they do see eye to eye on slavery in many ways. If you are sort of part of the pro-Lane memory or legacy camp, they are, they're best buddies. They're kind of like the odd couple. They go together in weird ways. And, honestly, they do. They're both very different looking. They have what is sort of an outlandish view on slavery given where mainstream politics has been at the time. So in a weird way, they do fit together, although it's hard to imagine Lincoln rolling in and saying, boys, get the torches, and burning Osceola to the ground. Although who knows? If it was full of vampires, maybe he goes for it.
Maybe he goes for it. Lindsay,
I'd
go
watch
ahead.
that movie. That movie I'd be into. So I like that you said Jim Lane does Jim Lane things because that really hit me when I was reading about him. What I was hit with, it was like he's a lot of different things, and I think sort of labels get in the way. So like at the beginning when Jim was like, "Is he a good guy?" You're like, I mean, sometimes yeah. Is he a bad guy? Sometimes yeah. It's like all these different things play in, and so we had a conversation a couple weeks ago, Matthew, about. Or maybe this last week about what is a hero. And in this, I'm curious if you put hero, hypocrite, and politician, say, on a Venn diagram, where does Lane sit, really? And why would you say? Because to me, it seems like a lot of different things are at play here, kind of based on which role he happens to be sitting in at the time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it is really sort of an up-to-the-minute, real-time judgment call. We complain incessantly, especially in wartime, that politicians are willing to send soldiers off to distant places to fight. That's not what Lane does, right? Lane basically votes to fight and then says, sign me up, and he goes. He's actually fighting before he even has a commission. So there are some admirable leadership qualities there. If you believe that slavery must be destroyed by any means necessary and that anyone associated with it, just kind of gets what they get, the Venn diagram probably does look more heroic. But when you really get into the weeds and you're looking at primary documents and you see, these cities that got burned, there are kids there. There are random people there. If we're not willing to blame children for the sins of the parents, then it starts to get harder to say, well, everybody just had it come. The closer we zoom in on this, the harder it gets. I mean, he will always benefit from having been on the right side. The reason you don't hear more about him is because after the war, he is implicated, doesn't live long enough to actually be really convicted of anything, of some financial misdeeds, we shall say. Funds go missing. He's accused of embezzlement. He falls into a deep depression as many of his former allies start to turn on him when the scandal comes to light. And he is riding in an open carriage with his wife. He stands up while the carriage is moving at full speed, jumps from the carriage, and midair pulls a revolver and shoots himself in the head. So you can imagine this sort of happening in like John Wick slow motion. It is just the strangest. Whenever I tell students this, they say, why did he jump out of the carriage and do it? And I say, I have no idea. Again, he's Jim Lane, and he's doing Jim Lane things.
He was trying to set the scene for the movie later on. He's like, I want to make sure my death is shown as this epic moment, perhaps.
But I think that's why.
I mean, kidding, but maybe a little bit.
And why people aren't willing to maybe go to bat for him as being a good guy or on the side of the Angels as much, because the end of his story takes such a sort of a dark personal turn. It just makes it seem harder to defend him.
Yeah, because he's one of those guys, Lindsay, had he lived and had he not been caught in those financial scandals, he's also the first to recruit black soldiers into the federal army. He was a recruiting commissioner for Kansas in 1962. He actually put together the first Kansas Colored Volunteers. Those are some of the notes that I took from the thing that you sent us. But, I mean, this is a guy... there are people, and Grant falls into this category to a much more gentle place, where there are people who simply, were failures at everything except when it came to being a tough bastard. And it's almost like the moment meets the man. Cometh, we say it all the time, cometh the moment, cometh the man. And he's the kind of dude that, this whole situation was designed for him, but not much else was, right?
Yeah, he's got a Churchill-esque quality. Once the war is over, he's not really a peacetime guy, because his entire adult political career had been spent fighting in one form or another, fighting in Congress, fighting in Bleeding Kansas, fighting the Civil War. He doesn't really fit in peacetime America, where we're all going to shake hands and get along and talk about which canal we need to build next. But I want you guys to know I am prepared for the question that I know Lindsay is going to ask me about music.
Oh, good. Well, I'm going to ask you that. We're almost out of time. The first question, real quick, if he didn't fit there, if you take him out of the 1850s and drop him into American politics today, quickly, is he a movement builder or a chaos agent, or both today?
I think he probably ends up in prison relatively quickly.
Yeah. Okay, well, and most importantly, what is Jim Lane's walkout song?
So, context, there has to be sort of an Apocalypse Now slow motion montage of things exploding behind him.
Yep.
But he is definitely the end by the doors kind of guy.
Oh. Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that fits especially with how his tragic ending. There's a real
got
dark
like 4
haunting.
levels of meaning there.
Can you?
Ooh.
What is it? Can you picture what will be so innocent and free, desperately in need of some stranger's hand? Oh, yeah, that's good. In a desperate
Ooh.
land, Jim Lane in a desperate land. Matthew Holbert in a somewhat desperate situation, trying to kind of deal with Lindsay Lawler and myself here.
And navigating his sexy phlegm. Hey, Matthew, would you be
Sexy phlegm.
interested in talking about the Sooners and the land rush in Oklahoma at some point?
Sure.
I don't feel like that was, you actually are here for it. I need a little more enthusiasm.
I mean,
Is that the cold
we can do
talking?
it. You know, it's kind of like Oklahoma sports. It's not Florida, but we could.
Okay.
You walked into that one,
I
Lindsay.
knew.
Matthew Holbert, for those of you who aren't regular recurring segment people, can be found at MatthewChristopherHolbert.com. He's an Elliott Associate Professor of History at Hampden-Sydney College and series editor of American Wars and Popular Culture at LSU Press. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank y'all. Have a good one.
Feel better. Coming up next, us. More of us. Oh, dear.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back, by the way, to Sexy Phlegm Voice here on Road Gang Radio. By the way, Matthew's really funny about that. I've asked him to look into stuff. He's like, yeah, well, sure, we can do that. And then he comes back, Lindsay, with like a list of stuff.
He will.
No, it's really funny. I asked him once about doing, what I would call frontier towns, but I mean boom towns on the frontier, like New Orleans and Denver when they first kind of got started and kind of going. And he was like, yeah, I can look at that. And then he came back with so much information. I was like, dude, I had no idea. You sounded
Well,
like...
it's a typical historian. He's like, I'm not going to comment on it too much until I'm prepared to speak. Out different than me, I'm just like, I'm going to talk about stuff I don't know about. Like he's like, I'll do it, but I'm going to be prepared.
Lindsay, I'm really proud of you. Did you just pick up on a voice that I love to do?
It is. I don't know what that voice is, but you do it. I'm going to talk about stuff I don't really know about.
Oh, we've got a little thing here going on today. I don't know what's happening here. By the way, I got a couple of birthdays I want to throw at you, and then we can kind of move on to some really fun conversations about some of the stuff we were talking about earlier, numbers and all that groovy stuff. And, of course, I have to toss this in. People have been doing it all morning. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
The man who made us believe a man can fly. As they said, director Richard Donner and producer Alexander Solkine will make you believe a man can fly. The late, great Christopher Reeve was born on this day in 1952. The Force, by the way, speaking of great heroes from the 1970s, Mark Hamill, who is also the voice of the Joker and the voice of many great animated cartoon characters and has become a personality in his own right, was born on this day in 51. The Fresh Prince, Lindsay, was born on this day.
In West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where I spent most of my days.
1968, as a matter of fact. Happy birthday to Will Smith. And Mrs. Michael Douglas, powerhouse in her own right, Catherine Zeta-Jones, came into this world on this day in 1969. Here's the punchline. Did you know her husband has the same birthday? He was born in 1944. So
I would
Catherine,
never marry somebody who has the same birthday as me.
1944, Catherine Zeta-Jones was born in 69, same year as me, and Michael Douglas was born on the same day in 1944. And hey, Lindsay, if you're going to be childish, be a Gambino. That's right, Childish Gambino was born on this day, called this day his own in 1983. I have a really quick question, by the way, Lindsay. Are you going to talk about Jaden Dimsdale at all today?
No.
Anybody know who Jaden Dimsdale is? Anybody know? Because that is a very famous performer who actually works in the country and western field. That's not his name. That's his actual birth name. Jaden, as in Gaten, Dimsdale. You might want to look up who that is. He was born on this day as well. But I
don't know who it is. Who is it?
I'll leave that mystery till the end. We'll see if anybody else can get it out there. See if you can get it. See if you can make that miracle
Yeah,
happen.
and don't
for
Google it. Anybody can Google that.
you know, don't be Googling it. Drop in on the conversation. Good morning to you. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. My sister in her new studio, looking fine all the time. Good show yesterday, by the way, on We Should Write. Tell people a little bit about that really quickly so they can check it out.
Yeah, please go check it out. The episode came out today. It's with Cindy Thompson, who sang that song, What I Really Meant to Say Is That I'm Dying Here Inside. She's so good. That song was a huge hit for her. It made her one of the biggest releases of female country artists of all time when that song came out. And then she left the music business at the height of it. The first album came out, it went platinum, and then she was like, I can't do this. Her record label wanted her to start recording a second album, and she said, I can't. She found how, and she talked, Jim, that's what's so fascinating to me about this show, the things that people say that I don't expect, and it takes the conversation in a whole different way. She talked about being really severely bullied as a kid, like being thrown to the ground and beat up time and time again, particularly by one girl, Jessica, you know who you are.
You know who you are, actually.
They became friends later, actually, and but she dove into that. She talked about really like depression and anxiety and why she had to get out of the music business and come back. And I'll tell you, Jim, when we were off the air, she gave me the longest hug and grabbed me and looked deep in my eyes, and she said, I needed this today so much. She goes, I needed actually to hear my music, my song, what I meant to say. She goes, I needed to feel seen and heard. And she said, girl, I've done a lot of interviews in my life, but nothing like this. Thank you. And she reached out to me later and asked if we had coffee next week. And I love that. That's the whole point of this, I think, is connection and just being seen. And I know so much in this industry, in Nashville, in a music city, man, it can make you feel like you are nothing. It can make you feel like you're nothing one day and like you're queen of the world the next day, and then back and forth. It's very bipolar in feeling and nature. And so that was just a really neat moment. The conversation's really good. I listened this morning, and so check it out. And actually, I just got a text as we're talking from Larry Gatlin. Let me just make sure he's not canceling before I say this next thing. No, we're good. Okay. Larry Gatlin will be my guest next week. I'm going to go see him play tomorrow night in Columbia, Tennessee. He's playing with a couple other songwriters and a buddy of mine, Kevin Post, who was my guest last week. So Larry will be here next week on We Should Write. It's a cool show. Please check it out. You can go to radionemo.com/We Should Write and hear all the previous episodes as well as see who's coming up, or go find it on any streaming platform. Just search We Should Write.
Really quickly, by the way, one of the things, too, that I've been really pleased about with your show, Lindsay, is that it's a reminder, too, that we actually, if you pay attention to the way this show is put together, Lindsay and I do shoot the breeze. We actually have plenty of prepared material. I've got a ton of stuff today about the birthday people. Lindsay often has what I call Lindsay's grievance of the day, or the adventures over in Franklin, Tennessee, down there in the holler. We have a lot of stuff we could talk about. We leave these two segments. We have 2 half hours usually, although country and western music news and occasionally some stuff that I've prepared does take precedent. We leave this space open for you guys to talk, for you guys to participate, for you to give us a call, because one of the things that I've really have been so blown away by with your podcast. And it's live nature, too, which, by the way, really puts it on a high wire act because nobody can go like, hey, can we go back and change that?
Nope.
People say
You
what
said
they
it
say.
already.
You
It's
said
said.
you said it already, which is one of the reasons why the decision was made not to do what Trucking with OIDA does. We'll give you a preview of that in a little bit. Not to do what Trucking with OIDA does. That's a news show where they often have to get their facts straight. They have to kind of check sources, all that kind of stuff. It's an attempt to allow people a space to be emotionally raw in the moment. And we will encourage that of you, by the way. We will ask you that. We don't have a problem with, given the time that you spend out on the road, the isolation you have out there, sometimes away from family and friends. If you ever choose to call here and want to tell it like it is from your own personal place, I mean, I don't need your political or religious diatribe, but if you want to talk about you, we want you doing that. I mean, that's part of, it's part of our design. It's part of who we are and part of who we like to be because, one of the things that both Dave and Lindsay are deeply committed to, I could care less. No, they're deeply committed to is making sure that people understand there are human beings inside of those camps. There are human beings out there who have feelings and have people they love and people who love them. And we want you to be able to tell your story as much as you possibly can. I do have one funny thing. Ten Ring pointed out with all the birthdays, the anniversary of your mom, mother-in-law, coming into this world is today. Dave's wife Cheryl's birthday is today. Donna is today. And what Craig Daniels said was all these birthdays mean a lot of folks were getting busy on New Year's Eve.
Come on. How cliche. How cliche. What's 9 months after Valentine's Day? May, June, July, August, September, October, November. So anybody with a end of November birthday, Jimmy Mack. How cliche. Oh, I'm beginning to December. That could be too. You and I are Valentine's babies, probably.
Love is in the air, in the whisper of the trees. Hey, by the way, today, by the way, and we had a great time this morning, Lindsay. I know you were listening because you were dropping texts to Dre on a regular basis. Today,
Please, Hammer, don't hurt him.
Oh yeah. By the way, that's one of the funniest. We were talking about funny commercials. The MC Hammer, Monday Night Football commercial is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. The guy's laying down tracks with MC Hammer while playing a keytar. Is just about
okay, but don't lose track. You were going somewhere before that.
Oh yeah, where was I going? Oh no, I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding because I'm actually looking at the text right here. National One Hit Wonder Day. September 25th, was declared by music journalist Steve Rosen in 1990, and it's to remember artists who had their 5 minutes of fame, not even their 15, once upon a time, and have been wiped from our memories. However forgettable the artists were, or might have been, their hit songs will be eternally etched in our minds. And even though you might forget when your best friend's birthday is, we don't around here, by the way, you will always be able to sing along to the chorus of Ice, Ice, Baby at any given time, or My Sharona, or Saturday Night by the Bay City Rollers. These songs are connected to specific moments from our past, and remembering them allows us to revisit our former selves. So happy National One Hit Wonder Day. Lindsay, my question for you is, what is is there less or equal or more of a preponderance of one-hit wonders in the country and Western sphere?
Well, first I got to say, I hate the term one-hit wonder.
I do too.
I loathe it with my entire being because, I get it. It's as a collective, you can only know of somebody if you hear him and it comes on the radio and it's a big deal. But I know a lot of people personally that have one song that you know from them, and it's the worst of all their songs. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm like, oh, that's great that you know that one song. Go listen to the 20 years prior to that of what they did to get them to the one hit wonder. And the most I can equate for it, I had a radio promoter a couple years ago, and it's one of my, I try not to have regrets, but as an artist, one of my biggest regrets was trusting this radio promoter. I knew the song I wanted to release to radio. I knew it was a song called This Is Gonna Hurt. Everybody around, all my friends were like, I had several friends were like, that song helped me come out. That song got me through my divorce. I sang that on the rooftop. And I'm like, I know this is the song. And I trusted a radio promoter. We gave them a ton of money to work a song at radio, and they picked a different song. And I know now they picked it because they wanted me to then come back to use them twice to come back and promote the second song that I wanted. God. and we couldn't afford to do a second single. So, and the song was fun. It's actually the song that we use now. It's called Goodbye Go. I love the song. It's a song that we use in the promo music, the bumper music for We Should Write. It's a super fun, feel good song, but it doesn't have a lot of depth. This is, anyway. So I tell that story to bring up, like, when you hear a one-hit wonder, when you hear a song that's a one-hit wonder, it's usually their worst song. Okay, so now back to your question. Country and Western one-hit wonders. Well, by the way, my guest yesterday, Cindy Thompson, you could call her that. She had that hit. Now, granted, there's a difference between choosing to leave and working one song so hard and trying to live up to it the next time and not being able to have another song hit it big again. But there's certainly a lot of there's people who released songs in the 90s that were one-hit wonders and continue to tour today off of that one song. Which is somebody will come to mind.
The Vapors, by the way, with Turning Japanese.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a great example. And by the way, I heard their entire set. It was great. I've heard their entire set. It was great. I mean, and the other thing is, too, as I was pointed out to Trucker Boaston, who talked about, Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me. I think the distinguishing point I'd like to make, and by the way, great phone, I don't know if you heard it, Steve's phone call in defense of Night Ranger was pretty darn terrific, where he also argued that Sentimental Street's a great song, and there's a couple of other songs that came out with. But you actually said something, and I think the term is, don't confuse a breakthrough hit with a one-hit wonder. Because like Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me is a widespread breakthrough hit. But Alive and Kickin', I literally have about 6 Simple Minds songs on my New Wave playlist. They're great. Mm-hmm. But most people don't know it. Like, people only know Big Country, from the song Big Country. But there's a lot of other good stuff, too. And I wonder if we sometimes forget that that's the one that broke through the noise and was widespread. Whereas I think in the case of the Bay City Rollers, everything sounds like Saturday Night. Because you can make a case that, Cowboy Mouth with Fred LeBlanc, Jenny Said, is the song that everybody knows. But they got a lot of great stuff in their catalog.
Another person who has been on We Should Write. Let me tell you, I just Googled, by the way, Jim, I just Googled country and Western one-hit wonders. You want to know the first thing that comes up? Cindy Thompson, what I really meant to say.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that funny?
Wow. And I actually made a point of listening to some of her stuff. It's like, it's not a one-hit wonder. A one-hit wonder, I think what people mean was these kind of things from the 50s where they would get these groups of people together, crank out one song, and then we'd never hear from those people ever again. And I think a lot of people will drop that term. And you know what? Maybe you're right, by the way, that it really is kind of cruel to people who you shouldn't be cruel to, although Dexy's Midnight Runners don't have, everything else sounds like slop garbage. Everything else sounds like slop garbage except for
slop garbage. I love that term. It's funny that the second song that comes up is Jessica Anders, Who I Am. I am Rosemary's granddaughter. Do you know that song? Which was actually written by Brett James, who passed away last week. I talked about in the plane crash, and that song came out, back in 2000, I believe. So that's the second one comes up, which leads us to the topic of knowing that was a one-hit wonder for Jessica. She didn't write it though. She didn't even have anything to do with that. And then the next one that comes up is Julie Roberts, Breakdown Here, who's going to be on We Should Write coming up as well. She used to live next door to Dave Nemo, which I texted Dave the other night. I said, Julie says to tell you hi. And he responded, oh, she's kind. Like, because she said hi to you? I don't think so. She loved living next door to Dave Nemo. Can you imagine living next door to Dave Nemo? Well, you could, Jim. You basically live with him anyway.
Wait, no, I'm 6 houses away. I can imagine living 6 houses away. Actually, I'll tell you, the Nemos are great neighbors. Let me say straight up.
I bet.
Happy birthday, Cheryl. The Nemos are great neighbors. I mean, Sid, their next door neighbor, and the people across the street love them. When I tell you, Dave and Cheryl are great neighbors. They keep a beautiful home. The exterior of their home is beautiful. Nothing ever grows on anybody else's property. They're not like knock on your door and like get into your business, but they're warm, they're friendly, they stay on top of things. They're great neighbors, absolutely.
I think this is a really important topic. Maybe we'll introduce it here and circle back. I know we're introducing a million topics always at once, and I love that. But hop in on the conversation, whether you call or message us in the chat. I'll post the phone number in the chat again here in a second. Because yesterday, Jim, after we got off We Should Write, I had to go into Nashville, And I thought I was going to have time to come home and let my dog out before I went to my father's 81st birthday dinner last night. And I did not, in fact, have time by the time I picked up Freya, yada, yada. And so I needed to let my dog out. And here's what's so great about living multiple. If I'm going to be late for the bus stop, I text the neighborhood group. They're like, we got her. And vice versa. I do that for other people's kids. I texted my neighbor yesterday. She's like, I'm on my way to let out Mimi. I'll even take her on a walk and feed her while I'm there. I'm like, awesome. She sends me a video playing with Mimi, my dog, out in the backyard. And I just like, anytime I think about moving, I'm like, I couldn't, because this home that we've created and finding a safe space in your community with your neighbors is like everything. I just can't even imagine. I feel safe here. I feel comfortable. I know people have my back and I have theirs. I walk other people's dogs. I take other people's kids home. And that sounds like, I hate that it sounds sometimes like, oh my God, I can't believe I have these wonderful neighbors. That should be the case. We should be neighborly like that to everyone we live with. Like that shouldn't have to be such a shock. So I encourage everyone, like take stock in the people around you. And more importantly, just do stuff for your neighbors. I don't mean show up and do stuff to their lawn when they don't ask you. My dad does that to other people's yards. He's like, I noticed you had some weeds. I'm like, well, that's not what I'm saying. But, just look out for your neighbors so that they'll look out for you. I think we have a call now. So let's dive in and see what's going on. But look out for your neighbors, Jim. Come on.
Really quickly, and we'll take this phone call. We'll have Dre tell us who we got dropping in. When we first moved to our home on Memphis Street, I remember walking home from the bus stop the first day from high school to get to the new house, Lindsay. We were 4 blocks away from the place I went to grammar school, and the first thing I said was, why couldn't we have lived here 2 years earlier? But my father turned to me and he goes, I don't care what you think. We are right next door to a police captain. We're going to be fine for the rest of our lives. Let's go. Speaking of let's go, who do we got on the phone? Phone Master Dre. Marshall's in the house. What's going on?
Good morning, everybody. Hey, we discussed this artist who's originally from Nashville, back when you were on the other venue, and I just thought about him again today. Bobby Hebb in the song "Sunny."
Oh my God, it's great.
Bobby who?
Hebb, H-E-B.
Hebb. "Sunny" was his one-hit song. Done by cover.
Oh, you're not Sonny. Thank you for that one.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
And that song is actually about his brother, who was murdered. They were there in Nashville. They were working on side job, parking cars, and they've never solved the case. They never really worked on it because he was black. But he is a country musician in some respects. He's the first black man to ever play on the Opry. He was in, I think it was Roy Acuff or Little Jimmy Dickens' band, and they were setting up, and somebody from the Opera seen him and said, hey, he can't be on the stage, he can't play. And I think it was Little Jimmy Dickens turned around and said, all right, put everything back on the bus, we're not playing tonight.
Yeah, buddy.
No, wait, so he was the first black artist to ever be on stage at the Opry. You can look that up. And, of course, he did studio work with everybody in country, rock and roll. He worked with the Beatles. He worked with the Wichita Lineman, all these people and stuff. He was a hell of an artist, but he only had the one-hit song. And everybody thinks it's a love song about a woman. It's not. It's a love song, but it's a love song about his brother. So.
He actually says it's a different approach to the song Just Walking in the Rain by Johnny Ray. He said, I thought that would just be a different take of it. Think about what you just said, though, Marshall. And Jim, think about this. When he said he was supposed to play on the Opry, they say, no, black man can't be on stage. And it takes one person going, okay, then we're not playing. And like, oh, okay, he can play. Like, think about like such a bold, he can't play here. And then one white guy standing up being like, well, then we're not playing either. And then they say, oh, okay, he can. Like that could have gone, talk about sliding doors. That could have gone either way if that one guy didn't stand up. And changes history. Changes history right there in that moment from one sentence.
And here's a guy that nobody hardly ever hears about that did more to end slavery than anybody else. And he wasn't in this country. He's from England. William Wilberforce.
Oh, you
ought to check that guy out because did more to end slavery than anyone.
By the way, remind me to go looking, because on the old platform when Matthew was doing one of the initial Beyond the Bushwhackers with just me, he actually did a 5-minute thing on William Wilberforce. He actually did that. He didn't do a whole segment on him, but he touched on Wilberforce and the influence that he had, which was really cool. I saw that. Well, good get, by the way, Marshall. Good get. William Wilberforce is one of the most righteous people of all time, up there with the Marquis de Lafayette when it comes to being a man well ahead of his time. Marshall, thank you for your call. Where are you headed, buddy?
I am heading to a private residence in Needles, California, and I don't have a phone number for the guy either, so this could be a real interesting deal. I got to be out there Sunday morning with 3 units for him.
What are you taking to him? Have you gone through his stuff?
Polaris off-road units when I'm taking him. So I'm trying to get a phone number, but so far nobody has sent me back a phone number yet for him.
615-292-NEMO.
I have that one programmed in. It comes up in my favorites.
Attaboy.
Well,
all right. So, talk to you all later. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Be safe, brother. You too.
Always good to hear from Marshall Platter. Got that big ring of smoke making its way upward and onward here on Road Gang Radio. I'll say it again. Lindsay will jump in. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
The Walton County Sheriff's Office has a program that provides CDL training to inmates so they can hit the ground running after release. Dean Bertram is going to be joining our friend Scott and Ashley to explain how it's changing lives, plus Danny Raymond of Overhaul details how his company helped stop a suspected cargo theft ring in its tracks. All of that on today's Trucking with OOIDA. Lindsay, the other thing is I wanted to ask you about in regards to country and Western music news and one-hit wonders is the world has changed so much that sometimes, in the case of Sonny Hebb, a one-hit wonder kind of situation, if we're going to call it that, a breakthrough song, could actually set you up for life. You could be kind of set for a long time, and that could get you into doors. Is that still possible? I mean, it could still happen.
Oh, it's possible even more so now because then you're on the map, so to speak. And then you just use your social media presence to keep booking. I mean, listen, most of the hit songs right now, I've never even heard. I don't know about you, but I don't listen to terrestrial radio anymore or even care about it. Used to be back in the day. That's such a funny term because when does that mean? Yesterday or 40 years ago? I don't know. But back in the day, the only way you'd know about a song if it was a hit on the radio, and that's what determined everything. Who got booked in the clubs, who got to record more, who got the record deals in the club.
Okay.
In the club. You can find me in the club. And now it's like nobody cares about. I mean, yeah, listen, in LA, New York, Nashville, you care about what the charts are saying, but people just find music because they like it these days. No one cares about it's more so did you hear this? People want to find undiscovered music. I know Dre's always sending me stuff and I'm like, I've never heard of that. How, and it always baffles me when I find somebody and I'm like, they have 25 million followers and I've never heard their name. It's always crazy to me. So I don't even think unless you're looking for a record deal and you're looking for the support of the machine behind it in the music industry, which is a powerful thing, but it's not necessarily a good thing. It's not even important these days, really.
We can take one more phone call, and I'm talking about maybe we have 30 seconds to a minute here.
Let's go.
All right,
Come on,
Pack
Pack
Rat, what's going on?
Hey, we're talking about hit wonders. I'll just throw this one at you. Norman Greenbaum had the song "Spirit in the Sky."
Yeah.
And that's his only claim to fame. But he said that song basically that was his paycheck for his whole life, basically, because the royalties he got on that, he didn't really have to do anything else. He might just find the royalties on that song.
Well, because he wrote that's such a soundtrack song.
Sorry?
I mean, you'd hear it and you're like, I can see that in every movie and every TV show. My mom's funny you said that. My mom wants me to do that as it was. I mean, a huge airplay, but that's been used in so many I think it's in Forrest Gump or something like that. It's so many wartime throwbacks. Killer example.
That's a great example.
Yeah, so it's not a total waste. He made a nice living on just that one song.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, too, is the fact that Lindsay, I'm gonna go back to Lindsay's great point. Remember, a lot of people, when they write that one hit, they've been working on that thing for years. They have been going through bad songs and incomplete songs and pieces of songs and tinkering and tinkering and tinkering, and finally they get the formula right, and they have busted their ass and broken their heart to get to that point. So good on them, and good on you.
Zach Brown Band, let me tell you this, played Chicken Fried for 14 years before anybody knew what that song was. Talk about, oh my God, like if I have to play Chicken Fried one more time, but they're like, we played it for 14 years, and then somebody finally heard it, put it on the map, and they still, of course, play it to this day because you have to honor that thing to put you on the map. But it doesn't come overnight. Overnight success, not a thing.
Do you remember when we used to sing sha la 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 la? Okay, we're out. That's it. Thank you so much, Pack Rat. Goodbye.
Love you,
All
brother.
the best.
All the best. All the best.
Helena Handbasket. Helena Haywood Henry is joining us next, Jim. This book is intense. We can't go into too much of the book because it's a futuristic, fictional fiction, however you want to put it. But, well, we're going to dive deep into the philosophy and thinking behind this.
It's good stuff, by the way. We just can't tell you anything about it. We really can't.
No. But you're going to like Helena. Let's go. Don't go anywhere.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Lift off indeed, because we're back to Road Gang Radio live with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Take it away!
Big reminder, by the way, that we are broadcasting live from two places. We are broadcasting live from Franklin, Tennessee, in the new studios of the We Should Write studios over there in Franklin. Lindsay Lawler actually gets a chance now to entertain guests on that amazing podcast where creatives of all types, songwriters, authors, thinkers, dreamers, and schemers get a chance to talk about the healing and the the meditative and the constructive power of writing, how writing actually helps you move forward. And we also broadcast live from the Edgar Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just a few blocks away, of course, from the home of trucking radio at WWL 870 AM over on Rampart Street. The studio over here at the Edgar Degas House is brought to you by Fastport. And, in many ways, they are our spirit animal. They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com and nationalapprenticeship.org. And a quick reminder that we'll be giving you the details of the 4 finalists for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence tomorrow, and letting you know the details on when they'll be appearing on the same day on the show. We'll be talking about that in short order tomorrow on Friday's edition of Road Gang Radio. Good morning to you, Franklin, Tennessee.
Yo, 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 checking in here. Lindsay Lawler here, Jimmy Mack, thank you. And new friend of the show stepping in. Man, I am intrigued, horrified, excited, nervous about all the things about what this book.
Something else. Something
it's
else.
Something else. All right, man. And this new book that we're going to be talking about today, it comes out October 7th. And joining us is Helena Haywood Henry, who, by the way, Jim, she's a former attorney. And I think Helena Haywood and Henry, her names alone could be her law firm, actually. Helena Haywood and Henry. Anyway, Helena Haywood Henry is joining us. She's a former attorney turned debut author. Her first novel, it's already prompting really big conversations before it even hits the shelves, conversations like we're going to have today. It's called Last Chance Live, coming out here in just about 2 weeks. It's being called a chilling classic. How cool to be called a classic before you're even out. I think Black Mirror meets Squid Game, but with the kind of legal and moral insight that only someone with Helena's background could really bring to the table here. The book follows 18-year-old Eternity Price, who is a death row inmate competing on America's most watched reality show where freedom or execution hangs in the balance. My stomach is tight even saying it. It's a premise that's really thrilling and wildly unsettling, quite frankly. But it's raising hard questions about systemic injustice, media exploitation, and what justice even means in our culture today. Helena lives in Raleigh, in the Raleigh-Durham area. She's a mom of three, a graduate of Penn and NYU Law, and she's taken her years as an attorney and poured them into this, I'm going to say, wild, raw, and deep fictional debut, guys. We can't talk too much about the book because you got to read it, but we can talk about the premise and really the expertise behind it that put Helena in a place to write it. So please make welcome to the show our new friend, Helena Haywood Henry. Good morning. Do we call you all three names, ma'am?
Hey, good morning. I'm Helena. So happy to be here.
Helena. Okay. Good morning. Happy to have you.
Last Chance Live is a young adult and adult fiction title. And you described it perfectly. Teens on death row who compete in a reality TV show to win freedom and forgiveness. One contestant wins. America votes for the winner. And the contestants who do not get crowned the victor have their pending death sentences implemented pretty much immediately. So this is a fiction title that really draws heavily from the real world. But I wrote this book predominantly based not so much on the legal system, but more drawing from the human condition and the existential circumstances that we all find ourselves in. And the protagonist, Eternity Price, that 18-year-old that the book follows, she's a young girl who is experiencing life in America where she's watching her dream get derailed in real time, which is something that we can probably all relate to some extent. Eternity's dream is to capture a quintessential American childhood. She wants to go to Disney World. She wants a family that's intact. She wants to attend the University of Pennsylvania. All of these dreams are out of reach for her, and her life goes in very different directions. But Eternity is also an everyman character. And what I mean by that is she is a stand-in for all mankind. We're all on death row, in a sense. We've all done terrible things. Yeah. Well, we've all done wrong, right?
Yeah.
To the same extent. Not everyone here has murdered somebody.
Well, I don't know. You just met us.
I haven't. Not yet. Give me time. We've all done wrong things, and we all have to contend with the questions that Eternity is contending with, because we are all headed to a grave. None of us are not going to a grave. And so the questions that she grapples with are, what is forgiveness? What is mercy? How do I seek forgiveness? And is it even possible for the price of what I've done to be paid for? So the book and the character of Eternity uses the legal system as a construct to examine the real source of the inspiration, which is these existential questions about the human condition.
It's interesting, by the way, and guys, Helena, lays this out almost instantaneously. So I'm 18 and I've already eaten every good meal I'm ever going to have. I'm 18 and all my home-cooked meals for the rest of my life are going to come from the cook at the Patrick O'Daniel unit, the prison for grown-up women, and me way out in the middle of no one cares, Texas, less than 200 miles from Huntsville, the place where Texas says it's going to kill me. So I'll never eat a barbacoa. I'll never scroll on my phone again. I'll never be kissed. I'll never go to Disney World. I'll never go home unless I get out. When Maria told me there's no last meal, I cried for an hour. And I kept thinking about, as I read this book, about Neil Pierce, who a longtime journalist who focused on issues of poverty in America, once said that the great disaster of poverty in America, unlike poverty, say, in China or in the rural regions of India, was that in America you can see the exit sign to get out of that situation and did not know the way to the door. And I kept thinking about that from an existential standpoint, because this book is not just about the fact that we're all going to die, but the fact that so many people are so close to actually being able to kind of access the American dream and literally have one massive thing in front of them for which there's no way to navigate. And that sort of monstrous in the way kind of haunts the entire book. And I was kind of curious, as you write that, you begin with the idea of, I'm going to write this book about this, but as if the weight of what you began to kind of examine began to kind of go along with you as you wrote the book. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And, the inspiration for the character of Eternity, I think, perfectly illustrates what you're talking about. Eternity was inspired by a young girl I met when I was at the University of Pennsylvania as an undergraduate. I volunteered in a Head Start classroom at a local West Philadelphia public school that was just a few blocks from Penn. And I met this young girl who was 4 years old in the Head Start classroom. She was an absolute star. This child belonged on television. She was so dynamic, vivacious, just an incredible force. And at the same time, I was also babysitting for another child of two Penn professors. Both of these children were equidistant to the university. They had very different existences. They were around the same age. And it was almost certain that the first child in the Head Start classroom was never going to be able to access the resources and the privileges of the university she lived in the shadow of. And the second child, who was the child of professors, would almost certainly have that ability. And so when you talk about the exit sign and not knowing how to get there, so much is baked into young people's lives before they learn how to read. There's so much that seems predetermined. But that's where I think the hope of Last Chance Live comes in. If we understand Eternity as an everyman character, if we recognize that we've all done wrong, we're all headed to a grave, we all need to contend with the same questions someone like Eternity does, then we recognize that the gulf between her and us is actually not that big, that Eternity Price is literally all of us. And that can animate us to find the Eternities in our community or to pursue policies that help the Eternities who might not live in our community, that can motivate us to contemplate what sort of action do we want to take and what kind of world do we want to be the co-authors of, to change how exit signs work, to change what the contours of justice look like in this country. And I often say that I think of the main character in Last Chance Live as really being the reader, both because Eternity is a mirror for us to understand ourselves, but also because the brightest reflection of the hope and the agency in Last Chance Live to change some of these poverty dynamics you're talking about, to change what justice looks like, that brightest reflection is in the real world reader and what they choose to do with the book. And in that sense, the full story of Last Chance Live really begins after the last page.
Wow. So to stay on that note, then, I love the idea of Eternity being a mirror for us, because we can. It's such a great reminder of the humanity in this, that we really all are connected, and there's a piece of everybody within us in some way, shape, or form. And I think that this is a great underlying theme here. And her being just 18, standing in front of a system that holds ultimate power over her fate, it makes me think about how many young Americans are born obviously into these cycles of, poverty, racial bias, broken institutions, et cetera, that feels like a stacked deck before they even have a chance. So did you intend for this story to, and you've already kind of touched on this, but for the story to spotlight how early the system actually starts shaping life and death outcomes for young people?
Yeah, I wanted to capture a reflection of the real world that invites the readers to ask their own questions and come to their own conclusions about why this case study, which is really what the book is, it's really more a case study than a traditional story, why this case study looks the way it does. So one reader might come to it and say, Eternity Price made a series of choices that nobody forced her to make that got her to death row, right? There are young people also in her circumstances who don't make those choices. Someone else might come to it and say, Eternity Price grew up in an environment where she wasn't given a lot of options. She had a series of terrible things happen, and who knows what choice I would make if I were in her shoes. So the book is really offering readers a framework of how to think, offering questions for examination that can prompt this type of reflection, but not what to think. So as I wrote it, I really wanted to give readers space to have their own analyses be valued and be part of a discourse that I think is essential, particularly in our country right now, because part of what we're experiencing in the real world, I think, is people of different perspectives feeling like their opponents, their ideological opponents, don't recognize how they think or don't value what they have to say. And so this book is my small contribution in offering to a discourse that could hopefully invite people of different perspectives into a conversation about that and examine some of the questions you're asking, like, is this the system? Is it eternity and her own internal evil? Is it something else? Is there some force outside of the system, outside of eternity, that's actually at the root of all of the evil that we see in our world? And whatever answer we come to for that, how does that motivate us to act? How does that orient our gaze towards hope and towards our own agency to rectify these things?
Jim, I just want to correct real quick. She said your small contribution. I would call this a large contribution, quite frankly.
Yeah,
so.
I think.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's not a short contribution. I could say
that.
No. Hopefully it's a fast-paced contribution.
No, it is. It's a page turner, by the way. I want to kind of focus on that for a second here because we're talking about some heavy stuff here with Helena Haywood Henry, debut author and former attorney who's joining us to talk about Helena. Helena. By the way, I was able to pick up on that because we actually have the next mayor of New Orleans is going to be named Helena. Last Chance Live. Last Chance Live! Exclamation mark. Of course, is the name of the book. If you are a fan of Black Mirror's 15 Million Merits or its episode White Bear, if you are a fan of The Purge, if you are a fan of The Running Man, which by the way is getting a remake recently, this book is yours as well too. Because in the midst of all of this stuff, we're talking about some heavy stuff here. The book, on some level, has got to be a little bit of fun too. People got to have a good time and turn those pages. And then when I say fun, I don't mean like like a Farrell song. I'm talking about like a good time, rip-roaring good time. Talk about creating that balance as well, about how we go about creating that balance.
So the format of the book is somewhat similar to the Hunger Games, and I think that reflects this sort of long-standing thirst for a particular unique type of entertainment that we've always had. The story of the Hunger Games and the story of Last Chance Live originates with this ancient Greek tale of Theseus and the Minotaur, where there's tributes offered and they compete to the death on the island of Crete or something like that. The questions that propel the book and keep the pages turning are, who's going to win and what do these kids do? And while reading, the reader really becomes a participant in the reality show. America, week by week, is voting and determining which kid does not deserve to live. The show works almost like American Idol, where there's a bottom two. I don't know if your listeners are familiar with the format of American Idol, but there's a bottom two, and at that point, the show reveals what those lowest two contestants did. And then, armed with that information, America makes a decision of whom to eliminate. And so the reader is invited to figure out how would they vote? Would they vote? And what do they think about the ultimate victor? But the book is also, I think, I've heard it described as being deeply funny, which is interesting to me because I am actually not a funny person at all. I'm an extremely serious person. But eternity is very funny, and that's just that's just how she is and how she sounds, and she seems very distinct from me, but like a separate person who just told me what she thinks. And I think some of that humor, that inflection of humor, really also does help keep the book. It gives it some levity, I would say.
Well, I kept thinking, you know, I'm like, okay, say like this was real and this was actually on TV and happening. And I was like trying to picture myself. I'm like, okay, would I be on the couch with a glass of wine? Like, you know, basically the same idea of like Hunger Games when people are like, they're rooting. This is a completely different story. And obviously Hunger Games came to mind. So obviously this is going to be a massive movie franchise. I don't know if that's your goal, but I can clearly see it. But I was thinking of myself like, wow, how much would I play into the demise or thriving of eternity? And so then to play off that, it also leads me to the idea, like I'm a songwriter in Nashville, and I know I work with a lot of people that go into the prison system here and work with inmates to write. We talk a lot around here about the healing power writing and helping support inmates to really change their life. So my question to you, as much expertise as you have in working with your work in the legal field, what can somebody somebody reading this book, or just anybody listening right now, it's like, yeah, I know we have issues in the system, but what can I do to change it? I talk about people that go in and help and volunteer, but what can somebody like that feels so helpless be like, what can I do in my part besides just pouring a glass of wine and letting it continue on? What can we do to be a part of it?
Mm-hmm. So my professional background did not involve the criminal legal system. I worked on the corporate law side. But what I would say is the first step, and I think the easiest step to affecting change, is for us to really work hard to cultivate the muscle and build the muscle of how to think about a question and not what to think. Because often our approach to solutions, right, is just people shouting at each other and insisting the other one is wrong. Right. But neither of us really understand what the other person's saying or how they arrived there. And so this is where I hope Last Chance Live is a tool to that end. Taking your comment about sitting on the couch and pouring a glass of wine and would I participate in this show? So how to think what to think would be, is this show truly just Hunger Games, right? Is it just offering people up to die for entertainment? Or, as the executive producer of Last Chance Live says, is he offering a unique path out for kids who actually don't have any other options? They're on death row, the appeal system will take decades, and they're likely just going to lose anyway, right? Wow. Here, at least, one will win. Here, at least, these kids get to have a few weeks in a mansion and go to Disney and do things they're never going, right? So that's a how to think, what to think. And I think that we are in a infotainment era, an ecosystem, a political ecosystem, a media ecosystem, a device ecosystem where we are never encouraged or rarely encouraged to process how to think about a question and to see and analyze from different perspectives. We're more just told what to think, right? Our algorithms tell us, our infotainment tells us, our political parties tell us. And so we end up outsourcing that analysis. But in the abandonment of analysis, we lose the opportunity to bridge our perspective and the perspective of someone who views things differently from us. And so my long-term concern is that this ongoing pattern will lead to our brains literally losing the ability to do a how to think versus what to think, right? The same way if you don't lift weights for a while, your reps and your load are going to decrease significantly. And I think a lot about 9/11, right? Why everyone remembers where they were when 9/11 happened, if you're old enough. But nobody remembers what they had for lunch 2 weeks ago. And it's because 9/11 comes up so much that your brain gets the message, hey, this is important, I need to recall it. And it keeps it, right? But nobody thinks about their lunch, so your brain discards that information. Similarly, if we don't engage in a how to think model, if we don't signal to our brain, hey, this is an important skill that we as human beings have to keep, what happens over time? I'm not a neuroscientist, so I don't know the full answer, but I do worry, do we just lose the ability? And I know for myself, in the era of devices and whatnot, I've seen a marked decrease in my attention span. marked decrease in other cognitive faculties I used to have. And so I want this book to be a tool to help people as we navigate a tumultuous era. It's tumultuous politically and cognitively, and there's just a lot going on, so that we are equipped. And then that first step that people can take is just armoring themselves, right? Equipping their own minds individually. And that's not something that they need any policy or any buy-in for. It's like an individual task you can take up on your own. And then once you do that, you are better able to engage your neighbor, perhaps with a measure of a little bit more grace or a little bit more understanding or just a little bit less toxicity, regardless of what perspective you're coming from.
Perspective is everything, Jim. That's what's the theme here.
It's interesting, Lindsay. You've asked two questions that have opened the door for Helena to actually talk about something I wanted to talk about, and then covering it. You talked about the executive that sits at the center of the creation of this show and the logic behind it, and I think it's where part of the comedy of it comes from, but also kind of the insight as well. Really, some really great passages here to kind of give people a sense of what the show thinks it's offering. And I wanted to share another quote here, if I might. So if I crash my Range Rover into your Lexus and I cause $10,000 of damage, you've got two choices. You can pay or you can make me pay. That's it. If I say I forgive you, if you say you forgive me and you release me from the obligation of paying for the damage, you still have to pay it. Forgiveness doesn't come with a magic wand that eliminates damage. Forgiveness means you eat the cost. You live with the damage. You swallow the pain. There's a real cost to capital crimes and real damage that's done to victims, communities, law enforcement, courts. It doesn't just go away if we tell offenders, never mind, I forgive you. Someone has to pay for it. A system makes these kids pay with their lives. I'm saying there's another way, which is really kind of turns everything upside down on its head. So when you brought up that point, I immediately thought of that quote. The idea is saying, hey, there's really something kind of funny about that where you say, I'm not the bad guy here. I'm the one giving these kids a chance at a second life. I'm the decent person here. You people just want to kill these kids. I'm willing to give them a fighting chance. And there's a lot of that plays through all of this kind of stuff, a lot of these kind of moral problems that show up as what I would call, I think the humor that you talked about that you weren't aware of comes in simply just logically presenting the case of allowing these characters to think all the way to kind of their end games. You do that in the book as well, because this is really a well-conceived world. Can you talk just for a moment, and you got about 30 seconds here to talk about, go ahead, Lindsay, what are you going to say?
No.
Yeah, about 30 seconds. Just talk about what it's like to have to build a completely comprehensive world for a book like this.
I would say I built the world from human reality, right? So that excerpt you read is actually talking about that point of eternity as an everyman, that we're all eternity, we've all done wrong, we all need forgiveness and need to figure out how we're going to pay for it, right? So if crime has a price, and the book based on real world university research puts that price at $20 million, what is the price of the things we've done? What is the price of our white lies? What is the price of our gossip behind somebody's back? What is the price of the things that maybe didn't put us in the criminal justice system, but is also wrong? The point that Evan is making, the executive producer of the show, is something that really applies to all of us. So the world building of this just derives from the real world. It just derives from the conditions and the structures we're living in and the way that human life exists on this planet. And then just putting language to that and putting it in the context of a TV show.
Helena, you say you're not funny, but I bet you're fun. So I bet you can be a fun time. So I'm going to end this by asking you. We have a lot of truck drivers. Our vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers. So we like to ask people, if you're going somewhere this weekend, Helena, if you could go anywhere on a road trip this weekend, where would you go, and how would you get there, and what would you listen to along the way?
Oh my. Okay. I would go to, I'd love to go to Wyoming, but we'd probably end up at a Disney World because of my kids. That's their favorite place. And I would probably be listening to things I don't particularly care to listen to, like Elsa and superhero soundtracks. the whole way.
So
I
you're.
don't really have any individual listening opportunities anymore.
We call that around my house forced family fun. So I hear you. I feel you. Everybody go to helenahenry.com to find out more about this beautiful author. The book, Last Chance Live, it comes out October 7th. Will there be an audio version, Helena?
There is, and it's, I have to say the actress for it is absolutely fantastic. She really brings eternity to life in a unique way, and it's debuting on October 7th, same day as the hardcover book.
Beautiful, beautiful. We will be listening along. Thank you for joining us. Awesome conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
And congratulations, and hopefully greater success, and we'll be actually going to see a trailer for it sometime soon. So well done.
Buddy.
Well done.
Yeah,
well
buddy.
accomplished.
Thank you.
I love anything that's both equal parts informative and entertaining, Jim, because it's like it's that perfect balance I think she's hitting here of encourages us to think, to enjoy yourself, yes, but to think, what did this make me do? How did I shift things? How did I form my own perspective here? So I love this conversation, Jim, and helenahenry.com for more on that. Jim, what's happening next?
You and I are going to get a chance to talk.
Let's go.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering. Remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Get a life and come hang out with us on Road Gang, live from Fastport Studios in Tennessee. And I'm tired. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning to you.
And I'm tired.
And Phone Master Dre. Phone Master Dre keeping it okay. By the way, just want to point out that tomorrow, Dre, and Lindsay, you can say it with me in the words of Pastor John, tomorrow is Friday. Our good friend Jamie Jones is actually going to be jumping in at the top of the show, Lindsay. She's going to be jumping in because she's just going to come on for a few minutes live from the Guilty by Association truck show. The managing editor of Landline is going to stop in and say, well, hey, y'all, if you happen to be over there, she'll be letting us know what's going on over by the Guilty by Association truck show. It's a really fun lineup. It's a really fun Friday, as a matter of fact. After Pastor John gives his good words, we're going to have open phones, open forums, till about 8 o'clock in the morning. Then our good friend, the terrifically terrifying place where the fangs are always free, 1313 Mockingbird Lane. Yes. Terry Taylor. By the way, Lindsay, that whole segment with Terry has turned into a marvelous, not only about all the groovy stuff that he's got going on over there, but it's really turned into kind of a joyful discussion of what it means to run a small business. Terry has really done diligence of kind of learning the ins and outs of what it means to be an owner-operator, and consistently makes connections to his own small business kind of world to make that happen. Mimi will be dropping in, which is Lindsay's French bulldog, who is on her lap right now. It's good to see you, Mimi. Good to have you in the house. All right, Mimi, I know we're boring, but good God Almighty, can you at least stay awake for the show? A lot of fun stuff. And Jane Jezraoui is going to be immediately after that with The Future Was Yesterday. We're going to be talking about tech in particular and driver education, kind of a crossover between the two shows, between that and Education Station and The Future Were Yesterday, kind of having a little melding of the mind, as it were. And then we're going to go about the business of getting a life, as Lindsay joins us at 9 in the center and 10 in the east. Really great lineup there as well. Real outdoor stuff here, Lindsay. Real Western. Real Cowboy Friday, wouldn't you say?
Oh, you love yourself a Western and a cowboy. This is up your alley. Tomorrow, the Buffalo Bills Center of the West. That said, you love yourself a cowboy, Jim. That sounded weird, but you love yourself a cowboy. Sure, why not? Who
Take
doesn't?
me away. Cowboy, take me away. Not a one-hit wonder. Not a one-hit
Rebecca
wonder.
West is going to be joining us from the Buffalo Bills Center of the West. Yes, it's an actual place. By the way, it's not only just a whatever place. It's a center. The center is an affiliate of the Smithsonian Institution. It's accredited by the American Alliance of Museums. So pretty cool. We're going to dive into what they have going on there. Tara will be joining us for Breaker Back Talk. We got some country and Western music news. And it's time again for our monthly segment of Last Empty Places with the one and only Peter Stark. We're going to kind of actually continue our conversation from last month with him, but go a step further. We're talking about how to get lost and why it is important. We were talking about compasses and maps and our own internal GPS kind of last time. And the business of getting lost, Jim, is so important because we find ourselves, I struggle with this a little bit, that's not the greatest term for this, but the idea of, we have GPS and we have all these access to all these things on our phones and data. So it's like, why do I need to know where I'm going? Something will just always tell me. But hey, what happens when the GPS goes down? What happens when your service goes down? You need to be able to have some sort of internal guidance system. And that's what Peter is so great to dive in and talk about. And that's where we're going to go tomorrow. I'm equal parts excited and nervous because the idea of being lost terrifies me, but it's going to happen one day. And I better be ready.
You better be ready. By the way, two things really quickly. Not really quickly. I don't care. We have time. If you guys want to give us a call, it's 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
We would love you to jump into the conversation about anything we've talked about this morning, anything we've talked about this week. We've actually dove into a lot of real stuff. There are two things I wanted to kind of talk about because we always, talk about the idea of what we're working on as well. But before I get to that, I knew how much you already liked Peter Stark because you were a regular listener for that segment. I know for a fact because I would get text messages from you, but how much you liked him, how much you enjoyed listening to him and I have our conversations. I am delighted at how much you've taken to being a part of that segment. It is so much fun to have you on board for that and has been absolutely great. I'm so glad that you can be a part of that as well in this new format. It's been a lot of fun having you on board because, and by the way, there are no Lindsay stupid questions of the day, number 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Listen, I know I'm really smart. I'm just playing into my dumb character. It's fine. I'm okay. This isn't a cry for help, guys.
Yeah, and I just, like I said, so much of what you have brought to that segment as well has been kind of marvelous and wonderful because a lot of it has been, you like looking for what I call entrance ramps onto the world of adventure. And that's been a really kind of fun thing to kind of enjoy that as well. I wanted, our good friend Trucker Boson actually said, because it's National Comic Book Day, he made mention to me of the fact that he would really like a Snake Pontchartrain comic book. I have too many things in regards to work on Snake Pontchartrain to do to get to a comic book, although you might know this, that Big Trouble in Little China was turned into an ongoing comic book series with Jack Burton. Lindsay, I'm working on something right now called The Thing on the Dashboard. And I was reading a part of it to Dre yesterday. He's like, "What are you working on? Can you share it with me?" And the thing on the dashboard, by the way, is this device that supposedly syncs up your ELD with your GPS and your vitals, meaning that it reads not only the two pieces of equipment that get you to where you have to go, it actually checks your heart rate and everything else. And it syncs all three of them up and purportedly shaves 15 minutes off of the time you have to get anywhere. That you literally are just shaving off 15 minutes. It's done the estimate and realized that, with the detention time that is often drivers are subjected to, that it can actually get them where they have to go quicker. What it's actually doing is much more sinister. And in talking to Helena, I'm reminded that so much of what Black Mirror, which so much of her book has inspired by, so much of Black Mirror's creator, he once said in explaining that show, and I love this explanation, Charlie Booker said, Black Mirror is about where we are going to end up 10 minutes from now if we're not careful. And I just love that quote. I love the idea of a show, and in many ways her book does the same thing. It's, if we're not careful, I think the best science fiction books often have that message. If we're not careful, 10 minutes from now, you're going to find that the world that you're reading about in this book is exactly where you hoped we wouldn't end up. So it was kind of cool.
Yeah, because we're already in your story there that you're doing with Snake about what's on the dashboard. I think it's so funny when people are like, well, I'm not using technology. I don't do 23andMe or what's the other one? Ancestry.com because I don't want them to know much about me. And then you're like, hey, Alexa, what's the weather today? I'm like, it's in your, like, come on. Like, it's already, what you're talking about, we're already in the science fiction novel, guys. You're already living it. So...
yeah, and let me show you something.
It's already happening.
As law enforcement, let me show you how that question, hey, Alexa, what's the weather like today? Let me show you. Let me take you through this, by the way. So if you actually have an Alexa account, they know where you are. They know where you asked the question. Mm-hmm. They know what you asked the question about. So if you are like if you are in Arkansas and you say, Alexa, what's the weather like in Missouri this morning? What's the weather like, in St. Louis this morning? Well, anybody picks up on that data, they know where you are when you ask the question, and they know where you're probably going, which means you're in. You're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. You're out there. You are now 10 minutes away from where you don't want to end up. And it's a really good point. I mean, the question is, it goes back to what Nicole Dreisky said. We're going to be on screens, Lindsay. We are going to be on our phones. We are going to be on computers. We're going to do all of it. The question is, are we mindfully present when we are there? If we are, we have a fighting chance. If we're zoning out, if we're simply going into kind of a fugue state, we're in deep trouble. And that's the reality.
Doom scroll. Just remember, I think doom scrolling is the best term that we have to remind us how terrible it is to do this. I'm just pushing my finger up and up and up and up and up and up. Like, so to your point, I like the idea of mindful social media looking. It's like, did I go on to see, I mean, I've got my feed very curated. I'm trying to get on. I need to do a detox. I actually got pitched an author for We Should Write. And she's not an author. She's a composer librarian, a personal librarian to one of the great composers who did all Fantasia. Like this woman has been, she's I called Mark Evans right away and I was like, do you know who this is? And he was like, oh yeah, she's a giant. So anyway, but the idea of she's been a composer librarian since she was 17 years old, and she's like in her 70s now, I think. But she wrote this book. It took her like 7 years to write this book because she only wrote it on Sundays. Because she, like, her writing specifically for this book was every Sunday, but she turns off her phone Friday to Monday. And listen, I know everyone, we can't all do that. We have obligations and jobs and families, whatever. But she detoxes from it every Friday to Monday. And one of my girlfriends the other day, I said, oh my God, did you see whatever happened? She said, no, my husband and I are on a detox right now, so they've got it turned off. We can't, that's swinging the pendulum the other way. That's very difficult to do, but at least finding that balance. I have not found the balance yet. I'm on the negative side, I think right now, because I have a constant headache. I've had a constant headache for multiple weeks. And it's equal parts stuff going on in my life, but also I think a lot of it is the the constant connection between social media, texting, email, all of it. And it's even just like my head hurts just talking about it. And so I think, to your point, the check-in piece of it, it's like, how do I feel? Am I feeling happy? What am I feeling like sort of inspired and connected and in a good place when I'm doing it? Or am I getting angrier and angry with each push of my finger? And if that's it, turn it off, run away.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point about the idea. It isn't even a matter of, look, you're going to, and every once in a while you are going to doom scroll. Every once in a while you are going to go into what I call the fugue state, where you're going to get kind of swept into the current of the internet, as opposed to kind of like setting a course and a direction for where you want to go. I think that one of the crucial things that you can do, if we're going to use the river analogy, or what I call the turbulent waters analogy, is always keep an eye on the shore. Is a really kind of good way to do it. One of the things where technology really can help us is those black boxes in your pocket, the one that allow you to read the President of the United States thoughts, no matter who he or she is, in your pocket on a regular basis. Very Black Mirror. Is, remember, you know what these things have inside of them that people always forget at the most basic level? They have alarms and they have timers. And it's the best advice I've ever given myself. Was I said, well, if I got this alarm, there's no reason why. It takes about 27 minutes for us to do one of these half hours. We have 27 minutes, and at the 27th minute, we go to a break, and the people who take care of us take care of themselves. We get a chance to actually pull in some oxygen through our nose and bring out the carbon monoxide through our mouth. Carbon dioxide through our mouth. Carbon monoxide, that'd be terrible. But to kind of do that. Yeah, some poisonous stuff. What I have on my phones from the old days, from the old platform, is I have 24-minute timers. And I will often work on stuff, Lindsay, here in the office after the show. And full disclosure, I tend to prep the show about an hour. Dre will vouch for me, right? Dre watches me do it. I prep the first 2 hours of the show almost immediately after this show ends. The only exception being if I have to, if we're working on something technically, or I'm listening to, I don't know, We Should Write.
Right?
Exactly. Right. But what I do is I do it in 4 blocks of, I do it in 27-minute timers. So when the timer goes off, I step outside, I stretch, I do something like that. Guys, and I realize that many of you are on the road and can't work that way, but it's a good reminder that maybe you should use any breaks that you are given or encouraged to take to really take them, and to make those breaks when that timer goes off a genuine break. Nothing drives me crazier than people who get to the end of a meeting and then they'll call a break and people will go outside and keep talking about the same thing. I just want to say, take the break. Take the break. Get some new oxygen, get some new sunlight, get a new world going, set those timers. And I think it makes a big difference. It's my little life hack of use your phones, use your technology to your advantage. And one of the ways is by using the technology to tell you to stop using the technology. You ever done that? Set a timer when you're working? Yeah. It works, right? It works. Yeah. It straight up works. It straight up works. I do want to do something positive, Lindsay. Ask you another question. What is something about, because you and I grew up at a time when we were at that Grace crossover point. What is something about all of this internet stuff, all of this technology stuff that you just love? Because I got a couple. One in regards to music that I really have come to love. But what do you really love about technology these days?
Connecting with people. The fact that I can get to somebody that otherwise I wouldn't be able to. The fact that somebody I admire, I'm interested in, or I follow, whatever, I can message them. Now they may not respond. And this goes the other way as well. Somebody getting in touch with me that otherwise we would have no way of ever meeting or connecting. It's how I end up getting a lot of guests on the show, being like, hey, here's Peter what Stark. I do. I'm interested in you. How can we connect? I think that's the best use of social media is meeting new people that otherwise you would have never, expanding your horizons, expanding your network, both as friends and associates or people that you work with or admire. I think that's the greatest thing about it. I love being able to be like, I read this book. I love this person. I wonder if we could be friends, or even just chat, or even just share a moment, sending a message. 9 times out of 10, people do respond, because who doesn't want to be told, hey, I love what you're doing. Let's talk about it. That's the whole reason people put themselves on social media in the first place, or to blab about stuff that's not important, but that's the opposite. So yeah, the connection piece, finding people that I would have never been able to connect with elsewise.
That, by the way, would be my number one. Since you've given your number one, let me give one that's going to be really silly, and it's going to seem like, what are you talking about? It's ads. One of the things that I absolutely love that I've learned how to do in the last couple of years is curate my ads. That I am no longer bombarded by things that I have no interest in that make me angry. That I am no longer bombarded by political advertisements, no longer bombarded by things that make me just want to crawl out of my skin, is that there's a whole world out there of new games, of new books that I really, really want to read, that I really want to hear about. And, I follow a lot of, podcasts and, read a lot of magazines and stuff that actually cover that stuff, but it's hard to keep up with it. And the combination of being able to, as I'm kind of going through feeds and looking at stuff, to see ads of games that I would be, and look, I'm not a spendthrift, I'm not going to buy all this stuff, but to actually set up my feeds in such a way that the ads I'm seeing are things that I actually might be interested in purchasing, and then being able to go down those rabbit holes, as opposed to being like, I don't want to sit here for 2 minutes when they force you to have to watch a video before you want to watch something you want to watch, but to be able to watch stuff that, that's interesting. I'm going to take a note about that. Maybe I'll have them on the show. Maybe I'll actually buy that game. Maybe I'll go look up some reviews of that stuff. There are ways, but what you and I have both talked about, I'm going to point this out again, is what you're doing is mindfully going through people's, information on Instagram, their websites, their social media feeds, and actually engaging with it before you engage with them. And what I'm doing is saying, I want less of this and more of that. So it goes back to that original point of mindful. Just be mindful. You're going to be in this soup with the rest of us, so you might as well be on top of it, right?
Right.
There you
Mindful. I'll tell you what, Instagram, it knows me. It'll be like, hey, we thought you'd like this. And I'm like, hey, Instagram, you're right. I would like this. Thanks for knowing me, girl.
Spotify, by the way, finally caught on to me too with my eclectic music list. I thought they'll never figure me out. It took them a while, but man, I got to tell you, more and more they're like, there's a new single from somebody you've never heard of, but you might want to check them out. I'm like, I'll give this a listen. There's no way. That's pretty good.
I know. I love it. You know what my favorite thing to do when we have people over at the house? I use Pandora. And I go on and I'll pick like 5 different artists that are completely different, and I'll have it actually shuffle those Pandora stations. So I usually do like Chris Stapleton and or Tyler Childers, a Billie Holiday, like a Pink Martini Radio, Hip Hop Barbecue. Yes, I throw that one in. And then so I'll pick a very different grouping of artists, and then I'll have it shuffle those kind of stations. So I'm not just playing those 5 different artists, it's playing 5 different genres kind of coupled all together, but all things that I like. And I usually pick one for each person that has come to my house. I'm like, okay, I know you're a big Chris Staples fan. Let's put him in there. I know you're a booty dancing girl. That's for me. Let's put Hip Hop Barbecue in there. And anyway, and it makes every song is very different, but they all go together. And then I sit around and I watch what everybody, like in our backyard by the fire, I see when different people light up when kind of their vibe comes on.
Oh, that's really great. And by the way, once again, mindfulness. You are being mindful about how it is you use Pandora. You are being mindful about all the guests that are coming over and really actively thinking about what they love. That's really that's good party planning. And by the way,
it's cool because you've been to parties where it's like, oh my god, it's just playing the kind of the same kind of vibe, and which is fine if you've got like a vibe for the evening. But I like when it's a roller coaster motion of the evening where it's almost like the music's taking you on a journey throughout the evening, which I think is cool. And some people will be like, oh my god, that's my jam, that TLC song. And then it's like, oh, Frank Sinatra, I love this song. And then it's like, oh my god, I hate this song. I'm like, well, wait for it. Yours will be next. Don't worry about it.
My Uncle Jimmy, the judge, and he just stopped doing this because he and his wife, they're in their 70s now, and they kind of wound it down. We used to have this big Christmas party at their house every year, and I mean big Christmas party, not just my family, Lindsay, but all their political associates, everybody else's friends, new people to the situation, all of that. And he had multiple rooms in the house with different sets of speakers, and he had different channels on different shuffles so that you could go into one room and it would be like that 1950s Christmas feel, and then you walk
Love
into
that.
another room, and the music would be like that kind of traditional Christmas music stuff, and then there'd be one with rock and roll Christmas music, and then one with it was wonderful. And there was a place on the back porch, I kid you not, they had really great like alternative rock and roll Christmas stuff like the Pogues and all that. So all these dudes would be in the back drinking beer, having cigars, and listening to the Pogues version of the Christmas. And you could go to every single room and really kind of enjoy the vibe of that based on the music that was playing through those particular speakers. So it really is cool stuff. Really quickly, I want to make sure that people get this news as well. This is from Mark Schwemmer at Landline. When it comes to compliance with regulations, truck drivers are often the focus, but what can a trucker do if a trucking company is a broker or an ELD provider is not following the rules? We want to continue to encourage people to go over and read Mark's piece about the National Consumer Complaint Database. It has the intention of providing truckers with a reliable platform to inform the FMCSA about bad actors. One of the other things that this show really seeks to do on a regular basis is encourage you to use your voice once you've found your voice and make sure that you can make a difference in this big sprawling mess we call democracy on Road Gang Radio. So head on over.
Yeah, and speaking of using your voice, Trucking with a White is coming up. I want to ask you again, Jim, what they're going to be talking about today. And afterward, I got a chance to talk for a bit with Scott and Ashley the other day and just get to say hi. I'm like, oh, I talk to you every day. They had reached out about you and I coming on their show. So we just had a quick conversation to sort of introduce ourselves, and it was awesome, and got to know them a little better, which was cool. I'll more on that in a minute. But what's coming up on Trucking with a White today in just about 8 minutes?
It's really funny because it really ties into Helena's novel really kind of beautifully. The Walton County Sheriff's Office has a program that provides CDL training to inmates so they can hit the ground running after release. Dean Bertram is going to be joining Scott and Ashley to explain how that program is changing lives over in Walton County. Plus, Danny Raymond of Overhaul details how his company helped stop a suspected cargo theft ring in its tracks. All of that will be immediately after this show on Trucking with OIDA at 11 in the center, 12 in the east on Radio Nemo of North America, RadioNemo.com, immediately after Road Gang Radio.
.com. Hey, real quick over in the chat, Trucker Bosun said Penny Lane does that same thing. It's called her cleaning playlist. I love a cleaning playlist. If you have to clean, you might as well dance while you do it. So I love a good bop while I'm pushing a vacuum or a broom around the house. Yeah, Scott and Ashley got a chance. What I realized, Jim, when I was talking to them, it's like they're figuring out this new show and format just the same as we are. We're all living under the same stars. But it was neat to kind of hear a little bit about their process, because I was like, hey, we talk about you every week. I love to know how you come up with your topics. And they're like, we're the same. We're trying to figure out what's going on. What do the drivers want to hear? So they love any sort of any feedback or any suggestions about what topics you want to hear, some guests that you'd like to hear on Trucking with Oida. You can put it over in our chat. You can email us. I think the email is still weekends@RadioNemo.
Working on it.
Okay. Weekends@RadioNemo.com. You can email us in some topics that you'd like to hear on Trucking with Oida. We can certainly share that with Scott and Ashley because this is new for them too. They're not doing their old show, the old format. They're over here with us and broaching new topics, and they're figuring out as they go too. So I think the idea of involvement, we need you, our listeners, to tell us what's important to you. That was a big question on the show that I was on yesterday. They said, what is important to drivers? What do they need from us? What do they need on the outside? And we don't know if you don't tell us. So keep us in the loop, whether that be messaging us in the chat, heading over to Facebook, shooting us an email at weekends@RadioNemo, giving us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Any way it is, just let us know what you need. We are here for you just as much as you are here for us.
Yeah, and I want to kind of echo that sentiment, by the way. Let us be ambassadors for you. I'm not kidding. One of the things you guys are really on the road all the time, and I know many of you have lives outside of trucking, and I'm really proud of many of you for that, not insulating yourself from the general public, not crawling inside of your own little troll holes. Instead, you actually look at those things as windows to the world where you go out and meet people. But just like OIDA does, please let Lindsay and I know, and Dave too, who's been one of the great champions of this, let us know your concerns. Let us know what we should tell human beings who don't drive trucks for a living, citizens citizens of this country, what they should know about you, to connect them to you, to make them drive better around you, to make them respect and love you the way we do. Don't forget that we're not just here to entertain you and keep you going. We're here to be spokespeople for you as people, to let people know. I know nothing makes me happier than saying, oh my God, I got some great friends out there. Nothing makes me happier when I'm talking to people at parties, talking to people in environments like Lindsay's talking about on podcasts, saying, these folks are great, and they're smart, and they're erudite, and they're on top of stuff. They're just awesome. Let us do that for you, because we've turned this into a public service announcement episode, Lindsay. Just straight up, please let us know what we can do for you, because we love doing it for you. We don't want people to think that you're a bunch of isolated, sniping grievance machines. You're not. You're awesome. And so please kind of remember that. Write us a letter, give us a call, get in the conversation, and become the citizen drivers we know all of you are, not just the ones that TA, gives a really cool plaque to, which, by the way, is really cool.
This show is almost over. I can't believe it. Jim, what are you doing with the rest of your day?
I'm actually going to prep the show for tomorrow. I'm really excited about tomorrow's show, man. It's a great lineup. I do want to thank our good friend Alex Leslie. I want to thank Nancy Rubin, Bryce Mungen, Matthew Holbert, Helena Hayward-Henry, as well as my co-host Lindsay Lawler, and our wonderful technical producer, Phone Master Dre, Andre Thibodeau. I am going to work on tomorrow's show, but I'm also going to get back to work on Snake, and I'm going to send you something really cool afterwards the show is over with for you to look at, because I got to get your opinion on something for you next that I'm working on, Lindsay. What are you doing?
I'm also going to prep when we get off, and then I'm heading into Nashville. I'm on recording another show that will come out at the beginning of December. So excited to tell you all about that later. And then
it's happening. It's all happening. It's all happening. Yay.
All good stuff. All good stuff. I love that other people want to know what's happening over here. Other people outside of here want to know what's going on here. That means we're doing our job. We know that you're doing your job out on the road. Keep doing it. That's the nature of the game. Dre, get us out of here. It's been a great day. This is Road Gang Radio. Hashtag RGR. Head on over to roadgangradio.com to find out everything we got going on. What's happened, what's happening now, what's coming. And most importantly, Jim, I know you will agree with this sentiment. We love our drivers. We can't do what we do if they don't do what they do. So keep listening, keep sharing it, and keep getting home safe.
We'll talk to you tomorrow on Friday.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
It
giving inmates a second chance by giving them CDL training, the program that's changing lives.
Plus, a big cargo theft ring busted up in California. We'll talk with the company that helped make it happen.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. Happy National Daughters Day and National Quesadilla Day. Actually,
Nice.
two things I love. My daughter and quesadillas.
I will say that as well, although I have plural. I have two daughters. So,
Well,
and I would like to probably have 2 quesadillas too. So,
Only 2? You
I
can
mean,
have
if they're
more.
big.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So.
Well, there you go. We don't have any quesadillas.
Oh.
We have daughters, but no quesadillas. All right. Well, on that note, let's move on to some news here and talk about what's going on out there, Ashley. Yep. In what has become, I think, it's safe to say, a theme of the year so far in terms of regulatory oversight, we have a new audit to tell you about. This one is interesting, I think, because the DOT Office of Inspector General is launching an audit of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's CDL knowledge and skills testing programs. The idea here is to ensure that people who have a CDL are qualified drivers, and the Inspector General's office plans to do that by assessing FMCSA's oversight of CDL program compliance on the state level with regard to the knowledge and skills tests. This, we should mention, is separate from an audit launched by the Department of Transportation back in June. That one dedicated to state-issued non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses. A lot of action on this issue right now, and we'll, of course, cover whatever they turn up. But they are really looking into these issues and trying to figure out what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah. Truck drivers now have a place to inform the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration of bad actors, whether it be a trucking company, broker, or ELD provider. The National Consumer Complaint Database, or NCCDB, recently updated its website to be a bit more modern and provide truckers a place to report things like complaints against brokers who fail to comply with transparency regulations. OOIDA has been calling for more attention to be brought to the National Consumer Complaint Database because many drivers are unaware of it. OOIDA has also been calling for a change of the name of the database, which is actually going to happen. A new name will be part of its modernization effort. No word yet on what the name will be, but you can visit the database at nccdb.fmcsa.dot.gov.
Yeah,
Rolls right off the tongue.
It sure does. Change is a long time coming with this.
For sure.
And the idea, hopefully, is here that this will make it easier for people to file those complaints and actually have them followed up on. That's been the big issue with this database for so long now, is that people are making complaints and never
They just crickets.
hear anything. Yeah, exactly. And the name, as you point out, is clunky. So I'm curious to
Just a
see
bit,
what the new name is going to be. We'll keep an eye on that. We've also got a new leader of the Federal Highway Administration, the Senate confirming Sean McMaster by a vote of 51 to 47. He previously worked as a USDOT's Deputy Chief of Staff during the first Trump administration. OOIDA applauding McMaster's confirmation, calling him a good fit there for the Federal Highway Administration. One of 48 nominees confirmed on September 18th. They were very busy there in the Senate confirming those folks. That list included Jonathan Morrison to lead the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and Paul Roberti to lead the Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration. We're still waiting for FMCSA's nominee, Derek Bars, to be confirmed. That should, we think, happen in the next week or two, but so far, no word on that yet, but coming soon, we think.
A revoked ELD to tell you about. Recently, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration announced that Robin Hood ELD had been removed from the list of approved devices. According to FMCSA, the device was removed from the approved list because it failed to meet minimum requirements. Truckers using the ELD will have until November 18th to replace the unit with a compliant device. Of course, failing to do so by the deadline will result in a no record of duty status, and you could be placed out of service. Those with the device should revert to using paper logs or logging software.
I feel like we should get a chalkboard in here to do little notches for all the ELDs that have been revoked this year. I don't have the running tally, but I know it's been several.
There's definitely been several, yeah.
We had a couple weeks ago as well. So
Yeah.
it seems like every few weeks we've got one of them being added to that list. But there's another one there. Let's talk diesel prices here. It's been a little while since we looked at them, Ashley. This, of course, courtesy of the Energy Information Administration. The average last week up 1 cent to $3.74 a gallon. Prices have been I suppose good news here, pretty stable since around the end of June. Prices hovering in the $3.70 range for the most part over the past few months. Last week, every region on that EIA survey stayed relatively flat. The biggest jump being in the Rocky Mountains, where prices were up 2.5 cents. No big drops to note. So again, the story here, I think, is that prices are and have been looking pretty stable for the most part for the past couple months.
Not so great update of a story we brought you a couple weeks ago. KXII in Texas is reporting that employees of Truckers Paradise are reporting that there has been a delay in their paychecks. So earlier this month, you may remember we spoke with the CEO of Truckers Paradise, Dean Ash, who was very excited about the Truckers Village that he was working at creating, offered safe truck parking, a ton of other amenities. According to the news articles, some employees say they're owed close to $2,000 for the last couple of weeks of work. Dean Ash did provide a statement to the news station and said that recently one of their investors faced unforeseen personal circumstances that temporarily slowed the flow of funding. And while their remaining partners are working to bridge the gap, he says this has resulted in a delay to payroll.
That is disappointing.
Very.
It was good talking to Dean. I'm sorry to hear that they're having some issues there, especially for those folks that aren't getting paid.
Exactly,
that is a big disappointment. Quick note here for those of you who work or travel in the Pacific Northwest. There's a major weekend construction project in Washington's King County that starts on Friday. We're looking at closures and lane changes on I-5 southbound through Kent, I-405 southbound through Renton, I-90 westbound, State Route 18 westbound. The list goes on here. So plan ahead if you're planning to take any of those routes this weekend. And to throw another monkey wrench into all of this here, there's a college football game, a big one actually, on Saturday with the University of Washington taking on the number 1 ranked team in the nation, Ohio State, Louis Pugh's favorite team. So going to be a busy weekend up there in Washington State. We are going to take a quick break here in just a moment. When we come back, we're going to be speaking with Deanne Bertram. She is with the Walton County Sheriff's Office in Florida. They are doing a really cool thing there with inmates at the jail, training them with their CDLs to get them a job when they get out. It's a great program. Looking forward to talking to Deanne about that, and we'll do that right after this break. Welcome back. The Sheriff's Office in Walton County, Florida has a program called the Walton County Jail CDL Program, which, as the name suggests, provides CDL training for inmates. We're about to learn all about it thanks to Deanne Bertram, and she joins us on the line now. Deanne, thanks for joining us.
Oh, well, thank you for having me.
Let me start with a real basic question here. What is the Walton County Jail CDL program, and kind of what's the goal?
So the program is just a training initiative for inmates that are allowed to get their CDL driver's license. And the goal is primary to equip them with the ability to get out and have a job-relatable skills so that they can get a job when they are released and hopefully not come back to jail.
And this is obviously, there are a lot of programs like this, right, within the jail system, right? This is kind of in the idea of, getting them ready for life outside of jail.
Yes, sir. We at the Walton County Jail, we do a lot of programs that we are aimed at just, trying to give them some kind of ability so when they are released that, they have one step closer to being successful.
Gotcha. And what is your role, Deanne, in the program?
So I am the program's manager over the jail. So I kind of oversee all the programs, just making sure that we're putting the right inmates into the programs and making sure the programs are running like they need to. And, we're following safety and security of the citizens of Walton County and, for the inmates.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how did this all get started, or when did it get started?
So in 2019, we were awarded a grant, and the idea was, we were just trying to see how we could better serve the inmates at the Walton County Jail. And so when they first said we were going to do a CDL program, I'm just going to be honest, my first initial reaction was, no, we're not. We're not putting an inmate behind the wheel of a semi-truck. But yet here we are. And so that was, the grant covered the initial cost of getting us a driving pad and the semi-truck.
You mentioned you were a little apprehensive, I think maybe is the right word there at the very beginning. And I think that is probably a natural reaction that many people might have out there for, some somewhat obvious reasons, I think. But your apprehension about it initially, how did that kind of go away over time? What things happened to make you think, okay, this actually is a good idea?
So the more we got into it, we just realized that the market, we put an inmate through a program like CDL. We knew that we could get them a job. Helping them get a job would be easy. We've tried different programs, and some programs we've had to discontinue, but we knew that the CDL, there's so much need for that. So that's what kind of pushed us to continue to explore this avenue.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You'd mentioned earlier on, in finding the right inmates. I'm curious, what do you look for in someone that you think, okay, this person might be really good for this program?
So there's a pretty extensive vetting process that goes on. And this is one of the things that people don't quite understand. So first of all, the inmates have to have a valid driver's license. They also have to be medically cleared by our medical staff to even work. They have to have their classification, which allows them to be outside the secure facility. So there's a whole lot of things that go into this process for determining who is going to be in the program.
What can you walk us through what exactly goes on with the program? Because Ashley asked about finding the right fit for the program, and you mentioned the qualifications there. But let's say you've got someone, they fit all the criteria, they're interested in being part of the program. What does that process look like? And if you could just kind of walk us through, again, the vetting process. You kind of talked about it, I think, a little bit, but what exactly do they go through, and how long are we talking?
So the way we kind of started off is the inmates have to show some kind of interest, and then we do the check to make sure that, like I said, they have a valid driver's license. Then we do like an interview process to kind of gauge their interest level in the program, because, it's a lot of work and it's intense. So we want to make sure that we're putting the right person into the program and make sure that their heart is in it, and they're going to work hard and to accomplish the overall goal.
Yeah. And as far as the program, I mean, how long are they doing the training?
Well, it's generally about 7 weeks, but that can vary depending on their skill sets when they come in. If it's someone that has no experience driving, a semi or any kind of larger vehicle, it might take them a little bit longer, but generally it's about a 7-week course.
Yeah.
Who are the instructors for the program?
So we have Mark Simmons and Tim Castiglione. Those are our two instructors for the program.
Gotcha. So two people are kind of going, through all the. How many people roughly are involved in the program at any one time? Is there a handful? Is it a couple, or what do the numbers look like?
So the most that we can have in a program at one time is 1 to 2 inmates. The most we've ever had is 2 at a time, just because there's so much that it's one-on-one, training and stuff. So you can't have a large amount, at one time. So it's at max 2 inmates at a time.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Participation levels, I mean, this has been going on for, and I think maybe you said at the beginning there, but it's been going on for a number of years now. And again, you're looking for the right, again, I'm put this in quotes, but right kind of person to fit the program. But participation levels, have they been pretty steady over the years, or are there always a number of people that are interested in doing it?
So we started, we were awarded the grant in 2019. Now, it took some time to get a driving pad and semi and, meet all the requirements to even start the program. So, and then COVID hit, so that stopped all of our programs for about 1.5 years. So we didn't start our first class until April of 2022. So we've had 7 inmates who have successfully completed the program since then. The interest level is always there. I mean, we have lots of inmates who would like to participate in the program, but again, they have to meet certain qualifications. But yeah, we've had 7, and I know that doesn't seem like a big number, but to get them through and help them to be successful, it's a win in our book.
I'm curious, what has it been like from your perspective to, have some of these inmates show interest and go through the program and kind of see the shift from, people who have found themselves in the legal system to then, getting their CDL and realizing that, they could have a career outside and a successful one?
Yeah, well, so I have been at the Walton County Jail since 2011, and the sheriff took over. So we were ran by the Board of County Commissioners, and in 2014, our sheriff Michael Atkinson took over the running of the jail per se in 2014, and I think within a couple of months of that, he started hitting us hard on wanting to do programs, and it was really important to me to do these programs because, the fact that we are able to help change the lives of people that may have never had an opportunity in life. Not everybody has a loving family or has the education or whatever it is to be successful. So these programs, when inmates are successful and they get out, and this is something that I say a lot to people is, I love the Facebook stories. I love, to see the graduations and the things that we do. But to be honest with you, when I run into someone out on the street in Walmart or wherever it is, and they come up and they personally thank me and thank the Walton County Sheriff's Office and Tim and Mark for what they do. It's just that's where it's rewarding to me, because I believe that we have to give people second chances to be successful in life, because sometimes they weren't given the first chance, and this is just the life that they thought they had to live.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
That's I think a beautiful sentiment, just because I think there are a lot of people out there who maybe don't think like that. And I'm sure the people going through this program and all the other programs that you have there in Walton County, as you said, appreciate that someone's taking the time to look after them and make sure that they are going to be released into a good situation and have the right, kind of skill set in place to be successful. Those conversations, have you kept up with people who have graduated from the CDL program? Are they currently on the road? How are they doing?
Yeah, so we do try to make continue contact with the inmates once they're released, and we have, I believe there's 4 of them that are currently working using their CDL driver's license. Now, there's some that still have some struggles, and we know that they're working, but they haven't actually gotten into a job. But that, like I said, we know 4 of them are currently working and using their CDL driver's license.
That's great. Yeah.
Now, the program recently had its first female graduate. What can you tell us about that?
So, Asia, she was a unique individual, and for sure she did great. And Tim, he is the instructor, and he would tell you that she blew his mind at how well she did. I actually spoke to her yesterday, and she should be starting. She was just recently released, so she should be starting a job with American Concrete in Pensacola later this week. But yeah, she says she's doing great, and she's just looking forward to what this opportunity is going to mean for her and her family.
That's great. Yeah. You mentioned earlier, and I appreciated your honesty, because you mentioned that when this was first brought up to you, you were, again, apprehensive. You had your doubts maybe about whether it would be a good fit. I think it's maybe safe to say that those concerns have gone away over the years. Now, I mean, where do you sit now with the program? Obviously, you're happy with it, but do you kind of look back at those apprehensions that you had and think, okay, everything is fine. This is all working out now. Where are you at now with the program compared to where you were at the beginning?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think when you think about putting inmates behind the wheel of a semi-truck, you do have to think about all the things that can go wrong, and you have to be very selective, and you have to make sure you're putting the right ones in this program. We still want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that when they're driving down, in Walton County and behind that wheel, we want to make sure that they're making good decisions, and we're encouraging them to, make good decisions. But yeah, I'm so proud of the program now. I mean, the program, it means so much to so many people, and we get so much positive feedback, from the public. Just that this is a good thing. But yeah, it definitely made me realize that sometimes we do have to think outside the box, and we have to think of what's going to be the best opportunity for these individuals to get jobs and not repeat the cycle of returning back to jail.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, for sure.
Have you had any other sheriff's offices reach out to you asking about the program or how they might be able to start one?
Yeah, nonstop.
Oh, wow.
I think after we've kind of, always had people take an interest because, like I said, we started programs in 2014, and we have multiple programs from heavy equipment to our residential substance abuse treatment program. So the farm program, we have a lot of programs, and we have different agencies who reach out to us because it's kind of odd for a jail to do the programs that we do. You have lots of prisons that offer jail, but it's easier for them to offer the programs because they know how long they have the inmates for, and exactly, they have a much bigger pool to pull from. So it's kind of different for a jail to offer these kind of programs. So yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, it's great. And this is, I think, how Ashley and I first noticed this program was the first female graduate, Asia, I think is her name. And you talked about her a little bit earlier. It sounds like this is kind of honestly in the early stages, because it was a few years ago this got started. The pandemic, as we know, threw everything out of whack. But it sounds like now you're kind of on the right track here toward this thing kind of taking off. That has to be exciting for you.
It is. It's real exciting. And like I said, I mean, other jails are interested in it. And we always say we will share the love. I mean, we will share the process and how we were able to accomplish this with anybody who's interested. It's not an easy process, I'll be honest with you. The becoming a third-party administrator and a third-party and getting our instructors third-party testers through the state of Florida, that's not an easy process. And there are challenges with, having this CDL program, but we definitely would love to share that with other facilities.
Has that been the biggest challenge for you, is just kind of getting all the paperwork in place to make this happen? Or what other challenges, I guess, have there been?
Yeah, it's definitely the challenges, not just getting it started, it's a constant change. I mean, for instance, if one, so we have to do, the routes, and that has to be signed off by our compliance officer. So if there's a red light that's added or a stop sign, that changes our routes, and then that has to be put before our compliance officer with the state of Florida, and she has to sign off and approve. So it's a lot of administrative paperwork that has to go into the program. But it's well worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be curious the numbers, and maybe you can speak to this, not specifically the numbers, but just from your experience on, inmates who have gone not just through this program, but through other programs, and the success that gives them as far as like not reoffending and ending back up in jail.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Recidivism. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the word I can never pronounce. I've tried for years. Yes. Yeah. Recidivism. There it is.
Yeah. So we are in the middle of a data study with FSU is on our programs, the Florida State University. They're looking at our programs to look at the recidivism rate. It's a 3 to 5 year program data study, and so that we're right in the middle of that. So we don't have the results on that yet, but we feel like it's successful based on what we've been able to kind of track, just because we know that there's multiple people that have gotten out and gotten jobs. For instance, the heavy equipment operator that we do, it's through Heavy Equipment College of America. They get a certificate for that, and we have at least 2 or 3 inmates that have started their own business based off those completing that program at the jail.
Wow.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Deanne, I mean, I don't think we can say enough good things about what you're doing there. And it sounds incredibly interesting and incredibly powerful for these folks who, as you said, so beautifully, you know, maybe didn't even get a first chance in life in a lot of cases, and giving them a second, or maybe that first chance really does speak volumes about you and everybody there that you work with. So kudos to you for that. Deanne, do you have any final thoughts here before we kind of let you go about the program or anything in general, I guess?
No, I mean, we're just thankful. We're thankful for the, leadership and that we have that first, pretty much gave us the ability to do these programs, because without the support of, the sheriff and the community, because without their support, there's no way that we could accomplish what we accomplished. So it's very heartfelt that, so many people see these programs and are inspired by it, and they reach out to us and they, tell us, that what we're doing, matters. So, we're thankful that we live in a community and have leadership that supports us and encourages us to try different things, even when they seem like it's out of the norm.
Love it.
That's awesome.
Deanne, thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thanks for sharing your story there, and please extend our thanks to everybody you work with at the sheriff's office there for everything they're doing. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with any PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Sapp app.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You may have seen the headlines about a load of cargo that was recovered in Southern California earlier this month, and our next guest company had something to do with getting the cargo back and getting the suspects there in handcuffs as well. Danny Ramon is Director of Intelligence for Overhaul, and he joins us on the line now. Danny, how's it going?
It's going great. Thank you very much for having me.
And maybe congratulations are in order here, Danny, for, again, helping bust up that apparent cargo theft ring in California. Just for some real quick details here about, $1.4 million in stolen electronics recovered, 8 suspects arrested there. That's the end result. Danny, if you could kind of walk us through, because I think it's interesting. When I saw Overhaul pop up in the story, I thought that is an interesting kind of angle to all of this. Walk us through kind of what led up to, again, the end result, which was the bust there.
Yeah, no problem. And thank you for the congratulations. Although I will say we do consider a recovery to be a loss because prevention is the key, right? That's kind of what we focus on. It's much easier to prevent a shipment from being stolen than it is to recover it once it has been stolen. That said, we implement a fully layered security program. So there's multiple aspects of what we do that led to this recovery. A big part of it is our GSOC, which is the Global Security Operations Center. They're the folks who are in charge of monitoring our sensors and our GPS devices, or our clients' GPS devices, I should say, as they travel down the road, monitoring for compliance, making sure everything's going as it should. And whenever something goes out of the norm or out of the normal flow of process, they'll escalate that exception based on whatever escalation path has been set by the client. And it will depend on, what mode it's traveling by, where it is in the world, possibly what commodity it is, et cetera. But then another layer that really assisted with that is one of our key differentiators in my mind is the department that I help lead is the LE Connect team. That's Law Enforcement Connect. And we've got a couple of really great law enforcement liaisons here in the U.S., John Cannon and Bobby Motley, who between them have almost 80 years of combined law enforcement experience, and quite a few of those years are specific to cargo theft law enforcement experience. So we get them on the horn. Once we identify that something's going wrong, we get them on the horn. We contact law enforcement. And, of course, we've got relationships with every cargo theft task force in the country, as well as a lot of the other jurisdictions that maybe don't have a cargo theft task force but are in areas where cargo theft is prolific. We have great relationships with these departments and with these officers and the boots on the ground. And they know when we call them that we've got more than just a theft report. A lot of times property crime happens, someone's going to take a theft report, but if they don't have any evidence to go off of, any trails to follow, that's kind of where it ends. With our system, our visibility platform, we can provide law enforcement boots on the ground or private response boots on the ground with real-time location information, sensor data. We send them a link that goes directly to either their smartphone, tablet, or cruiser console in their police vehicle. That allows them to access everything that our clients can, including pictures of the shipment from origin, like I said, live location updates, and we can control the interval at which that happens, as well as all the sensor data that allows them to get contextual information on that location.
So just to be clear, this was a client. This was a client's load, and I think this was just a more traditional cargo theft, right? They basically just pulled it off the trailer. Can you talk about, I guess, kind of exactly what happened? And you did a great job there of laying out what happened after the fact. But what did this look like in terms of the crime, as far as what we know so far?
Yeah, this is what we call traditional straight theft in cargo theft parlance, right? This is what the vast majority of cargo theft was pre-pandemic, right? It is when the entire trailer, most times the tractor and the trailer, are going to be stolen while it's unattended, right? So they take it from the proper driver and they just abscond with it while nobody's looking. And that's what happened here. Now, I know a lot of the cargo theft that's been in the headlines lately, rightly so, has been focusing on strategic theft or theft by fraud. And that is definitely, that's the one that's up and coming, that is within the next couple of years going to be the lion's share of cargo theft in the United States and Canada. But while we keep focusing on that, it's important to know that traditional cargo theft is still occurring, and it's still occurring at roughly the same level that it was pre-pandemic, maybe even greater than it was back then. So it's interesting to note that, especially because the criminals that were apprehended do fit the profile to be members of a very well-known fraudulent theft crew, or set of crews, I should say. There's multiple crews that are part of a larger network. So to see them, practicing straight theft is very interesting, because they very typically they practice fraudulent or strategic theft, and B, to see them in possession of the kind of contraband that they had really implies greater relationships within the transnational criminal organization, right? These guys are obviously tied to illegal weapons, illegal drugs, very likely going to be tied to Mexican cartels based on the amount of meth that they had in their possession. So it's very interesting to see, what has for a long time been considered a lower level organized crime tied to more traditional organized crime activities.
Yeah, and we should mention that because it was the and that's a huge number, $1.4 million in electronics that was recovered. But you mentioned it briefly there too. It wasn't just that. They turned up, those firearms. They turned up drugs. That's a big
not
get.
Just personal amounts. Yeah, it's not just personal amounts of drugs. It's 2 pounds of methamphetamine. That's Breaking Bad season 3 levels.
Was it blue? Do we know?
It was not. No, we had a picture in our alert. It actually was white. So I don't think it was. I don't think it was Heisenberg.
It wasn't Heisenberg. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think, spoiler alert? I don't know. Has it been long enough since Breaking Bad's been off the air?
It's probably been long enough.
Heisenberg's probably.
I think it's been long enough.
Yeah, he's not around anymore. But yeah, no, I mean, not to make light of it, because it is a serious thing. You mentioned a couple interesting things there, and I think it's interesting because you obviously have a good idea of what these criminal enterprises are all about, where they're coming from, how they're making their illicit money. I know there's a contingent, an Eastern European contingent that I've seen talked about in terms of strategic cargo theft. This one, is it fall along those lines? I know you mentioned maybe a Mexican cartel link. What do we know about, I guess, the suspects and where they're from or what they've been involved in?
Yeah, there is a lot of Eastern European activity. A lot of the strategic theft crews do have leadership that sit overseas, both in that location. Both in Eastern Europe as well as Southeast Asia. We see one of the most prolific groups of crews is what we call the Khalistan Cargo Cartel. And they're one of the most prolific crews in the United States right now that are practicing strategic theft across the country. We verified that there's over 50 individual cells operating within this network of crews, and over 500 individual members that, collectively are responsible for over 10,000 thefts in the U.S. and Canada over the last half decade.
That's
a
big number. Yeah, that's my analysis. Yeah. And we talk about this, and I think it's important to note too that law enforcement is doing all they can to catch these folks and bring them to justice.
Absolutely.
But it's not easy, and it's not easy doing that because they are good at what they do, which is steal from people in different ways. In terms of doing that, in terms of getting a handle on them, how is that looking? I mean, are we getting any closer to kind of bringing these things to a stop, or what's the prognosis?
Well, we've started to. We've got industry awareness and broader than industry awareness now, right? The government is now taking notice. We've got the Corca bill coming through where cargo theft is being combined in with organized retail crime. And a big reason for that in my mind is that, a lot of cargo crime goes unnoticed until it gets to the point of retail. If folks don't have visibility in their logistics network, the first time something's noticed missing is at the point of retail sale. That's where it's going to get logged as stolen from. But we are starting to see, like I said, government action on this. Right now, it's not really definitive what exactly they're going to be doing. But of course, if we can get federal support behind a federal cargo theft law that increases penalties, I think that's something that would be a great step in the right direction. Of course, we're already taking steps in the right direction. I know FMCSA is starting to harden their processes around the transfer of U.S. DOT numbers and the register of new business owners and things of that nature, and that's going to help. But we have to keep in mind that criminals are like water. They're going to seek out the path of least resistance. If we close one loophole, they're going to seek out the next easiest loophole to go through.
Yeah.
Now, this took place in Southern California. That's a bit of a hotbed for cargo theft, right?
Absolutely, it is.
How bad is the situation there?
Well, when we look at cargo theft risk by geography, right, we tend to think that the risk comes from the area. And in some cases, that's true. But in most cases, especially when we're looking at full truckload theft, whether it's straight theft or strategic theft, the risk comes from what's in the trailer. It's the product that is targeted. So in California, what we're dealing with is just a density of cargo flow. It is and likely always will be the king of the hill when it comes to cargo theft, because it is and likely always will be the king of the hill when it comes to cargo volume flowing through the state. The port of Los Angeles and Long Beach, that inlet from the Asia Pacific region really causes quite an influx of cargo to be coming through there. You combine that with a couple of other, key points that tend to make it a perfect storm over there, which is, law enforcement is, understaffed and overwhelmed with a lot of violent crime. Property crime tends to get pushed to the side, and prosecutorial problems over there, where you've got some folks not prosecuting as diligently as they should for some property crimes versus violent crimes. Creates a perfect storm for things like this, for large-scale property crimes that really affect, the national economy at some point, right? So,
yeah. You said it earlier, and I think it was an interesting way to look at this in terms of these criminal networks, or whatever you want to call them, being like water, because they're going to find the cracks eventually. And they, I think throughout human history, the criminals have always been kind of one step ahead, or they figure out the next step before everybody else can kind of figure out how to stop it. And I bring this up because every time I see a report from Overhaul or one of your, I don't want to say competitors, but someone else in the field of this, every time a report comes out, the numbers have gone up, and it's reaching, these meteoric levels. I haven't seen the most recent data, and I'm sure you've got it probably in front of you or maybe in the top of your mind, but is that trend, is the trend continuing? What are the numbers telling us from the latest reports? And are we just going to expect that these numbers are going to continue to rise for, in eternity here? I mean, they've got to come down at some point, right?
Well, they've got to plateau at some point.
Okay,
and unfortunately, I do think it's going to continue for the foreseeable future. We are looking at an increase for the second half of the year. We're looking at an increase for 2026 as well. And the reason is, when we do reach a plateau, and we have seen a couple of, plateau-ish stages in the increase over the last, 5 years, it's really when these organized criminal groups reach capacity for their current level of personnel, right? We haven't reached a saturation of vulnerable cargo. There's exponentially more vulnerable cargo than there are people willing to steal it. So, for the folks out there who haven't been a victim of cargo theft yet, even though they're hauling valuable product or in-demand product, it's not because you've done something right necessarily. It's just because they haven't gotten to you yet, right? It's a game of the lowest hanging fruit. Mm-hmm. So until something changes on an institutional level, industry-wide, I don't think we're going to see a slowing of this trend at all, because, or at least until we get to that saturation of vulnerable cargo, right? And then that's when all vulnerable cargo is being stolen, and that's not a great place to be.
No, not at all.
What is some advice you have for drivers to, keep themselves and their cargo safe?
Yeah, drivers are the first line of defense at all times, so it's an awareness game, right? We always recommend for high-value loads that shippers will employ team drivers, right? But for the drivers, we need them to understand that means team drivers, meaning somebody stays with the load at all times and be aware of the load. So If somebody one of the drivers goes into a truck stop to take a shower or have a meal, the other driver's not sleeping in the cab, right? But there's all sorts of other things you can do, even if you're a solo driver. Be aware you're followed, right? Especially directly out of your origin location. It looks like you're being followed for a while. Take some evasive maneuvers. Change lanes a couple times. See if you still have that tail. If you do, slow down to like 20 miles below the speed limit. See if he's still on your tail. If he is, then you can exit the highway and immediately re-enter the highway. So off-ramp and then on-ramp. It's an illogical move, and if they continue following you after that, they are very definitely following you. At that point, you can contact dispatch, call police, pull into a police department parking lot, call the police. That's a great move if you have the option to do that. But beyond that, it's vigilance when you're stopping as well. Look for unmarked box trucks in the parking lot of any of these truck stops. A lot of the folks who practice large-scale pilferage will utilize multiple box trucks to all of the stuff that they steal back home. If at all possible, back up to a hardened surface so that nobody can open your trailer doors. But beyond that, also plug into the information. Be aware of where the risks are and what kind of risks are in that particular area, right? And I'd say the number one thing that is not going to be the magic bullet that protects you from everything, but the number one thing that will improve driver safety and prevent large-scale pilferage or even small-scale pilferage is please, please, please do not park overnight outside of your destination facility. Only park overnight near your destination if you are behind a locked fence.
Yeah, that's great advice. And the frustrating thing about this, Danny, and we talked about it earlier, what we were talking about here are traditional cargo theft methods, right? And what we've seen over the past few years, several years now, is this, what's the word? Meteoric, what's the word I'm looking for?
Big?
Ginormous. Exponential. That's it. There you go. Let's go with that one. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. That's the frustrating thing. Because we've seen these strategic thefts just absolutely just take off, and really they're out of control right now. That's the thing that's a little bit more difficult, I think, for most people to fend off because they're coming in from so many different angles. I guess we can ask the same thing about that, just advice on staying safe with that, because it is so confusing and complicated, and they feed off of that. The criminals do.
Yeah, absolutely. The number one thing for that, and again, there's no magic bullet that's going to take care of everything, right?
Yeah.
But the number one thing there is know who you're doing business with. Right? Have verified contacts that if something seems off, if something seems fishy, you can contact someone who you know is a verified contact at that company, at that carrier, at that broker, whoever it may be, that you can say, hey, I got this email from somebody claiming to be with y'all's organization. Does this look legit to you? Make sure if any trips where you take where the destination is reassigned suddenly while you're halfway through the trip, especially if they reduce the distance of the trip by 90+%. That's a red flag, and they'll usually do that because they'll be like, hey, we're going to pay you the same amount that we would have, but you only have to take it to here. And that's a very attractive thing. People don't tend to dig too deeply into attractive offers because it's very much the don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah.
But if something is too good to be true, it very likely is. So make sure you know who you're doing business with. And if there's any red flags, contact somebody that you know is a verified contact to verify that what's happening is supposed to be happening.
I'm curious, Danny, how long have you been in this field kind of tracking this stuff?
Oh, my gosh. I've been in supply chain security for 15 going on 16 years. And I've been specifically within supply chain intelligence for the last 13 years.
Wow.
So it's been a while. And I would imagine a little bit. I mean, I would imagine over that time that you've seen all these things kind of change, but has the rate at which things have changed surprised you, or did you kind of maybe see this coming? Or I guess what was your perspective, as this all has kind of changed over the course of the last few years?
It's a little bit of both, I'll tell you, because pre-pandemic, strategic theft was a thing. It wasn't nearly as sophisticated or wide-ranging as it is now. But when I saw that start to emerge, I was like, this is the ticket. I don't know why everybody's not doing this. But then, again, the flip side of that coin, I am still surprised at how quickly it took off.
Yeah.
And that it seems like the pandemic was the catalyst for it, right? I mean, that's when a whole lot of people re-careered themselves and have been gaining in tradecraft in their new chosen careers ever since then. That includes criminals.
Yeah. You mentioned, we talked about advice to individuals out there, which is incredibly important, obviously, on a personal level. But you talked about some of the things on the federal level that are kind of taking shape now. We've seen some action, or at least some intention of action on the federal level. If Ashley and I had a magic wand and we were able to, shove it through the phone to you, and, we said, use this wand and figure out the solution to all of this. And it's a lot. So, this could be a very difficult question to answer maybe, but, what would you do with that magic wand in terms of solving these issues that have just run rampant in recent years?
Yeah, the first thing, I'd have to wave that wand a couple dozen times.
I was going to say, maybe like a genie with 3 wishes.
All right, there you go.
Let's change it to that. We'll give you 3.
Well, I'll tell you what the first thing I would do with the wand is I would wave it and I would make all carrier information that's feasible to make transparent, make it transparent. We've got to give the folks who are doing business with these companies the information that they need to trust the entity that they're doing business with, right? We need to know if a carrier's been sold. Even if the contact information hasn't changed, but the ownership has changed, we need to know, and we need to know in a timely manner. If somebody's let their insurance lapse, we need to know, and we need to know in a timely manner, right? So making the information transparent and making it readily available with very low latency.
Gotcha. That was the only one? I'm sure you got more.
That's the first one.
That's the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, second one is I think what's going to be established with that Corca bill, which is to establish a federal point of communication or a federal task force for cargo theft, right? That can improve communication between jurisdictions, because of all the crimes out there, of all the property crimes, when you think about which one's more or less likely to cross jurisdictions, well, something in an 18-wheeler is probably going to cross a couple of jurisdictions, right? So being able to coordinate across jurisdictions, sometimes across states, is very important, and having an official government entity to coordinate that is going to be huge, as well as that official government entity house all of the information and data that we get around cargo theft, so that there is an industry benchmark.
We're moving in the right direction, though. It feels like in terms of awareness, right, and action.
Yeah, we are. Okay. Unfortunately, we're moving in the right direction at the speed of government.
Yeah.
And,
we know how
the
that
criminals,
goes.
Yeah, the criminals are very agile. We've seen this. They react to market trends at the drop of a hat. The only lead time that they need to change targets is the time it takes for them to physically change location.
Yeah.
100% of their lead time right there. They don't have to make decisions by committee. They don't have to, have things approved by the board. They say, hey, we saw this product going viral on TikTok. Let's go get us some of it.
It's like the Wild West out there in many respects. Danny, really appreciate your time. Appreciate you sharing, how you helped bring these 8 individuals, or suspects, I should say, into custody and getting that merchandise back. We should also just give you a chance here to talk about overhaul services. If someone listening to this wants to look into you and maybe start using you guys, where should they go and what should they do?
Yeah, over-haul.com is going to be the website. And keep in mind, folks, we do so much more than just supply chain security. Security is the arm that I deal with, but we do visibility. We assist with insurance as well. So there's all sorts of things that we can help provide, but we are a single point of visibility for your entire logistical network on one platform with real-time sensor readings and location data. So as I mentioned again, over-haul.com is the website. And of course, if you're more interested in the intelligence and security side, by all means, follow me on LinkedIn. I'm always trying to put out open source, actionable, and relevant intelligence that'll help folks in the industry, whether you're a driver or a shipper.
Excellent. Danny, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again at some point in the future.
No problem. Thank you all very much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you.
Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on TruckStop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when you truck on a cat scale.
House products provide your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season and protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
Welcome back, Ashley. Great talk there with Danny Ramon of Overhaul. Clearly, they're doing some pretty cool stuff and important stuff when it comes to all this cargo theft. I mean, some of the numbers.
To hear of a successful.
It really is. Yeah.
Well, when it comes to this. So.
Yeah. And getting everybody together on this issue is going to be important to bring bring this issue to the fore and these criminals to be held accountable for sure.
Yep.
I am heading out to Joplin, Missouri, to the Guilty by Association Truck Show, which we will have full coverage of next week.
Yes. Yep.
You have been before.
I have.
I have been
Loved
before.
It.
It is great. If you are in the area of Joplin, Missouri, anytime this weekend, highly recommend coming down, checking it out. It's really, always see it described as a block party.
Yeah, and it really is. Yeah,
it really is.
Definitely some of the coolest trucks I've seen.
Coolest trucks.
Or at GBATs.
Very chill, cool people, lots of stuff going on.
Well, you're going.
I'm going. Well.
You're considered cool?
Well, no. Nobody. No, not at all. But if you are going, if you're down there and you see me walking around, please do say hi. We'd love to talk to you. Love to hear your story. We might even put it on the show. And that's our show for today. Right here on Trucking with OOIDA. We'll see you tomorrow with another one. Thanks for listening.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.